nothing is lit up, so I do not know if I can go to phone calls or not. So Casey's going to have to do a little shifting and button pushing, and now I think I can do it. We will go to Bruce to see if we can find out who the first performer at Woodstock was. Hi, Bruce, are you there?
Good morning.
Hey, it works. Love it. All right, Bruce, do me a favor. Tell me which artist was the first to play at Woodstock.
That would be Richie Havens.
The great Richie Havens. You are correct. Hang on, Bruce.
And they had him play for like a super extended set because they were having technical issues.
Correct. They didn't have everything ready to go, and it was just him and his guitar.
That's it.
And man, does he beat the hell out of that guitar. He strums the hell out of it.
Strings are popping right and left and getting replaced. Yeah.
He was just a great musician, and he did an Iron Man set. Yeah, that's true. So we're going to give you a $50 Bonefish Grill gift card. Back for a limited time, you can enjoy Dine and Discover, a special 3-course dinner for 2. For only $45.90. And you can explore menu favorites from the grill, land, or sea, including 2 salads, 2 entrees, and shareable dessert.
Ooh.
Visit bonefishgrill.com. At the box office, Guardians of the Galaxy still reigning supreme at number 1.
This might be the first Marvel movie in a while that hit number 1 for 2 weeks.
Yeah, 3 now, isn't it?
Is it 3?
Or is it?
That's
It might be 2.
Week. Last week would have been the second weekend.
Okay, then 3. Yeah.
So Super Mario Brothers was second, followed by Book Club Next Chapter, Evil Dead Rise, Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret, Hypnotic, John Wick, Chapter 4, Love Again, number 9 was Air, and rounding out the top 10, Dungeons and Dragons. So we're going to start with Jamie Foxx. Jamie Foxx's daughter, Corinne Foxx, provided a health update regarding the Ray actor on her Instagram stories on Friday, addressing a headline that said that his loved ones are reportedly preparing for the worst. She wrote, "Update from the family. Sad to see how the media runs wild. My dad has been out of the hospital for weeks, recuperating."
Okay.
She added, "In fact, he was playing pickleball yesterday."
Wow.
Doesn't sound like a sick person to me.
Do you know what would help? One picture?
Yeah.
Something? Yeah.
She wrote, "Thanks for everyone's prayers and support. We have an exciting work announcement coming next week, too." A week ago, a source in the actor's circle, according to People magazine, claimed that the actor was stable and no longer in a life-threatening situation. However, it sounded like he was still in the hospital 4 weeks after the incident. They had written, doctors are doing more tests. I want to be completely sure that he's going to be okay before allowing him to leave the hospital. And he added that Fox was told to keep his stress level down when he was discharged. And, I mean, nothing's less stressful than pickleball. Come
Absolutely.
Yeah.
on. The source told people that the hospital is the last place Jamie wants to be. He has a lot of projects going on, the insider said, and he gets things done. He is focused and astute. What happened to him medically is serious enough to keep him in the hospital. However, he is not going to rush back to work. The actor will not host the upcoming season of Fox's Beat Shazam, which started filming last week as Nick Cannon stepped in. Kelly Osbourne is taking Corinne's place as guest DJ on the show.
Well, also, a lot of the shows aren't in production because of the writer's strike.
Yeah. Jamie's press tour for Strays is pushed as Universal Pictures move back the release date of the movie from June 9th to August 18th while he recovers. So
All right.
apparently he's doing okay, according to the family.
Word at one point that he was playing Mike Tyson, and he was apparently training to play Mike Tyson. I don't know whatever happened with that.
Yeah, me either. Colton Underwood and Jordan C. Brown have officially tied the knot.
Yay!
The pair,
Oh, my God.
I noticed that the pair were married Saturday in front of 200 guests.
Maybe I can help here. 1 second.
Yeah, there you go. At the Carneros Resort and Spa in Napa Valley, the coming out Colton star told people prior to the big day, the day of our ceremony, we have a disco-themed pool party. It's going to be a fun wedding, I'll say that. Underwood also shared that the couple created a special exhibition for guests, which they call Our Loving Walk. He told the outlet it's inspired from a coffee table book that I was gifted after I came out called Loving, and it's images of men in love throughout history. And we blew them up and put them on canvases and set them around the resort.
How would they blow them up?
No, not like explode. They made them larger. He added, next to them will be love letters from queer people in the 18th and 19th century that were forbidden or they had to send in secret.
I can't remember. Was this guy a contestant on The Bachelor?
He was a contestant.
Or was he the Bachelor?
No. He was a contestant, right?
I believe that's the case. Who the hell knows?
I hope so.
All I know is that there was the issue where he came out after.
Yes.
And some of the women were saying, well, did you know at that point you had to? What were the dynamics?
Right.
He says he was not admitting to himself that he was. I don't know. He seems like a decent guy.
Hang on a second here. He was a contestant on the
There we go.
14th season of The Bachelorette.
Okay.
I mean,
The Bachelorette. So Underwood and Brown
Whatever.
met in April of 2021, the same month that the former Bachelor star came out publicly in an interview with Robin Roberts, and they got engaged in May of 2022.
He was actually both.
So he ended up being
yeah.
The Bachelor.
So he was a contestant on The Bachelorette, and then after that, he became the lead on the 23rd season of The Bachelor.
Not cool. If you are indeed gay,
Right.
you cannot do that, man. That's just, I mean, the show is already a
It's
dupe.
a joke to
It's a
begin with.
dupe show anyway, but you can't dupe other women that might actually be interested in.
Most of the
finding
women on
love.
that show desperately want a real relationship.
Right.
And he betrayed them.
So we're going to move on to Kelly Clarkson. She has addressed a report detailing the culture on her daytime talk show, which contained allegations that the Kelly Clarkson show is toxic behind the scenes.
What the hell is it with these daytime talk
Seriously.
shows?
Well, she said in a statement posted on Instagram, to find out that anyone is feeling unheard or disrespected on the show is unacceptable. I've always been and will continue to be committed to creating and maintaining a safe and healthy environment on the Kelly Clarkson show. So it was a Rolling Stone report, which 11 current and former employees anonymously made complaints about being overworked and underpaid on Clarkson's talk show, telling the magazine that working under the show's toxic environment was traumatizing to their mental health. In the report, the anonymous staffer said Clarkson is fantastic,
Yeah.
but a number of the producers make their lives a living hell.
So in this case, if you simply work at a place that's demanding, what specifically, in other words, do they, and I was trying to see if they cited specific reasons other than it's a very intense schedule.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything outside
Like
of it in
whipping
that
would
report.
be a good sign.
Yeah, so I don't know if there's more to it or not. The report was published days after the talk show announced that it's going to be moving production from L.A. to New York next season, meaning that staffers and crew members will likely not continue with the show if they are not interested in moving across the country.
What do you think of her, Kathy? You're an Ellen fan, massive Ellen fan.
Of Kelly?
Yeah, Kelly Clarkson.
I can't. I told you, I can't watch her interview somebody. She's
right.
not really great at it.
Employees had known for months that it was very possible the show was moving, with Clarkson expressing her desire to move to New York and the showrunners taking meetings with employees to gauge their interest in moving the show. But per the report, the staff did not learn that the big move was confirmed until 2 minutes before, they were saying, Variety story published via a staff-wide email. So some people are happy working there, but it seems that these 11 current and former employees
11.
Have made complaints about being overworked and being underpaid.
11!
So, award-winning writer, actress, comedian, and Philly native Quinta Brunson delivered the University of Pennsylvania's Graduate School of Education commencement speech
Excellent.
to a cheering crowd of thousands on Saturday. She's risen to national spotlight for her comedic and informative takes on Philadelphia's education system that has resonated across the country. And during her speech, the Philly native brought that same nuance to graduates of Penn, emphasizing the lack of compensation educators face. And speaking of her own experience with Philadelphia's school system and as a daughter of a Philly kindergarten teacher.
See, that's somebody you'd want to have at give a commencement. My guy was terrible at my commencement ceremony. It's horrible.
I don't even remember.
Don't
who
even
mine
remember who it
was.
was. Yeah.
Mine was Larry
Boring.
Menti.
Who was it?
Larry
Menti?
Larry Menti.
Well, that's actually the best of the lot so far.
Brunson emphasized the importance of educators, saying, you all will do more than teach a curriculum. You will mold the minds of the future. My high school Spanish teacher was Miguel Vasquez. In my senior year, he told me that I had the intelligence, the confidence, and personality that made him sure that I would make something of my life. She said, some of you are going to teach calculus, and that's insane. That sucks. She joked. The crowd laughed about that particular line. But she finished her 10-minute speech to uproarious applause and laughter.
10 minutes is a good length.
In one of the final jokes in reference to student debt, she said, you will be in debt, but that's okay. I think somebody's working on that, referring to President Joe Biden, who's expected to attend separate Penn graduation event for his granddaughter, as Kathy had said in the news today. She said, he'll be here Monday, so ask him about that. So she managed to do a great job speaking at Penn, which is cool. Good for her. And she's a Temple grad, by the way. So, according to TMZ, John of the Majors and Harlem actress Megan Good are seeing one another. The news comes as the Creed 3 actor faces assault charges. A source told the outlet that the pair attended a movie at the Alamo Draft House in Los Angeles last
Alamo
week.
Draft House?
Yeah.
That's pretty wild.
It's like a movie
tavern, yeah.
So I don't know what they saw. I don't have any of those details.
That's
but-
kind of weird when you're. So they just started dating, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you know that he's got this other stuff going on,
Yeah.
do you bring that up in the conversation?
I don't know if
So
they.
what's going on?
How long they've known each other at all. This was said here, but I think she's doing okay. On Friday, Alfonso Ribeiro shared that his 4-year-old daughter, Ava Sue, had emergency surgery after falling off her scooter.
Oh, man.
Yeah. He said, not the kind of day you want the day before turning 4, and captioned an Instagram photo of his bruised little girl. He said, just wanted to give a heartfelt thank you to Care Skin MD for the emergency services and procedure to help lessen the likelihood of scarring. So proud of how brave my baby girl was during the surgery. So, she got surgery. I don't know what
That's
kind,
pretty
though.
heavy duty.
Yeah.
If it had been a little more benign, he could have recorded it and possibly won $100,000 on
Maybe
AFV.
if
Yeah.
it would have, if there was something funny about her falling off the scooter. Not police.
People who need police.
Hey, police are
Reports.
people too,
Yeah.
Preston.
That Jeremy Allen White of The Bear, the series, his wife of more than 3 years, Addison Timlin, filed for divorce.
I like him. He reminds me so much, at least that character, the way it's portrayed as Nick Elmy, that same sort of vibe. The show is great. But I thought I remember when they just got married, they made the announcement.
Kathy, he was on Shameless, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
He's Lip.
Lip, that was his name,
That was
his character's name?
Yeah.
So the pair were married in 2019. They have 2 daughters, 4-year-old Ezer and 2-year-old Dolores.
And the Bear is the teaser commercials have started playing, so it's coming back soon. Yeah.
Oh, excellent.
I finally finished it, Kat. Did you go back and watch any of it, even though you watched the end?
No, I really
It's totally
should.
worth the journey, and it really is. But there was one point during the, and I didn't know which episode I was on, and something happened. I was like, oh, this is the last episode. It has to be, and it wasn't. So there's a lot that happens before that final episode. That's
There's a
worth-
ton of stuff. It's not like when you find out this thing in the final episode that it ruins the entire first season. It's a big thing.
Yes.
But, you would probably want to be led up to it the proper way.
I just don't know why it was
as
there.
opposed to seeing the last scene in Psycho first.
Page 6 reports that Lily Rose Depp, daughter of Johnny Depp and Vanessa Paradis.
I saw her in a trailer for some new show, and holy crap, does she look great.
Okay.
It's a show on HBO or Max or whatever the hell it's called. Sorry, Preston, I totally interrupted you.
No, it's okay. It's confirmed that she's dating rapper 070 Shake.
070 Shake.
Is that how you say his name?
I have no idea. Is it
I
a
don't
he
know.
or her?
I don't know. I just know.
What the hell's going
It
on?
might be a
70
they.
Shake?
It might be they. I don't know. 070 Shake. 070 Shake. I don't know.
Is that the zip code?
I can't even say Dead Mouse. So
It's Dead Mouth 5.
don't take this from me. The Idol actress shared a photo of the pair kissing to her Instagram stories and wrote 4 months with my crush.
Yeah, it's new girlfriend rapper 070 Shake visit.
070 Shake.
Is that like his number? He was at the ice cream place. All right, we got Shake for 70. That's a great name. I'm going to switch that up. I'm not going to go Shake for 70. I'm going to go 70 Shake.
Go with that.
But this is 0 before. Do we pronounce the 0 or is that a silent 0?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Preston. In this picture, it looks like they're wearing golfing. Are those golf gloves?
Or maybe driving gloves or something like that.
Driving?
Yeah.
right.
Well, they're fingerless, so on the left hand of whoever's taking the picture. I don't know.
All right.
Hell.
The hell with these two.
And the name of the show is called The Idol, and she's half naked in just the trailer. So I'm interested to see where this show goes. She really looks she looks fantastic.
Having explored the darker side of corporate immorality and greed and succession, Jeremy Strong will delve into a more small-town version of corruption. The Emmy winner is set to star in a new Broadway production of An Enemy of the People, which is Henrik Ibsen's classic story of a medical officer whose scientific findings leave him pushing to close the spa that is his community's main source of economic life, and it does not go well.
So he plays Kendall Roy on Succession. And Nick, I was watching Succession last night. I haven't missed an episode. And as I'm watching this last night, I realized I have no clue what's happening in this show ever.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
Oh, my God, yes.
I'm just like, okay, you guys are saying like sounds, and some of them are words, and some of those words actually, especially
Like you're so lost you can't get a handle on it?
I'm like, I don't know.
Are you talking about the corporate side of things,
Yeah.
the
all of it,
detailed
but
business
now,
stuff? Okay.
Now it's gotten into politics and.
Anytime there's a discussion of a business deal and they start talking in business terms,
Well,
I check out.
Nick, I'll tell you one of the great ones of all time is Trading Places. That whole
At the end.
oranges and when they game the system.
Yeah.
I still don't quite know
Me
what
either.
they did.
And I've watched videos of explanations of it,
Right.
and I still don't get it. You know, there was an interesting term because I'm only on. I just started the third season because I'm only watching it while I exercise, so I watch it in like 30-minute chunks. Is they used a term called a bear hug? Do you remember that in the first
Yes.
season?
Yeah.
And so that is some kind of corporate,
Squeeze or
scenario
something? Yeah.
that is, I guess, a common expression. I'm like, I don't know what that means. I have no idea what that means. So
I would not fare well in the business world.
Strong, by the way, the show's complete cast, design team, and theater where it will be staged will be announced at a later date. Strong returns to Broadway as Succession is hurtling towards the series finale. He began his career on the stage working in off-Broadway productions and made his Broadway debut in 2008, starring opposite Frank Langella in A Man for All Seasons.
Do you think they could pull Succession off if they did it on ice?
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Succession on ice?
Oh.
Would that add an element to it?
His film works include The Big Short, The Trial of the Chicago Seven, and Armageddon Time.
It's Armageddon time.
I thought he was great. There was a movie with Robert Downey Jr. called The Judge.
I really enjoy that movie with
That's
Robert
a
Duvall.
Fantastic film. And Jeremy Strong plays their younger brother who has some mental deficiencies.
You know what I always
And he's great in it.
You know what I always think about that movie, Preston? It's they're in this restaurant, and they have there's this river next to them.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I got to go to that.
I've looked it up.
It's like the coolest view you've ever seen.
It's this raging torrent of water right next to this really tranquil restaurant.
Breakfast nook.
Yeah. And I forgot where that is. I want to say it might be in like Arkansas or somewhere like Steve. But
It's so cool.
What
But I
show are you
remember
talking about?
looking
I
it up.
forget.
It's the movie The Judge with Robert Duvall and
Oh,
Robert
yeah,
Downey Jr.
yeah. I thought it was in Ohio. That's
it
my
might
mother's
be.
old douchebag. That's right.
So that was from
That was Revenge of the
Nerds. Sorry, I laughed over or spoke over your punchline, but I didn't know you were going for a joke.
Me neither.
Yeah, look at this. Kathy, look at that. So that's right outside the window at this actual restaurant.
Yeah, you need to see the video.
Raging River.
Can you see where that is? I see there's a headline, but I don't see. All right, anyway, I'm moving on. So Strong will star in and executive produce Tobias Lindham's series The Best of Us, which tells the story of the first responders of 9/11. And he's also set to star in and executive produce a limited series about the controversial Boeing 737 MAX planes.
Yeah, they're having all sorts of issues with that for a while.
Yeah, and so he's going to be involved in that. But great actor, fantastic actor. Another great actor, William Dafoe
William Dafoe.
is the latest bold-faced name to join the cast of Beetlejuice 2.
Oh, he'll be perfect.
The Warner Brothers feature began production this week with Tim Burton, who directed the original movie, and he's back in the director's chair. Jenna Ortega is leading the cast, with Michael Keaton reprising his role as the obnoxious ghost, while Winona Ryder is also back playing Ortega's mother. Catherine O'Hara is also among the returnees, while Justin Theroux, and Monica Bellucci are among the newcomers.
So Willem Dafoe can play many roles without makeup, and he could play a screwed up character in Beetlejuice 2 without any makeup.
Dude, there was a video, and it may have been, I follow a couple of movie accounts on Instagram, just, great movies, and they just randomly put clips up. And there was a clip of him in black and white delivering this searing dialogue.
The Lighthouse.
Is that what that is?
Yeah. To Rob Pattinson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was intense.
Yeah.
You ever see the movie?
Yes, it is I really enjoy the movie, but it's not everybody's cup of tea. It's sort of quasi-horror, and it's quasi-psychological. And it's,
Okay.
Yeah.
The dialogue was very, I don't know how to phrase it. I don't know. He was really involved. I couldn't follow everything that he was saying.
Exculpatory?
Maybe it was taciturn.
Taciturn.
Yes. So, well,
Lugubrious.
Yeah.
That was a Casey. You remember that episode of Wonder Years where Wayne has to learn SAT words?
Yeah.
And he's like, try not to be so lugubrious.
It was also my daughter's in this play at St. Joe's Prep, and that word is very involved in.
Really?
Yeah. Well, it's the oh gosh, what's it called? The 25th annual Putnam County Spelling Bee.
Okay.
And so lugubrious is one of the words that the kid has to spell.
While plot details are being kept 6 feet under on this, it is understood that Defoe is playing a law enforcement officer in the afterlife.
All right.
Yep. A couple other quick things. According to the Hollywood Reporter, the Writers Guild of America has denied a request to air the 2023 Tony Awards on CBS and Paramount Plus as the WGA strike continues. I know you guys are torn up about it.
This kills me.
The show was originally scheduled
I'm all about theater.
to air on June 11th. The Tony Awards Management Committee has scheduled an emergency meeting for Monday. And then finally, Entertainment Tonight reports that Bridgerton star Jonathan Bailey was photographed on the set of Wicked. Bailey is starring as Frieo. Is that how you say the name? I don't know Wicked. I do not know the cast. Frieo.
All right.
Kayak.
I don't remember.
So he is caught in a love triangle between Glinda and Elphaba, played by Ariana Grande and Cynthia Erivo.
So are you excited for this case? Are you a fan of this?
I am, yeah, and I saw it here in Philadelphia, and my Elphaba was Jessica Vosk, who ended up becoming the Elphaba on Broadway. She was so super talented, and yeah, I absolutely
I'd like
loved
to see
it.
this. I'm intrigued with the story, and I've never gotten around to. I don't know any of the music. I just know it's the pre-story to the
Right. Yeah.
The Wicked Witch of the West, bro.
Grow up.
Yeah.
And who was her sister?
I watched that again yesterday.
If you've never seen it, it's been around forever now. But these two guys having a screaming argument about whether or not the Wicked Witch of the West is a prince or the Good Witch of the.
It was her sister, bro.
Oh my God.
And his hair, I constantly just watch his hair flop up and down while he's
freaking out.
He's violently shaking his head.
Grow up, dog. Grow up.
Fierro, I guess, or however you pronounce it, becomes the Scarecrow in Wicked.
Really? Mm-hmm. Interesting. By the way, it's been confirmed that Lily Rose Depp's significant other now, his name is pronounced 070 Shake.
070 Shake.
There you go. So we've got the definitive word on that.
Isn't the Scarecrow like one of Dorothy's like cousins or brothers or uncles or some crap? And
yeah, she dreams.
Okay.
It's a dream she has. And yes, when she wakes up, she realizes that all of her family or relatives were the characters.
It's just you losers.
So, I don't know. All right, we're ready to play the clips.
You got to play them from over here, Preston.
Over where?
Over here. In
You
the
hit
stack.
it, okay?
Okay.
Serena Williams, Eva Longoria, and Natalie Portman have broken barriers by creating the national women's soccer team, Angel City. And in this clip, owner Natalie Portman talks about gaining support for the team. Here we go.
There were certain people who surprised me in the most beautiful way of just like being like, I'm in, like Eva Longoria was like, I'm in, what do you need? I want to be there. She's just like a boss. I would say more on the side of like institutional people, like they were really, really hesitant and reluctant.
Really? Yeah. Angel City is available on HBO tomorrow, by the way. Here's our next clip. Grease, Rise of the Pink Ladies, tells the story of the girl gang that everyone wanted to be a part of. And here, star Aria Notartomaso talks about how she compares to her character. Here we go.
Cynthia's a little bit more reserved. Like she really has a hard time, I think, expressing her feelings, probably because she spends so much time with the T-Birds and like a lot of boys who have sort of been stifled in that way. And I'm the opposite. I could like stub my toe and I'm like crying, and it's just like a part of who I am.
Grease, Rise of the Pink Ladies is airing now on Paramount Plus, by the way. Did you say that was canceled the other day?
I thought it was. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that was the word. But things come back. Like what happened with what was it, SWAT?
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
canceled
demanded
it. 2 days later, brought it back.
back on.
Fickle they are,
All right, and there you go. That's
as
what
Fiona would say.
I have in the entertainment news for you this morning. All right, so a couple things. Kreischer is going to be on the program this morning. Bert Kreischer will be joining us around 9:20, and we're looking forward to talking to him. And we made the announcement that we have re-engaged the President Steve Coolest Teacher Contest. We'll begin that on Wednesday morning. Each morning around 6:15, we're going to draw a different high school. And then students from that school have 24 hours to vote for their coolest teacher of the year. And we'll tell you how to do it. It's easy. We'll send you send in the word teacher to a special text number, and we'll send you a link and all that stuff. The teacher voted the coolest will be announced the next morning. Wins the official Preston Steve Coolest Teacher of the Year coffee mug and a $50 Five Below gift card.
Nice.
We'll start that on Wednesday, and we're looking forward to doing that again. Let us take a break so we can move our morning forward on this Monday. We will return shortly, so hang out with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
93.3 WMMR.
We visited that when we went to England a couple of years ago. The Tower of London's Queen Raven is missing and feared dead, according to the staff at the fortress. So apparently they keep this flock of ravens there. And I remember being there and they're huge. They're these big black birds. I remember seeing them.
Yeah.
I just thought they were... That's why they just kind of, flew in and hung out. But apparently they have a...
They cultivate them.
Yeah, they I was going to say they grow them there.
They grow them there.
But they...
Do you have any of those
raise
crow
them.
seeds?
The tower usually has 6 ravens at any time, and according to legend, if they ever leave, then both the fortress and the kingdom will fall.
Yes.
There are currently 7.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ah!
There are 7 in residence. A spokesman said Marlena's continued absence indicates to us that she may have sadly passed away. So that's Marlena. She is the queen.
It's a matter of great distress for us as Marlene has gone missing. As you know, the legend of the kingdom will fall if we do not have 7 crows present at all times. So it is now that I must inform the matters. Thank you.
So disgusting.
We need a different spokesperson.
Who hired him?
Yeah, time to retire, bro.
It's always some guy with big mutton chops.
Can we get a young guy?
I'm 27. Taking care of these birds will age you.
He added, Marlena was our undisputed ruler of the roost, queen of the Tower Ravens. She will be greatly missed by her fellow ravens, the Raven Master, and all of us here in the Tower community.
But if you know Marlena, you know that's so Raven.
I believe the people that work at the tower, I think they volunteer. I think they, I want to say I remember reading that. It was great. I really enjoyed going
I'm a complete
there.
Anglophile when it comes to this stuff. The royal family, the tower, even watching The Crown is so much fun. Listen, some people don't get it. I love it.
It's a dated concept, but it's pretty cool.
There's nothing wrong with that, and embracing that and keeping that going.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're touristy spots in London that you'd think maybe are a little cheesy or whatever. This was not. I really enjoyed that tour, and I'd go back. And the Crown Jewels are there. It was really cool.
By the way, if you do want to see the Crown Jewels, my only one-time visit there, my recommendation we got as soon as it opened, and it was the first place we went, and there was nobody there. And apparently the line...
You're putting on the crown.
We looked at out in front of where the Crown Jewels are. Is one of those back and forth switchback wait line things, and you could just by walking through that, we're like, okay, this could take forever on a busy day, but we got right in. It was very impressive.
Yeah.
So I thought that was pretty cool. The Raven Master Christopher Scaife said that he would be taking some time to mourn Marlena. Tower staff added that they had no immediate plans to replace her. And Charles is believed to have been the first monarch to officially decree that the birds must be kept at the tower at all times. So one of them's gone. And apparently when numbers fell to just a single Raven Guard, Winston Churchill had ordered that the flock which is known as an unkindness. That's a flock of ravens.
An unkindness.
Yes, was increased to at least 6 in.
We want to increase the flock.
Yes, in 2018, the tower launched.
Get the flock out of here.
A raven breeding program.
Quoting Lethal Weapon 2.
After his story.
Of course.
Yes. What did the shepherd say to the other shepherd?
Winston Churchill was a visionary.
Was
it?
I was in the first one, Winston. I'm sorry. I will have to throw that at you. But anyhow, it was becoming increasingly difficult to source the bird. So, all right. And that's all I have time for, I guess, in my thing that I just did. What was it? The junk drawer.
Whatever that was. And that wraps up tonight's thing that I just said. I'm Tom Brokaw.
It's called the news.
We were talking about checking our mental health earlier.
Yes.
If you've been feeling stressed out, you may want to scream, and you should, as it could help you feel better.
So we had the discussion about primal scream therapy and the song Shout by Tears for Fears. And the jury's still out as to whether or not that was actually a song about primal scream therapy, but it used to be all the rage for a while.
Yes. Avi Klein, a psychotherapist, says, I think every emotion...
You should do it!
we feel... A little reverb on that, please, when if you're going to...
You should do it! It's so therapeutic!
He says, I think every emotion that we feel has a kind of correlating action that goes along with it. It feels really good or even healthy to discharge that emotion. John Norcross is a professor of psychology at the University of Scranton and says that no matter how you vent your feelings out,
Mother, I have a strange discharge.
It's a good way to relieve tension. Can you hit that again, please?
Mother, I have a strange discharge.
Okay. Klein notes that simply screaming won't face your issues.
We can't play the whole one. Can we? I don't know if times have changed.
And you'll still have to face whatever it is that's bothering you and work through it even after taking the edge off.
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute? Jesus. I have a strange discharge.
I'm just clipping the...
Well, yeah, the rest of it tells where the discharge came from.
Yeah.
And that's when Bill gets a little nervous.
It's actually worse this way.
Is it?
I think, but by his reckoning, it would probably be better.
Well, maybe he got let out of the Army and it was strange, and he got a strange discharge, and he wasn't...
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute? I have a strange discharge.
I'm sorry, I was trying to read a book here, but yeah, please tell me about your drippy weenie.
Yes.
Can I finish my steak first?
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute? I have a strange discharge.
Wait, I nailed it so much better. I'll have to edit that down.
I want to hear discharge.
All right.
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute? I have a strange discharge.
There we go. Nailed it.
Nailed it.
And then...
Mother, I have a strange discharge.
What would a normal one be? What would a non-strange discharge be? You know?
Yeah. I have froyo coming out my ass. That's pretty strange, but probably more acceptable.
Casey, there was something you wanted to show us?
Well, I have a couple of things. I have another audio thing, something I had told you about off the air, and then I got this thing that I learned about yesterday. So I want everybody to take your iPhones out real quick and pull up an iTunes.
Now take your tops off.
Pull up an iTunes?
Pull up your iTunes. Pick out any song on your iTunes. I don't care which song it is.
I haven't used iTunes.
I had to delete my iTunes.
No.
Really? Why?
Storage concerns on my phone. I moved it all. Well, we don't need to hear about it on air.
Gotcha.
It's a porn thing.
Yeah, way too much porn on my phone.
Pull up anything you're saying?
Anything, and also take your headphones off real quick. Well, just in a second, you're gonna have to take your headphones off.
Okay. And does it matter what song I choose?
No, it does not matter.
Song?
Whatever song you want to hear.
Well, now I got to go through and find a song I want to hear.
Took the first one that came up.
All right, I got one.
All right, you got one. All right, so take your headphones off.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Now press play on your iTunes and stick the speaker part of your iPhone in your mouth like this.
Okay.
And close your lips over it.
What the hell is going on?
Seriously.
And we're all doing this at the same time?
All do it at the same time. Everybody press play. All right. All the way. No. All right. Now cover your ears. Both your ears.
I refuse to do this.
Well,
you can't hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like bone phones, earphones.
Kathy, why are you not doing it?
It won't fit in my mouth.
Yes, it will. Oh my God, yes, it will.
Say that again, real. Say that again.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. You can hear it a little bit more. I could hear it even without putting my hands over my ears.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So what is if you're driving? Is there a way to listen to it without having the phone in your mouth?
Right. It's like bone induction. Yeah, that's what it's called. Bone induction speakers.
We have a couple of the earphones my wife uses when she swims.
Yeah. Well, how much did those cost? This is for free,
You just
bro.
stick her phone in her mouth and look like an imbecile. You know what? You know how you have that keep warm function on your oven?
Yeah.
Try putting the dinner rolls in your ass.
Kathy, why did you not do it?
As this was all going on, I just hear, because we had to take our headphones off, I just hear Steve go, I refuse to do this.
Yeah. Thanks for playing along, bro.
Well, I couldn't get my Asia song to play, which would have been so cool.
I did do it, Casey.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
Put it in your mouth?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't see it.
I did.
He didn't
Preston.
do it.
All right, here's
I
the
just
thing.
did it.
Try this when you get home, Kathy.
Okay.
Draw a nice bath. Get in it.
Yeah.
Take your electric hair dryer. Dip it in the water. You'll be able to hear Prince.
While it's plugged in.
The speakers have gotten much better on these phones. My son was listening to, I was watching a YouTube video or something like that, and he was in the other room, and I was almost like, turn that damn music down.
I'm trying to listen to my story. On my Stephen King story.
But it's gotten, you remember the old phones, like if you, for some reason, didn't have a Bluetooth speaker or something to hook it into, and you tried valiantly, exactly, to listen to something, it was terrible. It's gotten much better. They're definitely a lot louder.
I'm listening to Pearl Jam. Listen.
It won't fit my mouth.
Yes, it will. Oh, my God, yes, it will.
It won't fit my mouth.
Presley Gerber, the son of supermodel Cindy Crawford, took to Instagram Live in order to clear up his reasons for getting a tattoo on his cheek.
All right, hey guys. I want to let you know I wrote a word on my face.
Which he has received backlash for. And I've not seen it. I've just read this story. That's it. And the only thing I have is a quote from him that says, if I thought it was going to ruin my face, I wouldn't have done it.
Really?
Well, that's how stupid he is. He what is the word that it's one word, and it's
what, the word on his face?
Yeah, do you
misunderstood.
Misunderstood, right. So it's under his eye, high up on his cheek. It's a thin line, but it's still stupid. He's a male model, as is his sister, Kaya Gerber. And I don't know why you would do that.
You're a model.
Yeah.
And you've just
ruined your career.
Ruined exactly your product. Oh, my God.
Now, he has tattoos.
He's got a lot of tattoos.
He has no tattoos on his face.
He's got some on his neck.
Yeah.
All over his hands.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Okay.
Did you see Amber Rose? Amber Rose has a tattoo along the top part of her, highest part of her forehead.
Her hairline?
Yeah. So her head's always shaved, and it's sort of calligraphy. It looks lovely. But what are you going to do with that? I couldn't even read what it said, but it's big.
Okay.
I'm sort of coming around on face tattoos.
You going to get one?
Though. I wouldn't want any of my children to. Listen, if you're... I met these guys at the tattoo convention, right?
They were the coolest guys. They were smoking cigarettes.
They were smoking cigarettes.
And they were wearing leather.
I was like, wow, man, can you blow smoke rings? One guy, and they listen to the show. Their guy's name is Dave.
Yeah.
He's got a... he's got a D that's kind of like tattooed into his beard line.
For Dave?
For Dave. And
I could see why you're coming around.
Listen, he and his buddy, they both like concrete. They're both just big.
They
are like concrete. It's not that they actually like concrete.
I said
they both
They're
like
fans of concrete.
I thought he did.
Various gravel.
What did he say?
Leg.
All right, thanks, Kath. So a couple things over the weekend. Obviously, you had mentioned the Taylor Swift thing, and now she had kind of berated a security guard. That made all the social media posts this weekend.
That was one of the big things.
Yeah. So obviously it was a huge 3-night event at the Link.
Watching the news coverage of it and the people, and we knew this was going to happen, but I didn't realize how insanely populated it would be outside the Link, who did not have tickets.
Yeah.
Who were just hanging out there, listening to the residual reflecting noise and singing along and having a massive sub-concert of their own.
Yeah.
It was incredible.
That was crazy. And I was wondering, I wanted to ask, does that happen like that amount of people for any other show?
No.
I mean, it was a whole other party on the outskirts of the lake.
So
you could have filled a large venue with that flow.
Well,
With
here,
the
here.
overflow.
I got details for you. Marissa found this information. They had prepared for this, and the east side of the field turned into an auxiliary standing room only space for people without a ticket. Tens of thousands
My God.
of thousands of people gathered just to listen to the show away from the stage. People without tickets, tens of thousands.
Can you hear with any decent level?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I've never been outside of the venue for a show.
I mean, they
Marissa.
were all singing along. And
Yeah, I saw a post from somebody who said, I work at Xfinity Live. We sit at Xfinity Live and can hear every concert perfectly, so come and hang out. And so I think that's what happened. I mean, you're right outside the stadium. You guys know how sound travels. It just kind of goes up and out. And so it was just going out through those little cutouts in the stadium, and people were just hanging out.
Yeah, you get some, I mean, it's not going to be optimum audio.
No.
It's going to bounce around and it's going to, it's not going to be nice and crystal clear.
In fact, I had friends who were all the way to like 12th and Mifflin that said that they could hear it. They were sitting on the rooftops and they could hear it crystal clear.
Wow.
You know what, though? That's such a nice atmosphere, though. You know, they couldn't get in. There were so many people who couldn't get tickets. There were people that were scammed out of tickets.
Yeah.
Had to disappoint their kids by telling them they weren't going. But, listen, I know you're not seeing her, but to be out there with that whole group of people, like, that's cool.
Again, never saw anything like. Well, the closest would be Keenan's, our live broadcast.
Yeah, definitely, which is rapidly approaching, less than 2 weeks away now. But I mean, I think it's great for especially the younger fans to if their parents couldn't afford to take out a second mortgage and and buy the tickets for this event, that they were at least there for part of the whole thing. Now, if you were a full-on grown adult down there, I don't know. That's a little much, I think.
Officer.
But whatever. If you're a massive diehard fan, then I guess you do the best you can, and that was good enough.
So they could gain access to that area. Was there any charge they would incur for just going into the park?
I don't think so.
All right,
No
that's
ticket.
cool. I'm glad they did that.
Yeah. So, and apparently, any word that the gathering would be shut down for Saturday and Sunday night show was just a rumor, and the outside crowd grew each night.
So I actually had friends that took their kids down, and so some of them went inside. They had tickets, and people were taking video, posting social media, all of that. So then they sent some of the cool parts, the videos, to the people that took their kids the next night just outside, and they were like, "Hey, when this song plays, play this video so they can see what's happening." Like they were sending videos so they could watch it while they were listening.
Hang on a second here. Becky was one of the people that was in the ticketless area. Hi, Becky. Good morning.
Hi, how are you?
Hey, good. What's up, Becky?
So I was not one of the lucky parents to get a ticket for my daughter. So another mom and I grabbed 4 kids last night and headed over, stood outside, and you could hear everything perfectly. She was
Really?
great.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So my question is, were you, sometimes it might be too much echo. Or you're saying you heard it perfectly clearly.
Oh, yes. When we stood where all the people were, it was a little bit harder. So we walked around, I forget which street it was, where it was more, there's not as many people, and you could hear it perfectly. The girls were singing and dancing and having a good old time.
So, Becky, could you give an estimate to the crowd size where you were on the other side?
We probably, I would say a good 1,000 people. We were scattered. There's people sitting on the fences. There's people sitting in the streets. The cops did have barricades that you could sit up against. So it was very organized and everything. But yeah, I mean, it wasn't being inside, but the 4 girls that I took were excited. And we were actually also able to get merchandise from her merchandise truck.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, we only stood in line for about an hour, and they were all able to get stuff for her from the merch truck, so they were happy about that, too.
Well, that's cool that you did that.
And listen, the fact that there were so many other people there had to make the girls happy they felt like they were there for really a part of something, you know?
Yep, and that's what I said to them. I said, sometimes you don't get what you want, but you make the best of it. And that's what we did. Great time.
Yeah, great lesson. Good for you. That's cool.
Hey, how come parking was free for people who just wanted to go tailgate, but wasn't free for people who went to the show?
No.
Parking was free for everyone?
No, parking, your car wasn't free. It was $35.
Oh, I thought you said if you wanted to go tailgate, you didn't have to pay for parking.
So no.
No, like
Nobody's
the
saying anything about
standing
parking.
area that they had where you could go and listen. You didn't have to. You didn't have to pay there.
If you didn't have a ticket and you just wanted to walk over there and be a part of it, that didn't cost anything.
All right. Somebody texted in that parking was free.
No,
I can't believe that.
I haven't seen anything about that.
Okay.
So
Somebody else also texted in that a dude posted a shot from inside the men's bathroom, and he was the only one in there.
With 70,000 people there. By the way, Blake Lively was there.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Yes.
Well, she's a bestie, you know.
On Friday night, yes. In fact, Taylor told the crowd that she had named the characters in the song Betty after real people in her life. She said, who I love more than anything, and their names are James, Inez, and Betty. And then she looked into the crowd and mouthed, hi, James, and hi, Inez. And they are the oldest daughters of Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds, and they were there with their mom in a VIP tent.
That's
Friday
a
night.
group to hang out with. Ryan Reynolds, Taylor Swift, Blake Lively, Rob McElhenney then as well.
Yep.
The hell?
By the way,
we know Gary Lauer.
The gal who was having the issue with the security.
Right.
Yeah.
Her name, where did I have that info? I had it right here. I have the story right here.
It is Kelly Inglis.
Yeah, I had it.
Yeah. And so she was right. She was right up front. Did you have it as well, Kathy?
No. I'll see if I can
Kelly
find
Inglis,
the name.
and she was apparently a mom, right? And she was right up front against a railing.
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't know exactly what was going on, but we actually have an audio clip for her. Can we play the audio clip?
You gotta wait. Give me 5 seconds.
We're having technical issues.
Yeah.
Well, you're getting those. Apparently, Jennifer Lawrence was there last night, and then Murr from Impractical Jokers was there on Friday night.
Well, how about that?
Yeah.
All right.
But a lot of celebrities coming into town for that.
Yeah. And apparently, Tay-Tay had mentioned, apparently there was an Eagles T-shirt. Not controversy, but nobody understood if it was if it was a Philadelphia Eagles shirt or not.
Yeah, or if it was the band The Eagles.
Yeah, so she had said, I love the band The Eagles, but guys, like, come on. Like, I'm from Philly. Of course it's the team.
There you go.
So I'm sure the crowd went crazy.
Clear it up, yeah.
All right. And then this is the gal, Kelly Inglis, on being harassed by the guard.
Yeah.
All right, here she talks about the incident.
Okay. I was the girl from that Taylor talked to last night. Basically, the guard had been like harassing our group all night just to he just kept telling us not to touch the rail, and like every time we did anything, he was like on top of us. We're dancing, we're having fun, and he didn't like it. And Taylor noticed that I was having fun and that he didn't like it, and she didn't like it.
All right, and then the guard was actually removed. Of his post.
Yeah.
Here we go.
And then he basically got escorted out, and then they offered us free tickets for tonight. It wasn't this big crazy thing. It was just a bunch of girls having a good time, and he didn't want us to have fun.
It's wild that Taylor Swift was able to see them, because that they'd have to have an extraordinarily good seats, I would think, but that she'd be able to pick them out. But in a case like that, we have all those guards. We've all been to shows where the guards get a little maybe overzealous, but then in their defense, a lot of times they have to deal with a lot of crap.
Right.
So I don't know where you find the happy medium, but they actually removed that guard.
Yeah.
Other guards removed that guard.
Yeah. So and that's kind of the viral moment from the weekend.
Oh, it made national news.
The video is all over the place. So
another texter said Keith Urban and Nicole Kidman were there last night.
Wow.
Yeah, the VIP tent. So yeah,
son of a bitch.
A lot of VIPs
all in
this
town. You think they would give us a call?
Not one.
Not one.
No?
Mm-mm. Where was Hasselhoff?
Still, once again,
son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Noticeably absent. But nothing else happened over the weekend, right?
That's it.
Well, the Sixers
Nice.
Oh, okay. We're in denial.
We're going
No one
Texas
wants
party.
to hear it.
I mean, listen.
Casey,
I mean,
did you watch it outside?
I watched. Yeah, of course I did. Because it was beautiful out, and I wanted to be outside and hang outside and just be in the nature and stuff like that.
Be in the nature. All right.
I, going into yesterday's game, had zero hopes of us winning, and but I thought maybe there'd be a little bit of fight. man, did they just roll over and show their belly.
It was the absolute opposite, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I went into a Primo to get my sandwich, and it was on in there.
Yeah.
You would have thought there was like a Teamsters rally going on.
It was
going nuts. They were so furious.
And like I was, the Sunday before, I was kind of losing my temper, and I wasn't really proud of like who I had become during the game. So I really tried to like tamp that down and meter it. And I was cool yesterday. I did end up turning the game off in the middle of with like 2 minutes left in the third quarter. Cause I was like, okay, this game's over. And this team does not command any more of my time. I'm done. And so, but like, it was really hard for me to like, here's the deal. Like I really wanted to just like have outbursts and attack anything and everybody,
Right.
Strike
out
in the team and the organization and whatever. But like the reality is like whatever was happening on that court in Boston yesterday, I couldn't do any of that stuff. You know what I mean? So like I need to give all those players and a little bit more credit than anybody else is really giving them. You're getting blown out in a game 7, a deciding game 7. But regardless, like those are all
they made it to game 7.
Yeah, they made it to game 7. They're playing against the best team in basketball, right? The Boston Celtics are going to win the championship, and if they don't, like I'll be really, really surprised. But it was really, really difficult for me to like.
Compartmentalize.
But I was able to
I have lovely children and a wife who loves me. And my mother just made me banana bread.
It was a nice day.
I want to die.
But it's whatever. That team that we saw on the court yesterday, it made me sad. I wasn't even mad. I was sad because the team that we saw on that court yesterday that's not going to, I don't think we're going to have the same coach. I don't think.
You've been saying that, yeah.
I think maybe one, maybe two of those players in the starting 5 we're going to see on the team next year.
They say the only person that will be around will be Matt Cord.
Yeah. It made me sad. And then angry at a few other people.
They tied it up early in the third. It was at 55-55, and then the Celtics went on some ridiculous run. And the third quarter was the most deflating quarter of basketball I can ever remember. And my son was really depressed yesterday. We had a chance to win the game on home court in Game 6. So I was chatting with Ben about it last night.
Did you give the good dad speech about the wins and losses at that time?
He gave me a good speech.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, and it was nice to hear from Ben that he was over being angry early on, and the question that he posed to me was because 4 or 5 years ago the Sixers lost on that buzzer beater by Kawhi Leonard in Game 7 against the Toronto Raptors, and so Ben was like, I'd rather have last night's loss than a buzzer beater that stabs you in the heart. And I was like, you know what, man? Yeah, and by the end of the third quarter, we knew last night that this was over, that the Celtics were the better team, that their stars showed up and ours didn't. Jason Tatum scored more points in a Game 7 than any other player in NBA history. And they deserved to win last night. The Sixers did not deserve to win that series. So I'll take a blowout loss in Game 7 over a buzzer beater that stabs you in the heart.
Yeah. And also, I'm just going to add this because Brian Colangelo completely ruined this team. So I'm going to say this.
Just throw that out there.
I'm just going to throw this out there. Because,
just as an aside.
Yeah, he's no longer with the organization. Should have never been with the organization. And he completely ruined this team and our chances for a decent future. And so that guy, for what we saw, witnessed last night or yesterday and the year before and the year before that, that is all Brian Colangelo's fault.
Yeah, it's it's funny though. You talk about this, and this is experiencing disappointment, and life lessons that you learn early. I learned early in my life I would not take sports disappointment well, and that I think that in part informed my decision to not be as invested in it down the road because there's it would crush me, and I'm like there was a brief period where I was like really caught up in it, and then I said I just can't physically take this.
Preston, could you imagine tuning into Ted Lasso every week not knowing if it was going to make your week awesome or make your week great or terrible? And that's essentially what it is. And so
something that you love, but you don't know if you're going to be feeling happy or sad. Like with Ted Lasso, you're going to get something good out of it. For
sure. So nothing against the Phillies, right? Because I love the organization, but I'm tapping out from sports until training camp for the Eagles in July. Like I'm done.
Why?
Because it's not worth my mental state.
Okay.
Yeah.
You realize that this is not good for you. This is not Mental health superfood.
The guy that I became last Sunday, that my wife yelled at in the kitchen, rightfully so.
You're scaring the children.
Is not a person I want to be.
Leave. It's like it's a wonderful life.
Yeah.
All right. That's big of you.
Yeah.
Now, what if they all of a sudden start, they go on a tear and they start winning like
Who, the
crazy?
Phillies?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. That's great. I'll see you in September. But like I am,
all right.
It's just not. It's not worth my. It's not worth my mental condition.
Speaking of the Phillies, the lap dancing fan has been identified.
Is she a dancer?
We don't know for sure. Marissa sent me
She's a
this
singer.
article.
No, she was a dancer.
Jinx,
oh my God!
It was an article written by Joe Kinsey, and the woman's name is Adrienne Fabi. And apparently, she was not gyrating on a guy or a stranger. It was her bestie, her best friend. Who she was giving
it was a guy.
a little lap dance to. Well, the person's wearing like a bucket hat, and you never see him.
Okay, I guess I just assumed.
We're looking at it right now. No, it was a girl. In fact, that girl goes by Instagram as Little Baby Scorpio.
Little Baby Scorpio.
That's the one that was receiving the dance. And so apparently
she looked to have
said
chops.
She said she was drunk on her Instagram story, and she had posted that video. All the moms hate me here. So I guess she posted her own video of that.
I guess so, right?
She wrote on Instagram story. So she said, everyone following me because of that video who thinks I was just seducing a man. She put a laughing emoji, and she said, no, just my bestie. So they were having a little bit of fun.
Do you dance like that for your friends, Kathy?
At the Phil's game. Yeah, that's I have no idea if this girl's an exotic dancer or not, but she looks like she could be.
Yeah.
Without question. Stunning, very, very beautiful, amazing body, and definitely not afraid to show it.
It's amazing how sometimes these moments are caught at these events. There was the girl at the Flyers game that caught a whole bunch of attention the one time, and then at the World Cup there was this model who was, it just appeared her earning potential skyrocketed. I remember reading an article about her that she was kind of just getting by, and then after that, just took off. So
yeah, there've been a couple of moments where girls have been highlighted at a sports event, and they just do a zoom in, and all of a sudden it's like, who is that girl?
It happened to Pamela Anderson.
And then
going way back, Pamela Anderson was at a Canadian football game, and just by happenstance, the camera locked on her because they're looking for stuff to please the crowd.
Yeah.
And then somebody from Playboy happened to be there and offered her a deal.
Yeah. I just realized
that never happens to me.
I just realized something.
What?
We're in the city beat.
Oh my God!
Yeah, this is all the stuff going on here.
We've made a terrible mistake.
Yeah.
Living on the city beat and not acknowledging it.
Because
I apologize with all my heart.
I have a couple of other Philly-centric things, or at least Delaware Valley-centric things that are worth mentioning if you guys don't mind.
Please.
So here's an update on some of the things we've come to known as. No. Service areas on the Garden State Parkway.
Okay.
So some of the, just improv that you have been come to known as.
You got your Thomas Edison, your Molly Pitcher, your
Connie Chung.
Your Connie Chung.
Now Connie Chung is coming?
Yeah.
No, she's not coming.
How do you know?
She's breathing
Yeah,
in.
Maury's on top of her.
No, so there's going to be a long distance between stops heading for the Shore Memorial Day weekend as 2 Garden State Parkway service areas will stay closed until summer. The southbound Connie Chung service area.
I didn't know the place where you could service Connie Chung.
I didn't know this either. Formerly known as Brookdale South, and the old Vauxhall, is it Vauxhall service area?
Vauxhall.
Now known as the Whitney Houston service area.
All right.
On the northbound side, closed in spring 2022 for a complete remodeling.
Why did Whitney Houston and Connie Chung get these designations?
Are they from New Jersey?
Connie's not.
Okay.
They both slept with Maury Povich.
Connie's from Washington, D.C.
I didn't do the research on this, Nick. I'm not really sure. She must have done something significant in New Jersey.
Whitney was born in Jersey, so I get that one. I don't get the Connie Chung thing.
There's a Bon Jovi service area, too.
Of course.
Is there?
Yeah.
Yeah, there needs to be. There's got to be a Springsteen somewhere, right?
No.
What?
Has he demurred from that?
Maybe he doesn't, because you have to approve it.
Right.
So, by the way, listen to this. The Connie Chung service area when it's finally open, will include a Chick-fil-A, Burger King, and Starbucks. And at the Whitney Houston, a Shake Shack.
Wow.
Whoa.
Popeyes and Dunkin' will be open there.
That's great.
Those are good ones.
Yeah, well, I mean, there are some that have like Roy Rogers.
I know.
I'm like, why? Nobody even goes
I'm
to Roy
not
Rogers.
angry with Roy Rogers. I'm okay with Roy Rogers.
Yeah, but over
I'm not.
Shake Shack?
Yeah.
Not even close.
I mean, okay, you're okay with. When was the last time you went to a Roy Rogers though?
Years.
Yeah, exactly.
But when I pull into the rest stop, I'm not grabbing a meal. I'm grabbing like a quick snack. I'll grab, so that's my deal.
And
But
Chick-fil-A too, man. That's
yeah. I wonder what the lines will be like at that one.
Right.
At Whitney
Yeah.
Houston?
Yeah.
We're talking about Whitney Houston here, right? She's got the Shake Shack.
And both areas will have new convenience stores too.
I love rest stops. I don't know what it is about them.
I just think of them as so dirty.
I don't like them either. No.
I just think it's
there's
like-
something appealing about it.
They're all like people stopping. Where are you going? Where are you going?
Does it remind you of taking trips with your family when you were younger and stuff? Okay.
Yeah, that's probably a bit of it.
I will say the only one that I am really okay with, although the whole dirty thing is that's just in my mind about all rest stops, but Frank S. Farley, because it just means you're close. You're almost there.
You're getting there.
Well,
yeah.
and that's a lot of it too, Kathy. So I'd go up and down the turnpike when I was working between New York and here, and I had my favorite rest stops to stop at, and it was like, that's it.
I'm almost there.
I'm well on my way.
Kath, have you ever stopped at Frank S. Farley? Have you ever gone to the little farmer's market?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have.
You have?
Yeah, there's even a little park over there.
Yeah.
Do you know that?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a small little walking trail park back off to the side of it. And yeah, the farmer's market, I bought some stuff there.
I don't think I've ever purchased anything, but I did do a quick little walkthrough.
When you're almost to the New York border, heading north on the Garden State Parkway, there's a James Gandolfini service area.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. It needs to be an Owen
He
Wilson.
was on The Sopranos. Is there a Marley and Me rest stop?
All right. So anyhow, they're gonna close Connie Chung and Whitney Houston.
And wait, why are they
can't
closing
close
for
it?
the
them
summer.
up.
I don't know why.
Well, because they're going to give it a facelift. They're going to put new
Oh, they're
things
putting
in there.
the
And
Okay.
I guess that's part of it.
All
All
right.
right.
Entrance with the. I mean, listen. How many rest stops do you? I don't mean to jump in here at the end of the thing, Preston, but how many rest stops along that
The Garden State Parkway?
Garden State Parkway in total?
I don't know.
well, there's
I never really stop them on the Garden
I
State
think they
Parkway.
need to add one or two.
there's one between Atlantic City and Cape May, and it doesn't even have like a.
Oh, yeah.
It's just a Sunoco and like a mini mart.
Yeah.
Go to
kind
hell.
of a pullover area and rest if you need to. By the way, speaking of Cape May, there was the name of the Ocean View service area in Cape May County was originally scheduled to be named after author Toni Morrison.
Wow.
A longtime Princeton professor, and he said no.
She.
She?
It's
Yeah.
not
Oh,
so.
Toni. Okay, she said no.
It's not so far to Steve Morrison.
No.
If you got the plaque half done.
Sure. You could
Right.
just throw that on there.
I didn't realize that she taught at Princeton.
Yeah. Are you familiar with her works? I was not. I mean, I'm not familiar with the name.
Only the name. My my ex was a English major
Speaker.
She did speak good English.
All right. Well, for whatever does not want it to be,
All right,
or
so-
the family doesn't want her to be.
Yeah, she's dead.
She did. She didn't. Maya Angelou was a cage bird.
Yes, I know where the
Okay.
Cage Bird sings.
Okay.
She did, Toni Morrison did Beloved. And,
Yes.
and,
Oh,
yeah.
That's which Oprah was a big Toni Morrison fan.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Toni Morrison's most acclaimed work was Rest Stop.
Rest stop. All right. So speaking of convenience stores, as I mentioned in that story, Wawa is expanding into Kentucky, Indiana, and Ohio.
So how does this hit you as a former Kentuckian?
Wow. I'm happy for the people of Kentucky.
Yes.
That they are going.
That they're getting the Wawa.
That they are going to get the Wawa.
Do you ever feel a little bit, I don't know, like someone
Like
has
it's ours and they're taking it from us a little
Somebody
bit?
has brought another state into the bed.
I know what you mean. No.
Okay.
No. I want people to know the joy of Wawa.
And I'm happy for the
Yeah.
company itself.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
Oh, very much
Yeah.
so.
But I don't want Wawa to get too distracted as to what makes them so great. You know what I
Everything
mean?
here, yeah.
Yeah, and I
Stay
think
on target.
stay on target.
Stay on target.
Because there are other
on target.
There are other chains out there that as they have gotten more and more popular and have opened more and more locations, I feel like the quality has gone down.
Yep.
That has not been the case with Wawa lately. And Preston, they have an amazing Cuban sandwich at Wawa.
No kidding.
Yes.
I will have to try.
I think
it's
I saw
a
over the
Cuban panini.
I think I saw over the weekend that Wawa's also just announced an expansion into North Carolina. Yeah,
it's possible.
I know that I saw it over the weekend. I don't know if there's any legitimacy.
Let me
to
tell
it.
you, if you're driving across multiple states and you have a place that's sort of pre-vetted, you know Wawa, you know the quality is going to be.
Yeah.
I like that idea.
Groundbreaking first store in North Carolina today. This is on Wawa's Twitter account. Can't wait to serve Kill Devil Hills community in spring 2024.
By the way, Casey, I remembered I have had their Cuban panini, and it's really, really good.
It is. Now,
they get the job done.
There's another thing. So we have a friend named Lori Bruce, who is,
Yes.
one of the higher ups over at Wawa. Lori, I need you to call me because my buddy Chuck has a great idea for Wawa into the future, and he just wants a little piece. That's it.
He just wants a little piece.
He's going to give you the idea, which I think is a brilliant, great idea. And,
a future Wawa.
Yes. And
would it provide charging stations for space vehicles?
I cannot confirm nor deny
all right.
your question.
Okay.
But it is, I'm telling you, when Chuck told me this, I was like, it's actually a pretty good idea.
This is a location or a
It's just,
food?
it is
a thought.
a thought.
Gotcha.
It is a thought,
Be more good.
right?
Don't be bad.
Be good.
Be more good.
No. Don't be good. Be more good.
Be more good than good.
Be less bad.
Well, we'll
more
bring
good.
that up in our next
Yeah,
stockholders meeting.
Somebody write that down.
So yes, the convenience store chain announced plans to move into new markets and bring its unique offer and experience to more communities. By the way, interesting bit of history
of TID
about Wawa.
Yeah,
this is a bit of TID for you.
Okay.
So Wawa Incorporated began in 1803. Do you guys know what their initial industry was?
So Wawa began in 1803.
Yeah.
I'm going to guess, but you seem surprised, so it wouldn't be linear. But the thing that comes to mind is dairy farming.
Dairy, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
No, they began as an iron foundry in New Jersey.
Iron foundry.
Iron, yes.
Do you sell iron?
Wawa began in New Jersey?
Yeah. So here's the deal with that. So by the end of the 19th century, owner George Wood,
yes,
who eventually begat Dick Wood,
right?
Remember, there was a Dick Wood,
and then Hard Vaney,
took an interest in dairy farming, and the family began a small processing plant in Wawa, PA, in 1902.
There you. I didn't even know there was a Wawa,
So
PA.
nearly 100 years after the iron foundry, they
That's
started
amazing.
to get into the dairy world. I did not know that. The milk business was a huge success, but as home delivery of milk declined in the early 1960s, Graham Wood, George's grandson, opened the first Wawa food market in 1964 in Pennsylvania as an outlet for dairy products.
McDade Boulevard and Folsom.
Number one, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the family's success began in iron, and then they moved to the town of Wawa, and then the dairy of Wawa.
Yeah, but it says, so I don't know what its name was, Nick. It says Wawa Incorporated began in 1803 as an iron foundry in New Jersey. So I don't know if...
First name was Uncle Flappy Sludge Hut.
I don't know if they had the name Wawa from the beginning or not, and then they moved to that area in Pennsylvania and named it Wawa. I do not know.
I am amazed. I know that I should not be this stunned or find this fascinating, but I do, that there is a town called Wawa.
Like, you didn't know that already? We've talked about this 100 times.
I know. I did not know that.
Yeah.
I blocked it out because apparently I was traumatized by something.
The dairy farm. I mean, my parents used to live in Wawa. They were on like some of the Wood family estate, and it was like their first place, a little tiny little apartment out of college. But it was right near, they could walk to the dairy building, and that's been around, Preston, since 1903? Is that what you said?
Yeah, 1903.
Okay.
Or 1902. Yeah.
Which is a year earlier.
That is a year earlier. So I guess it was 99 years after the foundry.
And the bitch ain't one.
Was founded. Could you say the foundry was founded?
The foundry was founded.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mark wants to chime in about Wawa. Hey, Mark, morning.
Morning, guys. Morning.
What's up, buddy?
I don't know if you guys noticed this, but something new. Literally in Fairless Hills, PA, you get off the exit there and you drive up the road about a half a mile. There's a Wawa drive-through.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, there's one in New Jersey as well.
Yeah, we reported when they opened that one in Fairless Hills.
Did we?
A Wawa drive-through.
Okay.
Yeah, yes, actually, that's right. Do they have outside seating as well there, Mark?
Yeah, so the funny part about it is they literally have a full-blown Wawa with a gas station, and next to it is Starbucks size Wawa drive-through, and it's sort of kind of mind-blowing, but it actually very, very efficient.
They have the full menu available at that drive-through? Okay.
Yeah.
Mark, where is it on South Olds Boulevard? Is that where it is?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Tucked away in that little shopping plaza area.
Okay.
New little area there.
I'm a fan of the drive-through.
Yeah.
But I actually.
Thanks, Mark.
With Wawa, I like going in and seeing my friends.
Yeah. No. Well, I mean, just as a guy who has been come to known as a Swiss Farms guy.
Yeah.
Swiss Farms is a Delco staple. They tried it in other surrounding areas. I believe they tried it in New Jersey, and it just didn't work.
They were crushed.
But as somebody with 3 little kids, having a drive-through convenience store was, oh my God, it was so important because getting 3 kids in and out of their car seats and all that just to
Yeah, if you just had to run in for a minute,
a
right?
gallon of milk or whatever.
Yeah. That's a pain in the ass.
Isn't the thing to do is you let them stay in the car and play with the steering wheel?
Yes. Yeah. Hey, don't touch these little pedals down here.
You know what? This is completely off topic, but you know what I used to love? Being able to do what you can't do on cars. I was thinking about this the other day, but you can't do it anymore. Before push buttons and screens and so on in your vehicle is when your friend would get out of their own car and you would do things like turn the blinker on, crank the radio up to 10,
yeah, that was great.
Turn the heat all the way on.
Yeah.
And then when they would start the car, everything would come on at the same time. Turn the windshield wipers on.
Everything.
You can still do that stuff.
It was the greatest.
I don't think not quite the same because once they turn it off, it disengages that stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but and I have a newer car. My windshield wipers, it's a knob. Like you could turn the.
What about the stereo? That was the funniest
stereo. You could
part.
turn all the way up.
You could?
Really?
Yeah.
Mine comes up at at a moderate level.
Well, mine is once it's off, you can turn the knob all you want. It won't do anything. When you start it, it goes back to where you initially turn it. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, you're right.
But you used to be able to turn it all the way up, flip on the everything, and then when they would start it, it would all engage. I missed that.
I missed that. What I'd love to do now, though, Preston, is that you lock the steering wheel, you have the accelerator kick in at full speed and make the doors lock.
That's good.
And then it's just hilarious.
The look on their face.
I do like to when you're in the middle of summer turning the heated seats on for the other person.
That's fun too.
Funny.
Right.
That's fun too.
Little jokes you can play on people you don't like.
All right, listen, it is about 7:55, so we got. I have other things from City Beat, but we don't have time to get to them.
City Beat. Now it's too late.
All right, so anyhow, thank you for tuning in to what's going on in our world in Philadelphia. We do need to take a break because we got some bizarre file stories to share with you. And remember, we made an announcement. Preston and Steve's Coolest Teacher is going to start on Wednesday morning. If you need the details, we'll get to them in a little bit. We'll break in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Love it. No. Yeah. No.
Metamorphic and sedimentary and it's okay. So
What does that have to do with it anyway?
Because listen, they lay concrete for a living. What the hell does it matter if they, they face tattoos or whatever? They're not your lawyer. They're not a judge on the bench or where somebody that you would not want to have face tattoos.
If someone wants to do it, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
In this case, we're questioning a male model whose livelihood depends on his looks getting a word tattooed on his face that will always have to be attended to whenever he does something.
Sure, but he already has tattoos on his neck as well. I mean, so clearly it's not that big of a deal.
Here's an argument for you for why it's a bad idea, okay?
Yeah.
So in human interaction, and when you start to meet someone for the first time, whatever the scenario may be, you engage in eye contact and facial reading of emotions and things like that.
Yeah.
If you have stuff written or placed on your face, it's a distraction from that. And I think it's a lack of being able to communicate effectively.
But what about like a giant mole on somebody's face? You going to tell them to get that removed because it's distracting?
If possible, yes.
Yes.
Very distracting when we talk to you.
Yes.
Can you get that removed?
I have a Facebook page.
And take your friend with the face tattoo.
You don't like
There's a great line from Uncle Buck where he goes, why don't you go down to the sump dump and have a rat gnaw that thing off your face? A woman's got a big mole on her face.
Mole.
Mole. So Here we are, Valentine's Day. You can feel the love in the air. Hopefully you have someone in your life today. If not, that's okay too.
Yes.
But we love you. Remember that.
Yes.
Just not in that way.
No, but we can for the right amount of money.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? We had a nice discussion last week about first kisses and how well we remember them and how important they are in your life.
Yeah.
And
you had a great one?
Yeah, I had a wonderful
I had a great one?
Yeah. And now, some people don't have great first kisses. In fact, some of them can be disastrous.
I would say whoever kissed Harvey Weinstein.
Probably a disastrous first kiss. Yeah.
And I said mine. I was really, really nervous. And then after I did it, I was like, what the hell was I so nervous about? That was not a big deal.
Yeah. It does happen, but and maybe that's part of the reason why some people wait so long to have their first kiss, the nervousness or the fear that it's going to go bad, or I don't know. So we started talking about it, and we got responses from people, from adults who have never kissed anyone in their lives. And we said, you know what, we could maybe have a couple people come in, and we can get that first kiss out of the way. Casey, give me some light love music here as we
Five-finger death punch.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it, though? No, there you go. That's perfect. We're going to meet our contestants, find out what they're all about, or who they are and what they're all about. Let's start with a phone call that we received when we initially talked about this on the air. This is Sophie who is here this morning. Hey, Sophie, how you doing?
I'm good.
So you gave us a call, and we had, we were just asking who hadn't ever kissed anybody who happens to be an adult. How old are you, by the way?
I'm 21.
You're 21 years old. All right. And so I assume you've never had a boyfriend then if you've never kissed anybody?
No.
Really? And why do you think that is? Why? Because, you're cute. And
you are.
Yeah.
You're adorable. Yeah.
I probably just kind of thought like, oh, I'll get around to it later. And then in high school, I was like, oh, I'm going to get around to it later. In college, get around to it later. And
are you a serious student by any chance?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's very time consuming, and sometimes it gets away from you.
Yeah, I'm looking at you, and I couldn't help but sort of feel like this is by your choice, because I feel like at any point, at any time, like you could
You're
probably.
pretty. She's pretty. That's why I say it's not like we have some hideous people in the studio. She's very pretty.
Yeah, it's mostly just busy with school. I don't really have time to do anything.
And then Preston had put out the suggestion when we were talking, and initially when we had that whole conversation, for a lot of people, it is exactly that. Life gets in the way, and you don't have time to do that. So, but it's you didn't impress us as someone who was like, oh my God, this is a disaster. It's like, when it happens, it happens. So, and it's going to happen.
Have you been longing for it, though? Have you been curious about it?
Yeah, on and off.
Yeah.
Like, I'll go through times and be like, maybe soon, and then I'll be like, nah, I'm busy.
Okay. What about nervousness? Does that play into it at all?
A little bit. Like, after partway through high school, you're just kind of like, okay, like...
When you hang with your friends, are your friends in a similar situation, or do they have relationships and boyfriends and whatever, girlfriends?
They do.
Okay, all right.
So, like I knew somebody who was with a girl who she had kissed people, but she wasn't very well versed in other things, right? And that ended up no, all of it, Steve. I mean, hand, oral, all that sort of stuff. But she was a little bit older, and it really it played a part in all of that sort of, because she was second guessing everything, and she was nervous. She wasn't doing it right, and all that sort of stuff. So I'm sure at a certain point for you, you're like, oh man, I'm well behind the curve here. It's like going into a test that you haven't studied for.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
But I figured, get it out of the way. Gotta do it at some point.
Yes, because that's it. Honestly, a lot of it is what you think it is. It's like flying a plane. You could probably fly most major airliners without much coach, right, Preston?
Right, sure.
You've seen movies.
Yeah.
You pull back on the throttle, and there's a couple of dials there.
You just got to go for it.
Practically flies
You could practically fly it. John Travolta told us that, Gabby.
Where do you go to school, by the way, Sophie?
Temple.
You go to Temple, and what are you studying?
Physics.
Oh, you are a very serious person. Okay,
Yeah.
All right, excellent. Well, thank you for sharing your story, and then we're going to meet Brandon, everybody. Brandon, how you doing, man?
Good. How are you?
Good. Brandon came dressed for love in his Iron Maiden T-shirt this morning.
Hey, listen, I think it's a perfect match.
Yeah.
What we're about to
yeah,
do.
you're right. You're right. Who he gets to kiss in just a little bit. How old are you, Brandon?
20 years old.
You're 20 years old. And what do you do? Are you a student as well, or are you a worker?
I went to a vocational school.
Okay.
And took up electric. And I started working my 11th grade summer, and then worked all the way through 12th grade, and then worked in an electric company for like 2-3 years.
So you've been busy.
Yeah.
You got into your career, and that's obviously consumed. Because again, you're a nice-looking guy. You're conversive. We were talking before we came on the air. It's not like you're seriously awkward.
Steve, look how adorable he is.
I want to tweak your. I mean, cheeks like nobody's business.
Look at how
it wouldn't be the first time.
Look at how kind his eyes are. And Kath, look
Casey's
at.
really looking into this.
I know. I'm looking at him, and you look like you're a gentle soul. Have you ever lashed out in anger ever in your entire life?
Have you ever killed a kitten?
Have you ever killed a kitten?
I mean, I used to work in construction, so there has been times where you get like
angry.
Yeah, exactly.
It's normal.
Yeah,
but I mean, so you probably channel out your angst through the music you listen to, right?
Exactly.
All right. But I mean, you're. I think in both these cases, both of you just have had very active lives. You've been distracted by that. Do you feel that there's, as Casey described it, you're behind the curve, or do you take Sophie's angle on it that it'll happen when it happens?
Kind of mixture of both.
Okay.
To be honest with you.
All right.
Are you? I asked this, and seriously. So, are you a little embarrassed about the fact that you haven't kissed anybody until?
I'll be honest. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about you, Sophie?
Not really.
No, she doesn't care.
She's a physicist, for Christ's sake.
I know. Well, listen, I totally understand that. I remember at the time when I was younger than you were, but I remember I felt behind the curve because other people had kissed and I had not done it.
The truth of the matter, Preston, as we discuss this, you're one of many, many people who think they're the only one.
Oh, yeah.
And the truth of the matter is you're not.
No, you're in plenty of company.
Yeah.
All right, so here's my question for both of you guys, because and I'm a little nervous now because I have.
You're gonna have to kiss me.
No, Steve. I have 2 kids in 7th and 8th grade, and it's like almost this rite of passage around that time where you have kissing parties. I mean, essentially, kids design ways and reasons to like practice this stuff on each other, whether it be through spin the bottle or truth or dare or whatever it is. How did all of that time elude both of you guys?
Well, we go one at a time. Sophie, go ahead.
I guess I just got really lucky during Truth or Dare. Like
You won every goddamn game.
Yeah,
that's
much.
it. Yeah.
Oh my God, you're so adorable.
Yes, you are.
How about you, Brandon?
I've been to a ton of parties, and there's never been any like spin the bottle or any games like that.
Not on the construction sites?
No.
No spin the bottle? No spin the rivet?
You act like everybody played that. I never played those games.
No?
No.
No?
No, to be honest, there were very few of those when I was growing up. Kathy, I'm sure you and I both did the same thing. We went to physics parties.
I didn't fit in there either.
All right, well, you know what? I think we need to get ourselves prepared for this. We've met them. We found out their stories, and now we got to get them in the proper shape.
Yeah, training is everything.
Yeah, so
as with anything that you want to be good at, you've got to practice.
Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to, so they're not going into this completely cold.
No.
We brought in some CPR dummies, which is, basically it's a torso with a really weird looking face on it. They're both male. I thought we were going to get a male and female, but I guess we got to do what we
are gender fluid, Preston. It's about time you get woke.
Hold up, Marissa, where are those wigs? We have a wig.
Oh, we have a wig to put on
We
one?
have 2 blonde wigs.
Okay, all right.
So
we can just put one on one. Let's go with Sophie first. All right, Sophie, we have Joe. You can leave your headphones on.
Yeah.
Who's going to hold up the dummy? Wow, this is really setting the mood
right,
here.
if
you know what? Can we have some romantic music from Josh and Haley while we're doing this? So I think maybe that'll make you feel a little bit better. All right, so you're going to put.
Can we get a profile on this? By the way, there we go.
There you
Thank
go,
you
Joe.
so much.
Okay, so put your hands up around his neck, Sophie.
Yeah.
And you also have to lean your head one way. So that's perfect. She's leaning it to the right. And go in and just give a nice kiss, nice easy kiss.
Aw. She's awesome.
Yes.
says.
How did she do?
She did great.
How is Sophie? You're awesome.
Yeah, her approach was perfect. Her head tilt was perfect.
You're adorable. And you know physics.
The pressure that she applied to the dummy was perfect.
The one thing that I saw, duration was too short.
Oh, okay.
Well,
so
it was
if
a
you're going
dummy.
for the kiss, it's not going to be quick. You need to let it
Preston,
linger just a little bit.
It's an eraser she's kissing.
That's true.
The
That's
next
true.
thing that she kisses will be kissing back.
Yeah,
But I do want her to be ready. So one more time, but just a smidge longer, okay? So she's leaning in, hands on. There you go. She's got a hand. That's better.
Yeah.
All right. Well
Is
done.
that better? Is she leaning her head the right way?
She was.
Okay.
And she put her hand on his cheek, too,
Oh,
which
yeah.
is,
And
very
tender.
sensual.
Yeah.
This is an unresponsive doll that she's kissing, so obviously it's the head tilt's not there. But bravo, well done.
Well done.
Thank you.
Okay, now let's try Brandon. Brandon, first stick your first two fingers in her mouth.
All right, yeah. To the side. To the side. Can we get a profile on it? Guys, can we turn profile, please?
All right,
Thank
there you go. All right, hands on her hips, or its hips, and then, okay. He turned his head. He gave that was not bad.
So
a little softer.
What do you want to say to this lifeless piece of plastic?
I love you. All right, so it looks like Brandon's gonna turn his head to the left, which was the opposite of Sophia. So try that one more time, sir. Let's see you do it again. Yeah, same way. However you're comfortable. Okay, he got it done.
Do you like? I think.
I don't know.
Here's what I would say. I think he rushed in towards the head a little too fast. I think your approach needs to be a little slower, a little more gentle. And it's going to be a human the next time around, so it'll be a slightly different approach.
Nick,
she's going to give you a bit of guidance, but just come in a little more slowly in your approach.
Nick, I think I can. So you're leaning in, and she's going to speak to you. Okay, start to lean in as you're going to kiss. All right, and she's going to speak to you.
Are you turned on?
Okay, that was Nell, Jodie Foster, who's very attractive.
I love how you guys are so delicate with Sophie, but not with him.
No, by the way, his first kiss was absolutely fine. Just a little bit more, because I think I hate to say this, and this is probably a dumb thing to say, when you're leading in on the kiss, the onus is on you to just be a little bit more,
tender.
Yeah, I know. Listen,
tender. Because you're genuinely a nice, gentle guy, and I think you can rock a kiss.
And in this social climate that we live in today, I'm looking. It looked like the mannequin didn't want that kiss. You know what I mean?
I was reading it completely.
You were
Look
reading
at
it
the
differently?
mannequin's eyes are completely closed, and then
Alrighty. We're going to get the B-Files brought to you by Protein Collision, your certified collision repair center. If you get into an accident, Protein Collision is there for you and all your auto body repair needs. Let's begin with this. Police in Louisiana are investigating a suspicious death after a body was found in an Arby's freezer on Thursday morning.
They've got the beef.
The victim whose identity has not been released was an employee of the restaurant.
Oh, man.
An employee discovered the body of a female deceased inside the cooler. Foul play is not suspected, and so far the death appears to be an accident.
Those things, they don't have them that they lock.
I don't think so.
Where you get
have
caught
that inside there. I know.
So what happened?
You see those in movies, where they lock people in the walk-ins, and now it has happened before,
Right, but I think since over time they've sort of moved those out. That style of door lock, you would have to have some sort of emergency way to get out of a freezer.
Yeah. So I don't really know, but an autopsy will be performed to determine the woman's cause of death. So pretty wild.
Sucks.
All right, here's a story out of Scotland. A man whose dog bit a police officer in the testicles has been fined $300.
$150 for each nut.
Ridwan Islam's 3-year-old Caucasian Shepherd chewed on Officer Andy Brand's groin.
Well, you said, so the dog chewed, not just bit?
Well, it's how they wrote it in the story.
Those
here.
are two different things.
It's out of Scotland. Maybe it's a Scottish thing.
So where we say?
I'm not really sure.
We were in, you bet your balls, you're getting chewed. Same thing.
The officer heard.
Ask my wife, she'll tell you.
So the court heard that the 33-year-old was talking with a man about the dog, and then the officer then approached Islam to speak with him, and without prompt or warning, the dog, who Islam was in control of and holding on to its lead at the time, lashed out. The dog lunged at the officer biting him in the groin, causing 2 cuts.
Wow. May I pet your dog? Does it bite your balls?
Islam was cautioned and charged by the officers before replying, "I'm sorry." The dog was seized and put into kennels while the officer was taken to the hospital.
So sorry, bit your balls and all.
He was given a tetanus injection with antibiotics. Islam pled guilty to being the owner of the dog, which was dangerously out of control. His lawyer asked the court not to destroy the dog, which would be housed with Islam's brother.
I have to ask, was this a kilt situation?
They didn't say.
Being Scotland?
I don't think the police officers were walking around in kilts, but
yeah.
So they made an order for the dog to receive treatment at a vet for her groin and joint issues, which I don't know what the story is with that. But the dog will also be muzzled and kept on a lead with a length of 6 feet. The dog will not be destroyed.
Oh, good.
Yeah. An 8-year-old girl, listen to this. An 8-year-old girl fought off her would-be kidnapper Wednesday, and then her older brother shot the suspect with a slingshot.
It's an amazing story.
Michigan State Police were called Wednesday to a home for a report of an attempted child abduction. According to their preliminary investigation, a 7-year-old girl was hunting for mushrooms in her home's backyard when an unknown man came out of the woods and tried to kidnap her.
Wow.
The man held the girl's mouth shut, and a struggle ensued. The girl managed to break free. The 7-year-old girl managed, or an 8-year-old girl managed to break free. Her 13-year-old brother saw the incident in the backyard and shot the suspect in the head and chest with a slingshot.
That's awesome.
After police broadcast a description of the suspect, one of the girl's family members saw a man who matched it running from the area. Troopers canvassed the area and found the suspect hiding in a nearby gas station. After he was arrested, police identified the suspect as a 17-year-old. Investigators said the suspect displayed signs of injuries on his head and chest where he was struck by slingshot projectiles. And the police said that helped them identify the guy.
It's
because
terrific.
he had the wounds.
I used to have that. You know those wrist rockets, those whammo slingshots?
Yeah. During questioning, the suspect told police that he planned to severely beat the girl. Police took the suspect to the county jail to await charges, and he was arraigned on charges of attempted kidnapping and attempted assault.
When does a lone guy walk out of the woods and ever hand you a check for $1,000?
It just never happens.
It's always bad.
All right, here's a great story. Footage of a plump snapping turtle relaxing along a Chicago waterway has gone viral after the man who filmed the well-fed reptile marveled at its size and nicknamed it Chonkosaurus.
It's a big sucker. Did you see the picture?
It's huge.
Yeah.
Joey's
a snapping turtle.
Joey Centauri was kayaking with a friend along the Chicago River last weekend.
That's
when they
kayaking,
spotted, the large snapping turtle sitting atop a large chain draped over what appeared to be rotting logs. He posted a video of the turtle on Twitter, labeling it the Chicago River Snapper, a.k.a. Chonkosaurus. In the video, Centauri can be heard sounding stunned by the size of the turtle, which was displaying folds of flesh extending well beyond its shell. That's the thing. It's just, it's not just a large, it's like a big fat turtle.
Yeah.
Chris
It's
Anker,
like the kind of turtle that would shop at Walmart.
the chief wildlife biologist with Forest Preserves of Cook County, said that the snapping turtle Centauri filmed is quite rare considering its apparent size. He said it's also unusual for the reptiles to be seen basking along rivers, but it probably recently emerged from hibernation. He said, "My guess is that the animal had crawled out of the river to try and gather as much heat as it could in the sunshine." While it's difficult to determine exactly how large the turtle is from the video alone, Anchor called it a very large individual, and he noted that snapping turtles are not picky eaters. He said, "Turtles this big will consume anything they can get their mouths around. Anyone encountering a snapping turtle should not disturb it or try to catch it."
Yeah, years ago, Preston, my dad went out to visit him in Texas. They had a pond in the place he was staying, and a snapping turtle had made its way into it. And then they started to find, after that, headless ducks.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they'll go after anything and everything.
Headless ducks.
Yeah, they're pretty wild. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, we're welcoming a guest. There is an event that I've been a part of for the past several years, and it is on the way at Lincoln Financial Field on June 25th. Yes, so this will be a chance for you to be at the link and the inner workings of it all and working all in and out. It's really cool. And it is the Take Steps event with the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. Please welcome Dr. Robert Frankel. this morning to the show. How you doing, Doc?
I'm good. Thanks for having me. It's
Nice to
follow
have
the,
you.
Bizarro Files.
Very good.
And, your listeners don't know I can see the picture of that snapping turtle, and I'm terrified.
And so you should be. That thing's monstrous. Nice. Doc, real quick, tell us just a little bit about you and your qualifications and your work in the world of Crohn's and colitis.
Yeah, sure. My name is Rob Frankel. I'm a gastroenterologist out in the Philadelphia area. I work in the western suburbs. I do typical gastroenterologist things, seeing patients with various GI disorders, but my main interest is inflammatory bowel disease, which is what we are focusing on today with the Take Steps initiative.
Yeah.
Very common, correct?
Yeah, it's there's varying estimates, but it's as high as 1% of the population in this country. So we're talking about, I don't know about you guys. I have about 1,000 Facebook friends, maybe 3 or 4 of them I actually keep in touch with.
Yeah.
But if you look at statistically, 10 of those people have inflammatory bowel disease, and
right.
A lot of people don't talk about their GI disorder, so a lot of people suffer with this condition in silence.
Yeah, and in extreme pain. I mean, these are. If you've ever had bowel issues before, just a little thing every now and then, you know how uncomfortable and sometimes flat out excruciating painful that it can be. And this is, Crohn's, which my youngest has. And we used to have an intern here with ulcerative colitis, had to get a major portion of her innards removed because of that. I mean, sometimes it gets to that level.
Yeah, I mean, it's a whole spectrum. I mean, some people have mild, symptoms, but a lot of people have severe symptoms. And, back when I started practicing, I'm a younger doctor. So, I'm fortunate enough that we've had a lot of research recently where there's a lot of new medications available. But back in the day, you didn't really have too much available. So people would suffer with this. And people still do, even with the advances in technology. But we're getting, closer to finding medications that treat people pretty well and hopefully ultimately getting to a cure.
It seems like there have been a number of advancements that allow, because I remember years ago, it was like, well, you're just going to have to suffer with it. But it seems like there are more and more people who are living their lives productively and can manage it. So that's something I think a lot of people maybe don't keep up on the science as much and don't realize there might be opportunities for them now.
Yeah, there's so many commercials on TV these days. All of us, watching, the Sixers lose, and during those commercials, we're crying, out in the, in another room, or going to the kitchen to get a drink. But there's lots of commercials that are on for various medications. I mean, it's overwhelming, and it's, there's medications for this and that and the other thing, but there's a number of medications for inflammatory bowel disease they talk about, and there's a lot out there these days. There's still more to come, but like I said, when I started training, we only had a few medications. Now we got a number. When I have to offer things to patients now, I can say, here's 7 different medications we can use, whereas, years past, it was only just 1 or 2.
Cool. By the way, this event, even though it's about a serious subject, the people involved have a lot of fun. There's a lot of poop references at this event, for sure. There's a lot of teams that walk in the Take Steps walk that have excrement themed team names.
Why not?
I can't even say the name of my favorite one because it flat out uses a curse word, but I will paraphrase it, called the Crappy Beatles.
Okay.
But they use the SH, and it's hilarious.
Right.
And they all wear these Beatle-themed T-shirts.
Yes.
And I love it every year when I get to announce what they rose. By the way, speaking of poop, which is a big part of this, fecal transplants. That's become, I've seen some articles recently about that becoming a really viable option for people.
Yeah,
in some regards.
That's a tricky situation. It's only approved. Actually, there's no FDA approval for any reason.
Maybe I was reading that they're getting closer to that.
It's a complicated question.
Maybe you read that it's a great prank.
That too.
It is, yes.
Yes.
It's definitely approved for people who have issues with C. diff infections, which can impact people with inflammatory bowel disease. It's not yet been shown to have great efficacy so far. I mean, they're in preliminary studies with it. They're looking to, see if they can manipulate the good and bad bacteria in the gut to see if that can help sort of calm down the inflammation.
By the way, Steve, as a prank, we've secretly replaced Steve Morrison's poop with Preston's poop, with Kathy's poop.
How we even got it, I don't know.
Well, listen. So the event is on June 25th, and there's a team WMMR, and we're called the Shart Breakers.
Yes.
Love it. Thank you very much. Which we came up with that name last year, and you can get on board. We'll have information at WMMR.com. But this is a huge event, and this takes place. You're part of the national and local chapters of the CCF, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so these events take place nationally, but the Philadelphia one is a huge one.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that because we sort of have the proud distinction of being the biggest Take Steps walk in the country. We raised the most money of any Take Steps walk in the country, and we're beating out Boston. At least we beat them in something.
Yeah.
We can't beat them in anything else except the Super Bowl in 2017.
Yes, right.
New York and all the way across to the West Coast. There's tons of these events throughout the country, and it's great that we have such support throughout. But we are proud to have the distinction of being the best one, I like to say.
No, it's cool. Having it at the sports complex at the Link is amazing. I mean, it's cool to walk around that.
It's great. We're hoping to have, if you are on one of the top fundraising teams, you get to go back to see the locker room. You get to take pictures at Jalen Hurts' locker. You get to take a picture with the Lombardi Trophy.
Nice.
From 2017. We were hoping to have a second one this year. Unfortunately, we don't have that. You get to meet Swoop will be there. There'll be cheerleaders there. 3 bands will be around the concourse. You get to walk around and listen to various music along the way. There's vendors everywhere, free handouts. I mean, it's a huge event.
There's usually a bunch of superheroes there too, and magicians and people doing stuff like that.
You got it. We find any way to entertain people.
Yeah,
So
and that's cool. So they position these bands so as you're walking around the concourse, you get live music. At different stages, and they have some really great musical groups that are there.
Well, you do it right. I mean, anyone that's going to work, you got to give people a good time. So you have a good time. It's a nice. It's something you're doing good work for people who are dealing with this issue, and everyone wins.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, this is a celebration of people and their strength and resilience. I mean, as Preston said, this could be a debilitating problem for people. And, it's the patients are there, the doctors are there, the family is there. People from industry are there who help, supply the medications and free samples when we need them. Yeah. I mean, we're all coming together to support a good cause and just celebrate, people, surviving this, getting through this, and
they are
showing their strength.
Awesome.
Dr. Frankel, what do you recommend people do? I know we're going to have this on WMMR.com, but is there a CCF website that people can check out?
Yeah, the name of the website's a little bit long, so the way I actually access the Take Steps website is just to go to Google and type in Take Steps for Crohn's and colitis, and that'll take you to the main page for the Take Steps walk, and you can find the Philadelphia walk on that website.
Yeah, you could probably even type in Take Steps Philadelphia and get a quick shortcut to that. But we'll post that information.
Post it on our site
at WMMR.com. Excellent. Well, thank you, Doctor.
Thanks for having me.
Appreciate all you do. I will see you there on the 25th. Always a great event.
Look forward to it.
All right, thank you. Dr. Robert Frankel and the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation Philadelphia Take Steps walk is taking place on June 25th. So get signed up. Join Team WMMR. Join me as we're out walking on that day because it's a great event. We're going to take a break and we'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
But the second your lips touch the other lips, then you softly close your eyes. Otherwise, you're going to headbutt your partner.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you don't have to get up on the turnbuckle and jump on them.
Yeah.
When you're close enough and you know your lips are going to touch, that's when you can close it.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go one more time.
One more time, Brandon, if you wouldn't mind, please.
Right,
Eyes closed, lean in. Nice. Better. I'm glad we did that.
Yeah.
Damn good.
Well done. Okay, and we're getting this wonderful romantic music from Josh and Haley here. Okay, so I think we're set with the practice. We've got that out of the way. Now we
Both
need
our
to...
CPR dummies just secured lawyers, Preston.
Oh dear Lord. All right, well, now we need to freshen. Now we need to make sure that we're ready.
Right.
So we have a variety of oral products here to make sure that the mouth is fresh.
Yes.
And set and pleasant for everyone.
For the person, and this is good advice for anyone this weekend or today, and in general, when you're with someone, you want to make sure that they know that you cared enough to make sure your breath is fresh.
Yeah. So we're going to start with a little antiseptic generic CVS mouthwash here.
Oh, yeah.
Which is...
Only the good stuff.
Smells lovely. I'm going to give you guys...
It's just as good as Listerine. It's the same ingredients.
It absolutely is.
You're just not paying the same, you know?
So open that up, and we're going to have you gargle. If you can, make the noise when you gargle, so we want to hear all that. By the way, I was always a Scope guy. I always thought I liked that minty flavor of Scope.
I wanted basically, and I was for the longest time until for Listerine, you just get the sensation that you're boraxing out your mouth.
I agree.
Yeah, I feel like it's better. All right, gargle.
Very good. So, Sophia almost swallowed it when Casey played the Chewbacca bit. All right. Brandon? Gargle, please. You spit in that.
I started laughing when I heard Chewbacca.
Did you swallow it?
No, I spit it out.
All right. All right, and do you think they need breath mints, or is that good?
Would you guys like a breath mint, or you're fine? I think if you're good, you're good.
I think I'm good.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So
are we ready for the?
I think we're ready. Yes, and you know what?
By the way, webcam's on, so if you're listening in at home, you can watch this too.
Oh, we've got this romantic music. It's fantastic. I'm loving it. Okay, so the first one of these two that's going to get their kiss is going to be Sophia. So we're going to bring in our first professional kisser this morning. He's a very good friend of the Preston and Steve show. He's a good-looking guy.
He is a very good-looking guy.
He's had many kisses in his time. Our good friend Kyle McCarty is here this morning.
Handsome.
So, Brandon, we're going to have you step away from the microphone a little bit, and we're going to have Kyle step up. And Kyle's a professional singer. He's an amazing videographer and editor as well, and also does a fantastic podcast. What's the name of that show, by the way?
The podcast is called the Tri-Jam Podcast.
And he's a great host and he's one of the nicest guys I've ever met.
Beautiful eyes.
He's got gorgeous eyes.
Thank you so much.
Well groomed, his head shaved.
And
I approve of that.
And he's the guy, just to remind you, I know you probably already know this, but he gave us Kathy's fall activities. He does the jingles. He does the Delco jingle, has sung with the Temptations.
I have.
Yeah, he's amazing. So you're getting a really
thank you.
Quality guy here,
Nice.
Sophia.
Okay.
He's building this up a lot.
I want to. So, do you remember your first kiss?
I do.
And was it a pleasant experience, a memorable experience?
Yes, it's actually, I don't know, it's kind of a hefty story. I got to bridge it if you actually want to hear it.
Sure.
I was actually 19 years old, so kind of a little late bloomer for myself.
Sophie, and listen to this. So here's a guy, again, like as with you, a very good-looking guy, but 19 years old. Okay.
I kind of grew into myself as I progressed through my teenage years.
She had a lot of hanging foreskin and stuff.
Yes, yes.
Grew into it.
Yeah, I kind of snipped that off and got it.
Okay.
So I had actually met someone online. I was living in New Jersey at the time, and she lived in Washington State.
Wow.
Whoa.
So I wanted to go meet her. I wanted to go. We've been talking for months. So I'm an artist too. I drew a couple of cartoons, sold it to my cousin's auto decal company. So he was making like decals, and he paid me enough money so I could buy a plane ticket. And I went out to Washington State, and that's where I met her. And I had my first kiss.
So there was a connection.
Yeah.
There was something that said I need to go see. And,
yes.
And did that blossom into a relationship? Was it or was it just a kiss? And
it blossomed into a very short week-long relationship. And
okay.
Yeah, she kind of cheated on me the day after I left Washington State.
Well, let me ask you this: was at least the initial kiss well worth the trip?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's all you want.
She put a pillow over my face. I didn't even see it.
There you go. Yeah.
All right.
It was nice.
Well, listen, part of the leading up to this is the anticipation, and certainly we've teased you with enough of that. We've been doing 30 minutes about talking, kissing, and now it's time to actually kiss.
Let's get to kissing.
So, did you hear us talking about the type of kiss we want to go for in this first run?
Yes, a little bit.
A screen kiss, a tender lip kiss.
A tender lip kiss.
And then we'll see how that goes, and maybe we'll go for an open mouth kiss.
An open mouth kiss?
Yes.
It can be of some duration. Do you need some Listerine? Are you good?
You know what? Where's that Listerine?
It's right, well, it was right here.
All right.
Listerine!
Who drank it?
We need some.
All right. Just because it's only proper that both parties be hygienic.
This is true.
Yes.
Okay, and I know you were gargling liver back there.
I was.
And he's, actually, Kyle's very generous.
He's also, yes, he is.
So he wants to make sure that he gives as well as gets.
Yes. All right.
So he's.
Okay. Wow. All right.
Okay.
That was aesthetically pleasing, I'm sure.
He did it over the actual gargle. Okay. All right, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right,
well, let's have this moment. We're going to bring the music down, and
Do
we're
we
going to
want
have
the lights down as well, or would that be bad for video?
It might be bad for video.
all
I don't know, Kyle. You're the video guy.
I mean, I'm sure Nick Murphy would rather have the lights on.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, he's shaking his head.
Yeah, because he likes to watch.
Okay. Sophia, are you ready?
Yep.
All right. Let's do this. Here it comes. All right. They're leaning in. Oh, that was nice.
That's sweet.
Very sweet. Sophia, come over here. How did that feel?
Not bad.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad. Did it feel anything like you thought it would?
Vaguely, I guess. Yeah.
Okay.
Not really sure what I expected.
So you got the first one out of the way, and I'm going to ask this. And how did you feel? Was it you're a kissing machine now? So,
Thanks. Yeah.
So how did it feel to you?
It felt nice. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she has nice lips.
Oh,
very good.
Encouraging. approaching, Sophie.
Sophie, what about the stubble of the mustache and beard and stuff?
Did you feel that?
No, you don't really notice it too much.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Sophie, do you want to try a little bit more passionate kiss on this second one?
Why not?
Okay.
All right, let's go for a couple of seconds here, and then that can go into 1 hour. No, go for a couple.
Kyle, jam your tongue down.
All right. You got
don't
it.
do that.
All right.
A nice, tender, open mouth kiss. Now, this is going to feel totally different.
Okay.
And you just want your tongues to play a little.
Don't even think of us here.
Yeah.
You get lost
Right.
in that. They don't think of the thousands and thousands and thousands of people listening.
Right.
You just have do it. Your tongues do a little dance. It's nice and light and easy. You don't want to like that. Just nice movements. Sorry.
I would
Did you
say-
turn on, Kyle?
Yeah, that's so hot.
I would say you have to follow what Kyle's going to do.
Yes, exactly. Remember, this lunatic flew to Washington for a kiss. All
right, let's try this. This is the real. And guys, have Kiss ready to go after this.
All right.
From
we're not even here. We're going to be absolutely quiet. Go for it.
All right, here we go. This is the real deal. They're leaning in, mouths open. Oh, yeah, keep going, keep going, keep going. And whenever you're ready.
Oh,
yeah! How about that? Woo! Nice.
Yeah, damn good.
Did that work?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I got a couple of notes here that I want to just give. If we're doing this like this like a play or something like that. So I'm going to give you some notes. I think the kiss needs to end. The kiss needs to be tapered.
Yes.
All right.
That's the one thing.
On both sides.
He's right.
Right. All right. So I couldn't think of the right word.
So here, you want us to show you?
You don't go in. Yeah. You don't go in mouths open and you don't end mouths open. Right, Preston?
A light kiss to start, then the open mouth kiss, then a light little signature kiss.
Right. So as you're pulling away, it's and because you're lost in each other. So as you're pulling away, a slow kiss, another kiss, and it winds down.
So are we doing this one more time? Is that
we
what you're
got it.
saying?
Yeah. Would you like to try one more time?
Sure.
I love her.
Sophie.
She's awesome.
You're hilarious.
She's awesome. Okay.
All right, Kyle, you cool with one more?
Absolutely.
All right,
Okay.
so a light lip kiss, tongue kiss, lip kiss. All right, you ready?
Okay.
All right. All right, here we go. There's a little kiss.
Slowly.
Now the tongue kiss, and now a little signature kiss on the end.
That was the best.
Wow, guys, job, nice job. That was very special.
So, you apply the laws of physics to. You should absolutely. Honestly, you're great. There's no issue here, and in your own accord, when you feel you're ready, I mean, guys should be beating down the door for you. Yeah.
Thank you.
And you can tell them all about Newton's third law and everything.
Yeah, and you're smart. That's even a better turn on.
Kyle, thank you, man. That was
no
very
problem.
cool. We appreciate it.
Yes.
Kyle McCarty.
Yes, what a good man.
Professional kisser. And Sophie is now over that hurdle.
Yeah, and a nice hug.
That's wonderful. All right. Sophie, we're going to switch up. We're going to put Brandon where you are. So let him take your headphones.
Good job, Kyle.
And then we're gonna get this done for him. Same way. And you know what? You get the benefit of going second. You've seen how it's done. We don't really need to coach you because we did all that with Sophie. So you think you're ready to give this a try?
Sure.
Okay.
Remember, you're a good guy. You're a hard worker. You have a pleasant way about you. You're going to kill this. You're going to go great.
All right, we need our professional kisser to come into the studio now. It's yet another worker here. She is a production assistant on the Preston and Steve Show. She's been working with us for a while. And what's wonderful, Valentine's Day is her favorite holiday of the year. This is Mars. Her name is Damara. And she is going to be your first kiss, Brandon. So good morning, Damara.
Hey, good morning.
Nice to see you. What do you think about all this?
I think it's really cute.
Yeah.
I'm actually like a little bit nervous.
Are you really?
Yeah.
It's because you have Valentine's Day is your favorite day. You embrace love. You're very much into we've talked about this and vampires and the sexuality and all of that stuff. The romance and the gothic romance involved with that sort of stuff. So this is something that's very important to you. Do you remember your first kiss?
Okay, I really tried to think about this, and I don't remember my first kiss. I had a boyfriend in 6th grade, and maybe we kissed, but like, I don't really remember.
Really?
There's been a lot of people. There's been a lot of people.
Thanks, Kath. I just saw this on Instagram. This is really neat. Jack Black posted this. It was an article about his mom, and it says Judith Love Cohen, mother of actor Jack Black, helped design the critical abort guidance system that allowed the Apollo 13 astronauts to safely make it back to Earth.
I was reading that this morning.
And he wrote, it's true. My mom was a badass aerospace engineer and also a loving mother. I miss you, Mama.
So she was quintessential in helping them return.
That's awesome.
That is amazing.
That's really cool. I never knew that. I literally just opened up my Instagram account for a second, and that was one of the first things that popped up. I love that. That's really cool. Hey, quickly, I would like to thank a few people. I did the Walk a Mile in Her Shoes event for the Laurel House this weekend, the Pfizer campus in Collegeville. And we had a great turnout.
Excellent.
The weather was a little dicey. Some rain, a little bit of a sprinklage, but nobody got soaking wet.
Yeah.
And the WMMR team ended up being great. A few people we know, like Mr. Peanut.
Mr. Peanut.
Showed up.
He's great.
He's awesome. And I want to thank our top donator, who was Mike DeVito, who donated somewhere in the neighborhood of like $2,500.
Wow.
Yeah.
Man,
And Mike
generous.
comes out every year. He wears
Yeah.
his thigh-high boots.
It's great.
Wears these black thigh-high, high-heeled boots every
Great.
year. He was awesome, and I want to thank also Sean Doherty and his wife Jackie and their son Braden. Braden's awesome. I did this little Instagram live video, and he's this little kid that jumped on there. And by the way, Sean had emailed me and said that his pinky toe was bleeding by the end of it.
Yeah, that's going to happen.
So there are some casualties, and thank you to District Attorney Steele from Montgomery County. He came out as well. And I wanted to give a quick shout out to Rico, who was part of the Party Brothers Entertainment, and they supplied the music and all that stuff, and they were great. And this really cool guy that I met named Jake, he is a 22-year-old adult living with autism, and he and his family have a coffee truck called Coffee Closet with Barista Jake.
They're awesome. They were there last year.
Yeah.
And their coffee's really good.
It was. I had a nice little vanilla latte that they made for me. So thank you guys. It was great to meet you and spend some time with you.
That's awesome. And you know what? On the heels of that, speaking
No pun intended.
of adults, living with autism, we had Artie Kempner in here last week from Autism Delaware, and he does the Drive for Autism every year. And unfortunately, Preston and I couldn't play this past year, but I needed to give a congratulatory shout out to a gentleman named Robbie Badillo. So years and years and years ago, I met Robbie and his father, Dr. Badillo.
Dentist.
Yeah, no, doctors, general practitioners.
I thought they were dentists.
No.
Okay, I'm way off. But yeah, we played golf with them before.
Yeah, so both his mother and father are both doctors, and he has a brother who is an adult living with autism. But anyway, so I met Robbie. He might have been freshman or sophomore in high school. Well, this past weekend, he just graduated med school.
Oh,
Okay.
Wow.
So I needed to give a congratulatory shout out to Robbie, and I reached out to him on Instagram and sent him a congratulatory message, and then he said, "Hey, would you mind giving my parents a shout out, and also his girlfriend Shara." So he wanted to just say thank you for supporting me along the way.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Robbie's awesome. And I haven't seen him in a couple years because I've had to miss out on that event for the past several years. I got to get back into that. Real quick, since we're doing shout outs. I got this. It is from, says, hey, Michael Potts from Delaware requesting a shout out for my mother-in-law, Regina Teagan, for Mother's Day. We bonded over your show when I was dating her daughter, Kristen, and we continue to talk about it when we see each other. When I won a contest, I told her before my wife that when I won a contest, I told her before my wife that I had won. She's the best mom, mother-in-law, and Mimi ever. And I know she will love this. Thank you, Gadzooks, and rock on. Anytime this week would be great. Sincerely, Michael Potts. So here you go.
Is Mimi often applied to a mother-in-law?
I don't know. I've never heard that before.
Yeah, Mimi, yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know the derivation of it, but yeah, I know a couple Mimis.
Would you say like she's my Mimi or?
Yeah, like a grandmom.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I've heard a few people refer to mother-in-laws as Mimis, and I wondered, is it just that they, by happenstance, they happen to be named Mimi, or is it this sort of thing? And Kathy verifies it. News breaking here on the show.
And then another quick one. This is from Chris Gallagher. He said, "Can I get a shout out whenever you feel like it?" My wife, Christina Gallagher, wants me to get a vasectomy, and I gave her crap about it, even though I'm going to do it anyway. If you can shout out that I'll get one. It would be appreciated. Oh, he's going to get a vasectomy.
Right. In return for that chart.
Thank you, Chris. Always great to hear from you, man. And then I want to thank a gentleman by the name of Brian Butler from Butler Entertainment. We had mentioned this really awesome play called The Play That Goes Wrong. And I took my family to go see it over the weekend.
This is a legendary comedy.
Yes.
Right.
And Brian had heard that we had mentioned it. And so we had a great time. And I think it's called the Players and Play Theater on Delancey Street. Never been there before. This awesome little theater, smaller venue. But they put this show on. And I'm telling you, Casey and I saw it in London. And I laughed just as hard.
That's great.
Because I'd forgotten a lot that takes place in this. And Steve, it's like there's a gag every 10 seconds. It's just boom,
like
boom,
pandemonium.
boom, boom. Yeah, nonstop. And we were just dying laughing. So it was a great time.
How long is it running?
Not much longer. Another week or so.
Another week or so, yeah.
So I met tons of people who listened to the show that were just there as ticket purchasers and there for the event. So I took a few pictures with people.
Did they bring you up on stage and give you a bouquet of roses?
They did not bring me up on stage and give me a bouquet of roses.
Damn it.
Unfortunately. But no, I took my whole family and my dad went along as well, and they were just dying laughing.
That's awesome.
It was so much fun.
I'm not familiar with this place, but I like the front of it.
We had a great time. Yeah, it's just
looks kind of steampunky.
Quaint little place, and it had that old theater vibe, and it was really, really cool.
Yeah, old theater meaning super tiny seats for people born,
something like
200
that.
years ago.
Yeah, something like that, but really neat. And
I have front row seats.
So we had a great time. It was wonderful. Loved doing that. I saw this article and I wanted to pass this along. It is a Monday.
Are you the casual observer?
I'm the casual observer right now. Dude, you know what I am? I'm whoever you want me to be.
I'm every woman in the world to you.
There was a Reddit thread on how to make Mondays less painful.
Do you find Mondays exceptionally difficult? I know some people do. I'm okay with Mondays.
Yeah.
Any day you open up your eyes is a win.
Yeah. The only thing I don't really like about Monday...
The anal checks.
No, those are... I've gotten quite fond of those.
Yeah, I know. Once Bill started warming up his hands.
No, I don't like the fact that we have a meeting after the show on Monday, on the first day in.
I agree.
I would rather get
the Sabbath.
I would rather get some...
I don't think so.
I would rather get some other things done.
Work with me, Nick.
We have a couple of post meetings during the week with programming and promotions and sales and I don't
see. I like to get. I think it gets.
You want to get out of the way?
Well, it gets it over with.
What day would you prefer?
I'm okay with Monday. I like that it gets it over with. And I sort of like what Bill has done with Wednesdays is like, we don't need to meet to just stare at each other. Like, I'll call the meeting if there's stuff to talk about. Because a lot of times we were going Monday and Wednesday, and then Wednesday there wasn't much to talk about. We were sort of just making stuff up. So I like that he kind of passes over it if there's not much to talk about.
By the way, I want to draw attention. Bill, Kathy just gave you a very good compliment. So remember that. The next time you want to direct your anger at something I said to her.
Bill will find fault in that compliment.
Probably because I said that we sat around and stared at each other.
Maybe that was it. All right, so here are their suggestions. And tell me what you think.
To beat the Monday blues. And that's what they call them, correct? The Monday blues?
The Monday blues. Case of the Monday. First, don't create problems for yourself on Friday, like launching a new feature or sending an urgent email.
I don't know what the hell that means.
Creating...
You don't even check your email.
I don't check my email.
Creating emergencies on Friday just leads to working on Saturday.
Well,
I do work on Saturday.
I do too.
I agree with the don't send out an important email on Friday thing because, just wait until the week starts because if it comes in on a Friday, it very easily could get lost in the shuffle.
Nick, would it be better to post a picture of you on social media of you teary-eyed with the words, I can't take it, and then just post that?
Just leave it?
Yeah. I mean, that's not meant to get a response.
Look, Monday's going to be a work day anyway, right? So, if I'm going to do something or I have a project coming up or whatever, I'm not going to try to do anything important on Friday because people are checked out. They're ready for the weekend. They're working for the weekend.
Yeah, everybody. And let me tell you something. A very good friend of mine, I won't say his name, but he wore a bandana quite often and spandex.
Uh-huh.
And he was a lover boy.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for it to happen.
What are you waiting for?
Cowbell, any moment. There it is, yes. Alex in the beginning of the week instead. Not in the early days. Mike Reno had a great body, man.
Did he?
Yes, he did.
I stand corrected.
Yeah. So
I'm sorry, Mike Reno. By the end is when he discovered something.
There you go. Yes. Friday, clean up your tabs.
Oh, shut up.
Clean up your what?
Clean up your tabs.
Oh, okay.
Close tabs that you don't have
Close
open.
tabs? All right.
Man, I got a tab open about an article that I wanted to read. When I'm going to pull it up. It's an article about The Sopranos and David Chase, and I opened this article. November 2, 2021.
What?
Yeah.
You leave all of that up?
No. This one. It's an article in the Hollywood Reporter about The Sopranos, and I wanted to read it, and I just have. Now I'm like, I'm checking to see how long I can keep.
Do you never close your browser out completely?
Correct.
Oh, wow. I shut it down every time.
Same. I close everything out. It will give me anxiety if I don't. Sometimes in the morning, like my computer will take a little while to boot up. And a couple of times I've had to use Nick's computer.
Yeah.
And I get lost because there's so, like on mine, I have my traffic page and my sponsor page. So I can click back and forth. On Nick's, I'll pull it up on his, but it's usually last minute because my computer's not turning on and I get lost in all his, there's so much open on there. And I'm like, I don't know what I changed. I don't know where it is.
Do you know it's a quick thing to do, Nick? If you want to see, are you using Safari?
No, Chrome.
Okay. All right. I stand corrected.
I think about 10 tabs open. Right. But, look, you pick and choose your battles, right?
Yeah.
So, like, I delete emails at the end of every week, and I go into the weekend with an empty inbox. So, like, if I can make it to the weekend and clear out everything in my inbox, I feel like I've accomplished something. And eventually I'll get around to reading the Sopranos article.
What I do leave open a lot are apps on my phone.
Oh, no, I got to close those out.
Oh,
too.
no. I have like the other day, Caroline was looking at me. I'm like, I'm like, let me close some of these out. I think it was like 47.
Wow.
47.
Yeah.
Why though? Just because you don't go in, or are you saving to go back and look at something?
I just you
just don't go in.
I move on to the next app that I need at that point in time. And
do you notice a performance hit because they're all
not
open?
at all,
No. So
not
there
at
you go.
all. And I've heard that they fixed all those battery issues that you might have from keeping tabs open, or keeping apps open, that it's not. It doesn't really affect your charge time or anything.
That's what I hear.
Outside, so
I noticed yesterday during the game that whenever I had apps open or tabs and apps open on my phone, that the Celtics went on a run. So I had to make sure that all of my tabs and apps were closed.
And it
down.
worked.
And
it worked, didn't it?
Yeah, it
yeah.
did.
What else worked?
Nothing.
Being outside.
Yeah, being outside worked. The cigar.
Facing Mecca.
So anyhow, yes, it says here, instead of closing your laptop on Friday, clean up your tabs. On Friday,
Clean up my tabs.
it says, I do favors for future me on Friday. And then Friday, it says,
I'm buying the fleshlight today. I'll use it on Monday.
It says also, Friday is also a great time to start unwinding and spending time with loved ones, friends, or a family pet.
God, I hate my loved ones.
What the hell?
I don't know.
Noodles, I'm going to spend the whole day with you.
I brought this up because it was a stupid article. I do, but
Well, you know what there should be, actually, survey says.
My life has become trying to get ahead of anything that I need to do. That I try to.
Mine's the same
nip
without
it
the
in the bud. You just try to get ahead. No, so I when I am done, like for example, in the morning when we're prepping for the show, when I am done with what I think is sufficient amount of stuff for the day, I start working on tomorrow, and then on Friday when I get home, I start working on Monday.
If you can
start working for stuff on Monday,
a couple days out, you got the safety net. You don't panic, and mind you, you don't want to work around the clock.
Yeah.
But it does. By the time it allows you to manage your time better throughout the week, so that it can fall apart the way it's supposed to.
But Press, at what point do you start working for the weekend?
Wednesday.
I'm always working for the weekend, man. Always.
This top text, Preston, we got is intriguing to me because
Okay.
I do this as well.
It's about cleaning stuff up. It says, I delete conversations with people on text, and when I don't get a response right away, I forget the conversation I was having with them.
Yeah, so I'll try to do that, delete, because it can take up a lot of room on your phone, too.
Yeah, I do
text
the same.
conversation. So, like, especially if there's a whole bunch of photos and videos and stuff.
Are you not interested in keeping the chain?
For legal cases?
There's one chain that I've kept for a long time, and that's my text conversation with Andrea, actually, from the moment I met her.
Look at them now. They're getting married.
Look at that.
Yeah.
But I always have to delete my conversations with Kathy because they're dirty.
Dearest Andrea, Kathy's breathing her hot, hideous breath on my shoulder every morning. It's like living in a sauna.
Well, I'll tell you why. Yes, I absolutely delete texts. Well, Nick, actually, I don't really.
Dear Janice,
delete
the
ours
chewing
that much.
sound coming from this creature I work with is disgusting.
I will delete our group texts a lot because Jace is on my phone sometimes, and there's
You don't want to see that stuff.
yeah, there's pictures and little memes and so
Well, the most
a lot
horrific stuff is what you post.
well, which is why I delete it.
I don't delete any of that stuff.
No, you keep them all?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And unless I'm getting like spam or
sure.
someone that I know that this is the only time we're gonna converse. So, but I find it has played in my benefit that there are conversations I've forgotten about with someone. And I can just in the search bar put their name in and go back and scroll back and say, oh yeah, we talked about this and that. So it helps.
Yeah, it does help when you're in an argument and you're debating something that you talked about or planned. And the other
Look right here.
What was my saying? It's on this again.
I've taken screenshots and sent it.
But I understand it because it's data.
Yeah, it does take a-
It's not
a lot.
It's not.
Unless there's a lot of videos or pictures.
Right,
like
yeah,
Nick
the
was saying.
videos take up space. Kathy, this top text says, my wife and our conversations, she pulls up every fight that we've ever had.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. All right. Well, anyhow, that's some advice for a Monday.
Advice you can use.
Yes. Let's see. Let's see what you guys think about this. A recent report from the Wall Street Journal noted the rise of digital self-checkout kiosks hitting customers with a tip prompt at the end of their transactions. And this prompt has frustrated people who are being asked to tip workers with whom they've had no interaction with.
Yeah.
According to the report, the majority of consumers found tip cues during self-checkout to be confusing, and many wondered where the money was going, though some people were willing to tack on the extra fees.
So the first time I encountered this, listen, if I'm at a place where there's a service being rendered, you know me, I'm
You're an over tipper,
right?
yeah.
So, but at something, Preston, I was at a kiosk in the mall, and it was literally you pick up the thing off the thing and go to the register.
Yeah.
So I mean, there was literally nothing.
Who am I tipping?
Yeah. I mean, you ran the register.
Right.
So that was very bizarre, and I remember looking at that. And also, it tends to come up in a way that suggests you can't progress unless you pick an amount to tip.
You're right.
Yeah.
I have noticed that.
Right.
And I think there is an option, but sometimes it's not.
It's not obvious. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was left in a situation a week and a half ago. I went into that hot dog joint in Ridley Press that you had talked about. And Relish.
Yeah.
And I paid for my meal with a card, and it came back and it was just a regular receipt. And I didn't have an option to tip. And I didn't have any cash, and they had a tip jar on the counter. I was like, I don't even know what to do.
You took some money out of that.
I did. No, I ended up not tipping at all.
Oh, man.
I didn't know what to do. I mean, what would you do in that
could you do? Yeah, if there was no way to fill out on
Were
the
you wearing a
actual-
watch?
on the charge receipt?
Yeah.
Throw your watch in
There
there.
you go.
This is a boulevard. Not top line, but it's good.
Oh, that would be great.
I have a tip question for you guys now. My dogs are being groomed at right now. And would you tip the groomer?
Well,
My God, dog grooming is expensive.
Do they include happy
No,
endings?
doesn't that include? It's so expensive. Isn't it included?
Well, so
I
PetSmart is where we started going to because the other place that we went to got way too expensive, and they're actually
It's cheaper at Remedial Pet.
Yeah, but I don't think it's that expensive compared to other mom and pop places.
Yeah,
it's actually pretty good. But do you tip 20%?
I would think so. But I don't know what I'm basing that on, other than it's similar to what a server does and deserves, and they're doing work for you, and you're paying for the service. So I would think 15 to 20% makes sense, but I don't know.
There was a service when my dog Chelsea was alive. They would come to the house, and these are very popular. These services, they'll come, especially because Chelsea was very nervous going, to a location to get it done. Got it. So it would be, it was not the owner who was bringing the vehicle. It was somebody who worked for the owner who came and did the whole session in the truck, and I would tip that person.
Right. So here's the deal. I feel like 20% is not enough.
Really?
Yeah, because for the amount of work that they put in, like Reggie is so, and we give him to him like super hairy and matted and stuff like that.
Super hairy.
Yeah, but so to me, 20% is not enough. It would actually help me and inform my decision a little bit more if I knew how much they made an hour.
God, I wish
I
wish tipping wasn't even part of the culture, so you don't have to be. You don't have to
Well, hold
figure
on,
that in.
But that's okay. So that was my question. I have two questions, part A and B. And part A is, does it still apply if it's the owner of the company that you don't have to tip them?
Usually there is that when we've gone over the various etiquettes and protocols involved with this sort of stuff, the owner you don't have to. And sometimes, listen, if they give extraordinary service and they're doing a wonderful job, I might even do that. But I think also someone who's working on the clock, you tip them for that service, and that takes about an hour where they're with the animal,
Yeah, I get it. Listen, I get it. But then that was my other question: is typically it's people who are providing a service, but that are getting that like the servers, they're getting whatever it is, $2.35 an hour or whatever the low price
they're
is,
counting
and
on the
they're
tips.
counting on the tips as opposed to somebody who's getting $15, $20 an hour. Are we still tipping them?
Right.
Well, it depends.
And aren't you paying a hefty fee for the service? Like, doesn't the grooming itself? So
Nick, I go to a place called Tippy's, and I tip there.
Okay. Here's the deal. Reggie is almost 80 pounds, and he does not like the hair dryers. I know that cutting him is not an easy task.
I'm sure they don't charge the same they do for a
Chihuahua.
Yeah. So they probably pay. You're probably paying for that 80 pounds already.
Yeah.
Could you say he was a Chihuahua?
I could. That's what I'm going to do. Dude, I'm sorry.
I know he doesn't look like it, but he's a Chihuahua. He's a Chihuahua.
And then when they say this isn't, yes, it is.
No, it is.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
I have papers.
Show you the papers?
You should just write down Reggie is a Chihuahua and hand it to them. See,
that's my grandmother.
I don't know, man.
What?
I just wish tipping was something that we had to consider. I just wish it was. I wish the price that is advertised is a price that is expected and that you pay. It would just be easier for everybody if that were the case.
So I remember I went once for a service that I did not, because in previous places that I went to, they were like, no, you don't tip. And so I went to a new place. I don't even.
Big dick black.
Here, I'll tell you what. I got a spray tan. Okay.
Oh.
And where I had been going for years, it had closed down. They were like, nope, no, you don't tip. You're paying for this service. It's not cheap. You don't have to tip us. Okay, fine. So I go to the new place, and then I was talking to somebody about it, and she was like, oh, no, who works in the industry, and she was like, no, you should be tipping her as well. But she was also the owner of the business.
Yeah.
Like it was difficult.
Jackie, who cuts my hair, it's her business. She does it out of her house. And I had that same issue. I'm like, do I not tip her now that she owns
That's
the place?
That's the thing. You're handing her that all of that money is going directly to her.
I know, but I
so
still.
Do we tip her?
I still do.
You
but
still do?
She's my
Depends
friend.
on what the level of the business is, too.
Yeah.
You probably wouldn't tip Bill Gates for a Microsoft computer.
No. Preston, I think you'll appreciate this. I played golf not that long ago, and we had a caddy. We were in a golf cart, so the caddy wasn't carrying our bags all day. Preston, he was horrible.
Oh, really?
Yes.
He's a bad caddy?
Oh, my God. He was like talking a big game. Like, yeah.
Can you give me a hand with this?
I'm going to read the greens for you. Like, I know these greens, blah, blah, blah. And, dude, I swear to God, like, his initial read was wrong. And then somebody would hit. And then he would tell us all the obvious thing that he'd be like, okay, yeah, this breaks left, right? And then it would break right. He goes, okay, so it's going to break right. And you're going to, like, what?
Yeah, it's because we saw it happen.
I see that flag? That's where the hole is.
Yeah.
Okay. So how much did you tip him?
So it was for a charity. So he had already gotten a tip from the charity, which wasn't that much. So us as a foursome each tipped in like $30. So he got like an extra $120 from us. Which was $120 too much.
Usually tip a caddy $80 to $100 somewhere in that range.
Yeah.
Per bag.
Even if they're terrible?
Even if they're terrible, believe it or not. Yeah. Hang on, I want to go to Reagan. Hey, Reagan, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. What's up, Reagan?
Okay. As a groomer, groomers get paid a percentage of each groom. So if I'm working for somebody, I only get like 45%, 50%, depending on how much experience you have also. And even as an owner, when you tip, you got to remember they got to pay for overhead, the product, everything. So it's always good to tip your groomer.
Well, so I think what a lot of people figure, Reagan, is that the owner's working in a profit margin per deal. Now, I have no problem tipping. It does get confusing because the long-standing thing was if you're the owner, then the employees get tipped and the owner does not. But even I'll tip owners now and then, so you can see why people are confused.
Yes, but you figure when a groomer's owner first starts out, they don't have all that extra profit right away.
Okay, all right.
So do we ask how long have you been in business and are you making a profit yet? And should I tip you or not? These are things we need to know.
Yet. I'm not an owner yet.
All right.
What should you say this? What are you driving these days?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe that's it.
A 1972 Dodge Dart. I'm going to tip you. Yeah, no, absolutely.
Thank you, Reagan. We appreciate
All right, have a good day.
Yeah.
So you when you have somebody who's good with your pet and does a good job and makes them feel comfortable, it's worth taking care of them, making sure they're thanked for their abilities.
Well, the kiosk thing is a little bit strange.
It is weird when there's literally the person sitting on the stool and just runs the register.
Or the people who are traditionally have not been a part of the service industry that gets tipped. Now that option is there. I've grown to where it doesn't bother me if I'm going to hit no tip.
Okay.
And I'm curious about people who do happen to work at a register.
Yeah.
Do you notice that?
Yeah, I need
And
to know.
do you get mad about it?
I need to know this.
And would you have even cared 5 years ago?
I still feel awkward hitting no.
Well, Mr. Kenny Knight's forgotten where he came from.
No, saying, man.
No, but I mean, it is kind of weird, Preston, when the person's sitting right there and you take a thing off a hook, hand it to them to pay for it, and then a tip comes up. It's like,
yeah.
What?
I would much rather them increase their prices so we don't have to worry about the tip.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Please take the guessing game out of this for me because this is like, I don't want to guess wrong. And I also don't want to overpay or overtip because I like my money as well. Preston, we went out to lunch the other day. First of all, the guy running the register was a total a-hole. Secondly,
he was a former caddy.
No. He was.
Casey and I went out to lunch. This dude was just mean.
On Friday?
Yeah. Just mean for no reason.
Really?
Oh.
And I don't know about you, but I replayed that in my head.
I could tell
over the weekend. And always what I should have done, what I should have said.
What happened?
Oh my
What happened?
God!
Do tell.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, the guy comes up. We're about to place an order, and he's very, very fast, rattling off the way that this transaction is going to operate. So Casey is placing his order, and Casey's been in this place a bunch of times. He's never seen this guy there.
And I've never had an interaction with this myself.
So he knew what he wanted to order, and he goes, "Is that he goes, is that all for your order?" And I go, "Oh, I'm going to pay for this," and he ignores me and goes right to Casey again. "Is that all for your order?" I'm like, "No, I'm going to pick this up. I just wanted to make sure that Casey wasn't going to start to get charged when I was going to be paying for it as well." He's ignoring me on purpose and directly to Casey. And then he comes over, he goes, "All right, can I help you, sir?" And I go, "Yeah, do you guys still have," because they had a menu that said something was ending on the menu on April 6th. Well, obviously it's past that. It was a tuna sandwich that I wanted. I go, "Hey, is there a tuna on it?" He's like, and he just started interrupting me and not letting me place my order. And I said, "Well, you see, it says here that this ended on April 6th. He says, there's a tuna melt, blah, blah, blah." He's just rattling his stuff off really fast, and he's being rude on
purposely,
purpose. And he doesn't have time for me. Okay.
How do these people end up at the register?
I don't know.
If you're going to have that attitude, and you can have a job in the service industry, you can work in a restaurant, but to put you out front,
like face of your business?
Yeah.
Let's put our most agitated face forward.
Right.
Yeah.
And did you say or do anything?
Well,
my God, Kath.
Casey was trying to lighten up the mood while this is going on.
I could see the steam coming out of his ears, and I'm like, I was like, yeah, listen, you did keep your composure, but I have known you a long time. Knew you weren't happy.
So, and also he was speaking so fast and a little bit quietly, and you guys know my hearing is poor.
Yeah.
And so I go to, "I'm sorry, I'm a little hard of hearing. Can you say that again?" And he thought that I was like sassing back at him. I literally didn't know what he said.
Yeah.
And
what was his response to that?
I don't even remember. I just, at that point, I'm just seeing red. And what I wish I would have done was because he was staring at me while he's doing this with eyes, big wide eyes, and I wish I would have just stared right back at him and waited for him to say, "What would you like, sir?" And I wish, without breaking contact or blinking my eyes, I wish I would have just said, I'm thinking.
What I was thinking
and
was,
just kept the
please
contact
don't-
there uncomfortably for a long time.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll have the tuna, please.
Uncomfortable eye contact is the best.
I need to do that.
I've perfected that. So and so Preston. So in those situations, this is my body language. It'll go. And then I lock. What I need you to do for me, and the hatchet hand comes out. That's just flat out rude. It's just wrong, and I can't stand pricks like that.
I know.
Listen, but then I also have learned over my years of living that maybe that person had a really bad day that morning, or found out I'm gonna give him a little attitude.
we saw him yucking it up a little bit later.
So, consistency.
Yeah.
I've made bad calls on people that tend, so don't beat yourself up for it.
Yeah.
And then if he is a prick, then hopefully something bad will happen.
I just was hoping. I was like, please don't spit in my food.
I fire
That's
back.
what Casey was concerned with.
I was like, don't spit in my food.
Wait till you get the food, right?
Yeah.
I'll fire back either with the same attitude, or sometimes I find it works better is being sarcastically overly nice.
Yeah.
And then sometimes they're like, what is she doing?
I'll do that. Oh my God. Is something wrong today? Are you okay? Once you start doing that, they'll hear it's a passive aggressive.
Steve, I go, thank you so much. You have been so helpful today.
Yeah.
I'll give that. And they're like,
Now, the
thing
lady
is
that I had enough with, she doesn't work at the place anymore, but her name was Jasmine. And same thing, Nick. I was like, why is this chick the face of your business?
Oh.
I watched her fight
Same
with the
place?
customer. Yeah. No. Different place that sells tacos.
Okay.
Yeah. And it has like
a
musical instrument as well. And I love that place, and I'll never not go there.
I've always had great experiences.
Yeah, no, but this one lady, and she doesn't work there anymore. But the last time I went there, when I walked in, I go, I'm not dealing with her, and I walked out, and I'm like, I can't deal with her anymore. And why is she the person that you're putting in front of your business?
I mean, I probably won't go to that place again. I mean, after all, it's just a little corner bakery.
Yeah. And there's other places where you can get bakery items.
It is funny though. I mean, obviously that stuff sticks with you, and it bothered you all weekend, Preston. But you asked me about my weekend, and I went out on Friday or Saturday night and had a fantastic experice.
Did you have steak frites?
I did have steak frites. Yes. How did you?
Did you have steak Fritz? My name's not Fritz.
No, I went to a great restaurant in Wayne, and the service was so good that I told Preston about it this morning and to recommend the place. It was terrific food, but like, I try to remember the good as well as the bad.
Sure. Yeah. Hey, listen, when I went to that play on Saturday night, the guy that was working the bar was just the friendliest person I've ever met. So it balances out a little bit.
By the way,
that was super nice.
This place this is now the third restaurant I've been to. If you are having a good time, they have on the menu, you can buy the kitchen a round of beers or a round of bourbons.
I have not seen that.
It was fantastic.
I would do that. Why not get the people preparing the food you rely on drunk?
And so, Steve, it was we were there late. Our reservation was like at 8:30 or whatever. So we were among the last customers there, and we were asking one of the owners, one of the managers, which did the kitchen prefer, the beers or the bourbons? And one of the guys that works in the kitchen overheard us, and he just interrupted. He goes, bourbon. And so we bought them a round of bourbons.
That's awesome.
And they ended up having a better night, I think, hopefully, because we were able to do that for them. It was a really cool little addition to the evening.
I've never seen that.
Yeah, it was cool.
I love it. Wow. All right. Well, anyhow, this was an article about tipping and the self-checkout places that are actually asking for a tip. Self-checkout.
Right.
And they're calling it emotional blackmail, which I thought was kind of interesting.
If anything, at least it's weird. Yeah.
All right. Listen, I want to take a break because we have Bert Kreischer.
Yeah.
Who's going to be joining us in about 10 minutes or so. So a lot to talk to Bertie Boy about, including his interactions with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yes.
So I'm stoked to see what that's all about. We'll take a break. We'll come back in a second. Thank you for checking in with us. We will return shortly.
Preston and Steve.
All 93.3 WMMR.
What's new?
Glad you asked. Jelly Roll.
She's a unique individual, and we love her to death. But listen, but you march to the beat of your own drum, which makes you that much more special.
I mean, so we were all surprised to find out that your favorite holiday was Valentine's Day. We assumed it was going to be like Halloween. Damara drives around with the skeleton in the passenger seat of her car.
Which I just realized that was her maybe like a month or two ago. I said something to Casey, and I'm like, you know she has a skeleton in her front seat, right? Casey was like, yep, drives with it every day.
And she posted a picture last night of her chewing on raw meat.
Yeah.
For Valentine's Day.
Don't worry, I
She's
brush my teeth today.
certainly a unique character. And also, I guarantee you this, Brandon, you will never have anyone in your life from here on out that has a more unique makeup application than she does. And you're getting this for your first kiss. So Damara has very, very unique eye makeup that she does.
It's really
every day.
cool, very precise. And
Yep.
It has hearts today.
In fact, she did it once to you.
She did.
Yeah.
She did like a corpse face on me.
You're pretty rocking.
Damara, you want to give out your Instagram account while we're on the air?
Oh, yeah. I mean, my radio account is radio.dmp.
That's not the one I'm talking about.
Oh, my God. Yeah, my modeling and everything else where you can see the raw meat picture. That's, it's ossuary_angel.
Thank you.
Spell that for people.
It's OSSUARY_ANGEL.
And by the way, I had to look up ossuary. I was curious when I saw your screen name, and that means what?
It's a cemetery, but it's like basically a cemetery underground, and so it's like a crypt where you can see like the skeletons and corpses.
How's this sounding to you, buddy? It's pretty cool. Because he's into metal, right?
Yeah, look at him. He's wearing an Iron Man shirt with a corpse on the front of it. Eddie is the corpse.
Yeah.
Did we score for you or what?
Yeah.
Nice. Is that like the catacombs in France? Is that an ossuary?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, so did you watch Kyle and Sophie?
I did,
Okay, so I think we should follow that same thing. First time, just a nice little tender kind of screen kiss, lips only, and then we'll see where we want to go from there. Okay.
He's a nice guy, isn't he? You just hear him, and he's just a warm and gentle guy. So I think this is going to be very special. So,
all right, Brandon, you ready? Ready to finally
Does
do
she need
this?
to freshen her breath first, though?
Would you like to? Yeah.
Would you like some raw meat?
Raw meat last
Let's
night.
get Josh and Haley with some guitar music, just some romantic acoustic music. By the way, they're going to be performing tomorrow night at Scanlon's Saloon in Manayunk from 9 till 2 a.m. It's nice little acoustic guitar music. And they play romantic music. They play fun music as well. So
Yes.
But this morning we wanted some romance. Okay, you ready? All right, let's get this underway.
All right.
Here we go. First kiss for Brandon and begin. All right, they're leaning in. Oh, that's a nice kiss.
Nice.
Yeah. It was a little bit short, and Mars did this really nice thing where she took his face in her hand.
Yeah.
And
Very
and
nice.
How did that feel, by the way, Brandon?
Cool.
This dude's chill, man.
He's totally chill.
This is great, though. You feel comfortable and supported here. That's cool. And that the hand thing on your face, did that make you feel a little bit more relaxed?
Yeah.
All right. All right.
All right, so let's go for something a little bit more passionate. You ready to try this out?
And remember, take some time and turn yourself over to it.
It's
all
a
right?
dance. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a dance. Okay, whenever
Dance
you
of the
guys are ready.
mountain.
Here we go. Mars is smiling. Here we go. This is a bigger, better kiss. Oh, they're doing it right.
Ah.
That looks.
Really?
Wow.
Yes, they are. Oh my God. Wow. Oh, wow. Wow.
There it is, buddy.
Look at that smile. Look at that smile.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we wanted. Oh, you can go home now.
Guess who's going to be king of the construction site?
Oh my God, Brandon.
You got boner?
I was kind of thinking the same thing.
I didn't even think about that.
Yes, we do.
I do. Oh, Brandon, he's blushing.
That's awesome.
Honestly, that was wonderful.
Get over to this mic. Is your heart racing a little bit?
A little bit, yeah.
What'd you think?
Oh my God.
That was pretty cool.
I mean, the texture of somebody else's tongue on your tongue is there's nothing else like it, right?
No, it's not weird. Like you think it's like something weird, but it's not.
Do you know what it is? It's honestly people. It's an expression of coming together. It's a physicality. There's nothing like it. You know.
Mars, by the way, how did he do? What do you think?
I think you did pretty well. You're kind of like going a little harder with your tongue than you need to, but otherwise it was fine.
So you would say,
Yeah, a little
softer. And
Soften up the tongue.
And wouldn't you say that that's the key to any bit of intimacy?
Yeah,
Right?
ease up, and then if you feel the other person going for it, that's when you make the move to go a little more forcefully.
Do we want to try again by any chance?
Would you be okay with that, Mars?
That's
Just a little bit of notes. All right,
I mean, that was a home run, but I don't.
Right?
Yeah.
All right, let's try this one more time. A little softer. Whenever you guys are ready, let's go ahead. Here we go.
Here we go. Remember what you said.
Mars and Brennan, a little softer, a little easier.
Wow.
And see, Mars is doing. Yeah. Oh, wow. That's. A little better this time, Mars?
Yeah, much better.
Brandon, did you learn something on that last time?
Yeah.
All right. Oh my God, that's wonderful.
I'm so happy for you because
I
you're
am
such a
too.
nice guy, and she's very she was very caring and took care of you. That's
Absolutely.
wonderful.
I mean, he's going to be out all weekend kissing.
Yeah,
We need an
I think so.
update on Monday.
I think
He's
you're
going
right,
to kiss the
Kathy.
security guard on the way out.
We broke the dam.
Mars, you're the best. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. We have another friend that we're going to have over for this momentous occasion who's
Another
going to
kiss.
step up to the microphone right now. Ladies and gentlemen, our good friend, he was here just the other day. Steven Singer is here.
Good morning, guys.
Nice to see you, sir.
Wow, is that a gold rose in your pocket, or you just happen to see me?
Steven
This is exciting.
Steven wanted to be here because it's all about love, and you guys are, well, you're love experts down to Steven Singer
I am in the love business. Buddy Love is here. He thought he was going to have to stand in and kiss somebody, but
That's your dog.
he's available.
Yeah.
Buddy the jeweler, he is here, kissing all the girls and flirting. Wow, you guys did great.
Yeah,
That-
thank
that-
you.
I don't know how you made something out of this bit, but you did. God bless you.
Brandon and Sophie, come up over here by Steven, because I think the reason we have him here is you've got something for these guys to mark this occasion.
Absolutely do. And this has inspired me here.
Okay.
This whole setup. Like
He's opening up a box.
this is like the
Condoms.
Diamond encrusted rubbers.
extra large.
Wow.
This is like the.
Rose gold condoms.
No, Steven, I'll go ahead and say it because he's taking the time to open up the
I
boxes.
feel like the 40-year-old virgin here.
Yeah.
Steven is opening up his world famous gold roses, and I think you're gonna give them each a rose. Is that how this is working? Yeah.
Here, I give you a frozen rose because you've been frozen out for all these years, and a Valentine's Day red love rose for you. And you can both start your Valentine's Day quest, but we're going to have to give
Our kissers?
the kissers are going to have to get. She's got to get a black diamond rose with that makeup. And I have a black diamond with platinum rose.
Oh,
because
she'd love that.
That's killer with that look.
Yeah,
Man.
Nicole.
And then we'll
Man.
get Kyle one as well.
Absolutely, we're going to give Kyle. They were great. I was surprised of how well that actually worked out.
Weren't
You
they
guys
very
did it.
generous? I mean, to me, these couldn't be two sweeter people to have
They're
their
both,
first.
and the blood is rushing back into their faces. They are a shade of red I've never seen before.
I was
And
impressed.
the dimples, I didn't realize when we were sitting out in the green room at these I just thought they were listeners coming to watch the show.
Right.
Yeah.
And this has been, wow, what an experience. This is something, huh?
It's a special moment in their lives.
This is a special moment. Wait until the first time you have sex. That'll be great.
Well, that's tomorrow.
Yeah, that's tomorrow. We're gonna
We love everybody. Thanks so much for having me in. Congratulations, guys. And we love Preston and Steve.
Thank you, sir. We love you. Steven Singer, guys. All right, I think this has been tremendously successful. I'm very happy for these guys.
Wonderful.
I'd love to have them keep kissing, but we're way over budget on time, and we got to take a
Well,
break.
they can certainly hang out. We'd love to have them, yes,
Absolutely.
our
We
guests.
highly suggest that they do. And thank you to Josh and Haley for supplying the live music this morning. You can hire them. We'll get the details. In fact, do we have that information on PrestonandSteve.com,
No,
Nick?
we'll post it, but they're fantastic. I saw them perform live at Harvest a few weeks ago. They're great live, and if you get a chance, go see them.
Yeah, and Josh does 5 Minutes of Fame, and we'll be at, how do you even say this, VOIX? Is that...
Voix.
Voix Karaoke Lounge tonight from 9 till 1 a.m. And then tomorrow night they'll be at Scanlon Saloon in Manayunk from 9 till midnight. All right, we're going to take a break. That was wonderful.
It was great.
Congratulations, everybody. Coming back with the B-File. Stay with us. So here's what I saw this article, this other article. That was a different one. This one
Is this a better article?
This is a better article. And it is essentially a quick way that you can do a mental health check.
All right.
So this is a way that you can find out where you are.
And use the healing powers of alcohol to help you through it?
Of course. Didn't we all learn that that's the key to it all?
Yes.
No, but...
okay, so let's hear it. So you can do sort of a diagnostic.
Yes.
And see where you fall, how you're holding up. Because I think more people would be amazed to find out that they're actually doing better than they think they are.
All right, so yeah, do I still find joy in the things that once brought me joy? So that's a question.
Okay.
Am I being irritable or snapping at people?
Yeah, sometimes I know why that's happening to me, though. And it's usually...
that time of the month.
No, it's usually hunger.
Oh,
yeah.
You get hangry.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
You're prone to hangry?
I'm prone to hangry.
He's like a 5-year-old that needs his snacks.
No, I'm like a human being, Kathy. I'm like a human being.
He gets fussy.
No, my wife is the same.
Yeah.
And she admits it.
Yeah, me too.
She admits it. If she gets pangs of hunger, it'll manifest.
Here's the other thing. My son, and I've had to say to him time and time again when I'm eating, because he's affectionate with me, right?
Right.
And the hugging and all that stuff.
Right.
But I'm like, dude, when I'm eating, don't touch me.
Yeah.
Don't touch me at all. And like, because we sit next to each other. We sit next to each other at the dinner table, and he sits like hugging.
93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kath. Man, our next guest is prompt as hell. Literally, I saw the clock tick over to 9:20, and that's right when the hotline rang.
I mean, for all the stuff that he's juggling and his general lifestyle, he should be the most hard to track down person we talk to, and yet he's always Johnny on the spot.
No wonder he's known as the machine.
He is the machine.
He's like a mechanized piece of machinery that is
Sent
programmed from the future.
Yep.
To destroy all of us. No, he's here to entertain all of us.
Yeah.
And The Machine, the movie, is in theaters May 26th. I can't believe it. It's actually happening. Please welcome one of our closest friends, Bert Kreischer.
Hello, everybody.
Morning, Bert. It's getting close, man. This has got to be surreal to you.
It's crazy. It's a little overwhelming because I don't really know what I'm doing. I know how to promote like live shows, but selling a movie is tough.
Wow.
Yeah. I no doubt. And honestly, you've been complimented, and we've talked to so many people over the years, and your name will be invoked when they're talking about how one goes about effectively marketing themselves and getting the word out and spreading it. But there's so many spinning plates on sticks with the movie industry and getting the word out and when the movie's released and how you roll it out. It's mind-boggling.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're doing a live from the red carpet streaming into theaters on the 25th. So you can get your tickets at themachine.movie. And look, all I know is I made a fun action comedy that's bigger than I think you're going to expect. All the jokes weren't in the trailer. So I just want people to get out to the theaters and go see it. They said to me, we were talking on a call, and they're like, so what is like an expectation? Like what number would make you happy? I said, 152 million open weekend. And they're like, Top Gun Maverick made 130.
Yeah.
Top Gun Maverick?
Dude, you know what? And there are so many things that need to happen for a project like this to actually occur. Like these things can crumble and never be heard of again. And this is happening. This is green all the way, dude.
I can't believe it. I mean, just the idea of just selling a movie, then getting a movie greenlit, and then we were on the shelves. We were stuck on the shelves. They weren't going to air us because of the Ukraine-Russian war thing.
Yeah.
And then I just took a chance and I leaked it on Rogan, and I leaked the trailer. I got in trouble, but whatever. I don't care. Sony picked it up, and now we're going live next weekend. I mean, I'm like freaking out. I can't believe it.
I mean, you've got that is a top date time for a release as you start to move into the summer season. You remember Deadpool? That's basically what they did as well. They leaked a 7-minute scene, and that's how that movie got done. You're going to benefit, I think, no matter what happens, and I think you have such a locked-in fan base that it's going to be successful out of the gate, but it'll also have legs when it's streaming and all of that as well, because, people who may not go out to the theater to see it are definitely going to want to grab it up and watch it at home. So I think there's going to be a long arc to this.
Yeah, I want people to go out to the movie theaters and see this in theaters, because if that happens, I swear to God, I know how Hollywood works. If they don't make comedies anymore, they stop making comedies.
Yeah.
They took a chance on a comedy with a comedian, and if it pays off, you will see next summer, you'll be like, wow, Shane Gillis has a movie, Tim Dillon has a movie.
Yeah.
Like it'll be, the floodgates will open, and they'll start making comedies with all your favorite comics.
Bert, I followed you on Instagram forever, and I follow Mark Hamill, and to see Mark be as into it as he is really cool. I mean, it's freaking Luke Skywalker, but he's putting all of the trailers up on his social media and on he's giving you a lot of props. Is that surreal for you? How's your relationship with Mark at this point?
Oh, it's great. It is surreal. He was over at my house the other day with his wife and his daughter, and he said, "Do you know what came out? What other movie premiered on Memorial Day weekend?" What? He said Star Wars. Like, a lucky weekend for me.
Yeah.
So.
Wow. I forgot about that. And I was I remember seeing it that weekend. No, it's good. And I'll tell you this, just the trailer alone indicates how much work went into this. I mean, when we first saw the first iteration of the trailer, I mean, we knew that we were expecting at a certain level, but then, oh, wow. Either they pulled some big magic tricks or spent some money on this, because it looks really full-blown, properly theatrical.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the opening scene of the movie is so big. I started crying when I saw it. I was like, oh, my God, this is like a legit movie. It's a high-end action comedy.
Hey, what is Arnold Schwarzenegger posted a picture of you.
What flattering one too?
Yeah, I know it's not the best, but what is this? What's going on with you and Arnie?
He hit me up. He was fascinated that I was the next action star. He's like, I can't believe it. They wouldn't let me make comedies because of my body, and now they're making action heroes with your body. You need to get this body molded into a cast. It is perfect.
That is wild.
He was awesome, man. He was every bit. Like, I left there, I got in the car, and I was with my wife, and I told Leanne, I said, I don't want to be an actor. I want to be a movie star. Being a movie star. Screw the craft. I want to be a movie star. I want to roll up on red carpet shirtless on a motorcycle with a cigar in my mouth and a harmonica in my back pocket. I want to join Scientology. I want to be a movie star.
Well, then let me ask you, have you gotten any calls since? Because from what I've seen, and I can only judge on what I've seen in the trailers, but I'm like, this dude, like, you look like you have something that you haven't tapped into yet. Has anybody given you any calls since?
Yeah, I got. I can't say the name, but some guy wrote a part for me in a movie, and I wrote back. I was like, I'm gonna pass, and they're like, why? And I go, because I just want to be a movie star. I just want to be the lead. I don't want to do it.
You want to be the lead.
Some indie project came at me. I was like, what's the budget? And I go, I don't really do anything under $40 million.
You might as well go big.
Yeah, go
Go big or go home, yeah.
Nothing under 40 mil.
Man, you mentioned your wife. Listen, you posted a video for Mother's Day. I didn't see it. Casey was telling me about it, but Case, you got teared up.
Yeah, thanks a lot. You made me cry, bro.
Dude, I cry every time, and we got her doing her ugly cry face. It was so good. It was so good. We flew Georgia home to surprise her.
Oh.
She was really upset, really, really upset that she wasn't going to have a Mother's Day with both her daughters, and so we flew Georgia home, and I happened to be FaceTiming her when Georgia walked in the door, so I hit screen record on my phone. So I have her reaction on the computer, and then Isla shot it, and we got.
Oh, it's great.
A lot of people hit me up about that video.
It's adorable. It's wild. So listen. I mean, you're juggling so much. You've got obviously this. The tour is off and running. You're playing super large venues. You're coming here. Everyone's very excited. So what? How is that? How's that all figured? How are you juggling all of this?
Oh, yeah, I'm coming to Philly like Thanksgiving weekend or something.
Yeah, November 29th, so close to it, yeah.
I cannot wait. No, look, I got Fully Loaded, where I bring 15 of the best comics in the country around tour on summer. I got the movie coming out we just signed up to do a sitcom, like a single camera scripted sitcom with Netflix. I haven't announced it yet, but so I've got a lot going on. I told Leanne I would love to go to rehab for like a week.
that'd be a big movie star thing. That'd be a movie star thing,
dude.
Yeah,
I'm looking for a big intervention, like a big. I'm gonna fly to South Africa or something. And no one will be able to find me. And movie star stuff.
Yeah, you go. Absolutely, do the Dave Chappelle route. I mean, you blow off a big check, go into hiding, and hang out with the Zulus or something for a while, and then come back. I love it. All that stuff, and then you get your cover on People Magazine. Where you can you've been through it. Now you're back.
And then I'll get in great shape. I'll get on Men's Health.
Yeah.
I want to be so out of touch that people are like, he really has changed.
And then what you do at something that's not even that much of a national crisis, that's just mid-level, release a music video with you and other celebrities singing Imagine.
Oh, bro. I've already, my celebrity list has grown so much, like over the past, like Arnold Schwarzenegger, Bradley Cooper, Snoop Dogg texted me, Aaron Rodgers. I mean, dude, I'm like really big these days.
And you're still calling us?
Clearly.
I mean,
Yeah.
you guys can call me.
Well, I mean, you're slumming with us, but I mean, that's pretty cool. Well, I have to ask you, when you were with Arnold, did you? He always has livestock at his house. Were they
livestock?
Yeah, he has like mules and stuff in his house. Did you see them
inside?
Oh no. I haven't got the invite to the house yet. We went and worked out at Gold's Gym.
Oh, okay. I don't know if they had mules in there. All right.
So is Segura a little jealous of you right now?
Yeah. Oh, he's so jealous. My celebrity friends are so much better than his. All he has is Brad Pitt. And then he texted me. He goes, "Can you get me Aaron Rodgers' number?" And so I was like, I don't know. I gotta reach out to Aaron. And he goes, "Just give it to me." So I put a group text on and I said, "Aaron, Tom would like your number, but quite honestly, I don't think you should reply to this." And he didn't.
And he didn't. Oh wow! I never even thought about that battle. So that's like a sibling rivalry times 10 without the sibling part.
Yeah, I gotta get him. I see him next week. I gotta get him his birthday present. So I gotta figure out what to get him for his birthday.
Oh my! Oh, all right. Are you looking for suggestions by any chance?
Yeah, but it's gotta be like a bad present, because now we do bad presents.
Okay, all right. It is interesting though, because and I'm really happy because we have seen your star just rise over the years, and it's been like a nice steady progression. And what is really, really great is that you still actually respond to, I would say, at least 40% of our texts, which we've seen over the years. Other people's
drop dramatically,
to zero, down to less.
We're grateful.
Less than 5%.
At 40%, we're
Listen,
grateful.
We're very grateful.
We're not idiots. We know you're busy and you got things to do. There's verifiable proof that you have many irons in the fire. There's other people that we correspond with. We know they ain't got nothing going on, and they don't get back to us. Right, Case?
Wait.
Yeah, so we appreciate it.
What comic? Like, name some comics that have dropped off.
Rogan doesn't respond to anything anymore.
Rogan?
John
Yeah.
Mulaney. We used to have him in, and
Birbiglia.
Mike Birbiglia. I mean, he'll get back to me, but he doesn't come on the show anymore.
But Mulaney's special was really good.
It's great. He's great. We're huge fans, and Rogan we always had a great time. Yeah, but we get it. We know. He's and says kind things about us. Which we appreciate. But
Bert, you mentioned one. We had Bradley Cooper in studio a couple of times, and look, I'm not blowing smoke. They were great conversations, and it seemed like at that time we were becoming friends with him, and then that stopped.
It stopped.
What about McElhaney?
Oh, he's good. He's still solid.
He's dropped a little bit. He's now down to what? Like,
he's very busy. Let's just leave it at that. But when it's his birthday, he responds.
Is it possible, Bert, that we have a skewed sense of this because we're not successful? Could that be it? Maybe that's it. See, from your side of the fence, this might read as standard operating procedure, but on our side, we're looking and going, well, why aren't they getting back to us? Not realizing that successful people have things that are going on throughout the week.
Mulaney makes sense because it's like he went through all that stuff, and I'm sure he just like, I don't want to talk about any of it.
Oh, yeah. No, that's a good point. But yet he did he's been very candid about it.
He's been candid about it, but I think he didn't want to burn that. He didn't want to burn that material.
Yeah.
Do it.
He gets to choose when he does it and how he does it.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
He doesn't even do podcasts. Like, he did Theo's podcast, and I was shocked.
Oh, really? Okay. Hey, who has on your end, on the opposite, who would never return your text is now returning your texts?
I'll tell you, Snoop has been texting me a lot lately.
Wow.
I would like to hang out with Snoop.
Me too. Snoop's a tough one. Snoop's a tough one because he's got so many phones.
Yeah.
So,
so many burner phones.
That's great.
Well,
I called him one time, and we were on Two Bears, and I called him to see if he'd answer. We were see if he'd go fishing with us, and I was like, Snoop. He answered. I go, Snoop Doggy Dog, Alvin, and then he goes, I go, it's Bert, and he goes, you are one bad M&F from Bert Kreischer. And I said, really? And he goes, I just saw your show, The Cabin. And he goes, man, get me on that show. I was like, Snoop, they will greenlight a season 2 if you offer to do it.
Yeah.
Like, in a heartbeat.
That's awesome.
He texted me last night. He said, I think he saw the movie, and he's like, he loved it.
Oh, man, that's great.
Awesome.
Bert, I have another question about The Machine, because I really like Jimmy Tatro. I liked him in American Vandal. He's great on Home Economics. Does he play a younger version of you? What's his deal in the movie?
He plays a young me. We were watching a TV show called The Guest Book, me and Leanne, during the pandemic, and he said to some guy, he goes, why don't you move into my van with me? And the guy goes, well, wouldn't that be, it would be hard with our privacy? And Jimmy Taylor said, oh, you'd have 100% privacy. I have no peripheral vision. And we started laughing so hard. And Leanne looked at me and she goes, he's playing young you.
Yeah.
And we jumped through so many hoops to get him because he is so busy.
Yeah. He's really talented, and he's very funny.
Awesome. He's awesome. We hung out. We had a blast. We were in Serbia for 3 months together. I love that kid.
That's how long? What was that? Now 4 years ago? 3 years ago? When did you film there? When did that wrap up? It seems like forever.
2021. It felt like forever, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 2021. Right around now, I think.
Yeah.
We were over there right around now.
That's wild. Well,
so listen, you're coming to Philly in November, but you do have a show coming up in Moosic, PA, which isn't far from us. It's it's essentially just an exit further from where you did the Cardboard Classic. As a matter of fact, we did the Cardboard Classic this year. The place that you're playing, the baseball field, is right behind the hotel that we stayed at, guys. If you guys recall.
Yeah. Real?
Yeah. So, but it's a big lineup at that place, right?
Yeah, I think it's probably Big J. Okerson, Dave Attell, Lewis Black, Tiffany Haddish.
Yeah.
I forget who's on the lineup, but we have a crazy lineup. It's so many big names. Ralph Barbosa,
Jay Farrow.
Soder. Who?
Jay Farrow, I think it says here.
Jay Farrow's on it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy. It's fun. That Fully Loaded, we did it last year. Everyone had a blast. And so we just did it again this year. Arnold asked, he was like, I would like to come to Traverse City, Michigan. And I was like, I will fly you in a private jet if you come to one of my shows. Are you kidding me? And he goes, can I get on stage and tell some jokes?
Oh my God. You cannot let that pass.
I was like, Arnold, I have a G4 waiting for you. And he goes, G4s are 2000 and late.
It's too old for him. Oh, my God. Wow. I believe you did make another offer to us, right, Casey?
Yeah,
do we have audio of that?
We do.
Let me see if I want to play this. This is Bert. Here we go.
Will Preston and Steve be at the red carpet?
Listen to me when I say this on my family, okay? I will fly all of you out on my own dime to come see this premiere.
Wow. No, you will not.
No, hold on. You know I'm a ride or die for you guys.
Yes.
How many people does Amy Schumer call in anymore?
No.
Does Kevin Hart call in anymore?
No.
I'm your ride or die.
That was great.
Yeah.
I love it. By the way, when
did you guys get Frank Caliendo to do that?
Well done.
Frank gets back to us.
Yeah. Well done. Frank does get back to us. Nice. Did you have the red carpet yet, or is that this week?
Next week's a red carpet.
Okay, man. So
I reached out to you guys. Casey said you guys are super busy with scheduling and stuff. So
yeah, no, it's true. We
did not say that.
You didn't. It's Keenan's next week. We couldn't do it.
Yeah, we'll postpone that.
Yeah, right. So who's expected to show up for the red carpet, Bert? I mean, who's on the list?
I don't know. I put out a bunch of invites. I don't think Tom's coming. I keep texting him, and I haven't gotten a reply yet. I don't know.
Seriously?
Doesn't matter. Luke Skywalker's going to be there, dude.
Luke Skywalker's going to be there. Yeah, I don't know. We sent out invites last week, and we're waiting to RSVP and see. I don't know. I don't care. I'm so excited that this movie's happening at all.
Yeah.
That I'm like, I've got to pace myself drinking. I'm going to show up on the red carpet on a motorcycle, shirtless with a cigar. I can't wait.
Bert, so who's in the movie that we might not know, who we should keep an eye out for, who you think is going to be, who has like a shining moment in the movie, or is a scene steal or anything like that?
I mean, in my opinion, the woman that plays the villain in this, her name's Eva Babich.
Yeah.
She is so funny. She is so, but her role was not supposed to be humorous at all, but she was making us laugh because she doesn't try to be funny. Like when I introduced her to Mark, she goes, "Hey, please don't bring up Star Wars." And I go, "What?" She goes, "I've never seen the movie. It wasn't big in Croatia." And I was like, "It was big everywhere." She goes, "Just don't bring it up." So the first night I sit her down next to Mark, I go, "Mark, Eva's a big Star Wars fan."
Oh, yes.
She's like, "Oh, yes, I love that movie. Good guy versus bad guy thing is my thing." I go, "Eva, who's your favorite character in Star Wars?" And you can't say Mark. And she goes, "Oh, I don't know, maybe Chewbacca." I go, "Mark, Eva does a great Chewbacca impression." Eva, do your Chewbacca impression.
Oh, my God.
She goes, "Hello, I am Chewbacca." She was so funny in this movie that, but she was so funny to be around. And that I think she'll stand out, and she's absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah,
and she's a great actress.
Oh, that's cool. That's very cool, man. We're super excited for you. It's so terrific.
Yeah, and so May 26th, the official first day in theaters. But you'll be able to see it on the 25th. Did you say, Bert?
25th, I'm doing. We're having a special viewing.
You are okay.
We're streaming from the live from the red carpet. It streams into the theaters.
All right.
So you can get your ticket on the 25th. Go to themachine.movie to purchase your tickets, and really if you've supported any live comedy in the last 2 years. Come out and support this movie, please. Even if you can't go to the movie, just buy the damn ticket.
All right, we're gonna bang the drum, Bert.
Yeah, we will.
We're gonna make sure we mention this every day and get people out to, because your fan base is obviously rabid in Philadelphia. So we'll get everybody out there and do our part over here. Okay.
I appreciate it. I love you guys. Thank
we love you,
so
man.
much.
All right, bud. We'll talk to you soon, man. Take care.
All right,
Bert frickin' Kreischer, The Machine.
Blows my mind.
In theaters on May 26th. So, I hope this is huge for him.
Yeah.
And it should be.
And it can be, too. Movies like this come out of left field.
Yeah.
And even people who are not generally familiar with Bert and what he does, if it starts to become a buzz movie, then stuff like this takes off.
And remember, it's based on real events that took place. And obviously they're going to embellish it and have a lot of fun with it. But of these, he's told the story a couple of times on our show of meeting with the Russian group, and all of a sudden he gets labeled as the machine, and it's a great story. So that's awesome. Very, very happy for him. And by the way, that show at the Wells Fargo Center is going to be November 29th. And then, Music, PA in June on the 16th. He's going to be there with that full tour. And you can get all the information at bertbertbert.com. And Bert spelled BERT. And that's awesome. And he's got the Netflix special Razzle Dazzle. He's just got 1,000 things.
All good.
Yeah. That dude works a lot. Non-stop is he going.
That's why I'm always amazed when I see footage, and a fair amount of it of him at home.
Yeah.
Like that still works in there, that he gets home for his family. So that's a Herculean chore, but he makes sure to do it.
Love the guy. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. Some Bizarre File stories are up next. Hang out.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. Finally.
I was just curious what Casey's little protein bar tasted like.
Can I take a bite of that? No.
No, I said just tear off an
Just a
itty bitty
little-
little crumb for me. And
He said, "This is all I get. I'm
just
not
flat out-
sharing
he
it with
just
you."
goes, I can't do that, man.
I offered you a full one. I offered you a full bar.
Not that day.
That day.
Case?
I have a box of them.
I support that. Because
Yeah.
a lot of times, if we go out to like, and I've done it, I love my wife dearly, as you know, I'll just have somebody who goes, no, I'm going to get you a whole order of it.
I don't like sharing my food.
If this turns into a daily rush, I'm showing the camera the size of this tiny little bar, this tiny little 200-calorie bar that I allow myself for breakfast every day. He wanted to take a bite of that. I offered him a full one instead, and he said no. And then I said no, too. Don't turn this into a...
I get it.
He just wanted, you wanted like a tiny little break of it. Like not even a bite, like a quarter of a bite.
Which would have been.
The answer's still no.
A morsel, I know.
That would have been, what, Case, 20 calories if you're allotted 200?
But listen, I'm very covetous of my own food.
You're like me.
I
right?
don't want. I like put my arms around the plate. I'm like, go get your own. You know? I totally commiserate with that.
I'll buy you any. If you want to taste it, I have this, and you'd like to try some.
Yeah.
I'll get you. So especially if you're looking forward to it. Sometimes I'll okay, have a little bit, but for the most part, no.
My buddy Jeff, when we go out to dinner, we'll ask for bites of my dinner. All the time.
No, that is not okay ever,
got
unless
such
it
food envy.
is your husband or wife or significant other that you share other things with. You should not be sharing your food with people, even before the pandemic.
Kathy, he has food envy. He has food regret.
No.
Right? He'll order something and then,
I wish I got
and
that.
then he'll go, oh man, I should have got the gnocchi instead.
You tell me you go straight to hell.
Go straight to
And I help people with their ordering. I always say this. Here's my system. Claire will ask me, my wife will ask me, what should I get? All right, assessment, hunger level between 1 and 5, 5 being the most.
Right.
I'm very hungry. Then go with something you know you like.
Yeah.
Okay, hunger level 2.5. You can be adventurous.
Right.
You're not going to get burned. But you know you're going to regret it if you're really hungry and you get something that sucks.
Kathy's motivation, though, is different than about not allowing someone to take some from their plate.
Germs.
It's a
Hers
gross
is a
factor.
germ thing.
Yeah,
But it's weird. Why would you ask for a bite of my food?
But you could,
the frig out of
you
here.
could cut it off and put it on their plate, and no germs have been transferred.
Buy one of these yourself.
Why? You ordered what you ordered. I'm not asking for a bite of your food.
I win. I pay. Yeah, I bought food I actually want.
Yeah, seriously.
Marissa, what's your take on this? Because you were shaking your head as well or something.
She shares all the time.
they
She
do.
share with a whole table of people.
I hate all of you guys.
Table
we can't be
pancakes.
friends. Yeah, we can't be friends. I literally, when I go out to dinner with my friends, the first thing we say is, so are we sharing? Are we getting picky?
Preston, don't you remember the table pancakes?
Yeah, I remember talking about it. No, I'm the same way. We'll buy. Let's just buy a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
If you do that, if that's the agreement at the beginning of the meal, absolutely. If you're going like tapas style, and that's part of the deal.
And you're just going out for like
For friends,
appetizers.
yes, but
Not
if you're-
everybody's getting. But if everyone gets their own meal, I'm not going to be like, Marissa, can I taste your vegan whatever you're eating?
Literally, every meal we go to, everybody's sharing everything.
Okay.
No.
I'm on board with that. I like
If you've ordered an entree, I'm with Kathy 1,000%.
All right, back to mental health. We took a little journey there for a moment. Am I being irritable or snapping at people? That's a question to ask yourself.
Check.
And Casey does, yes. Check. All right, this is a cool thing from the Just Saying Institute.
Just saying.
And this is about medical advancements, and this is encouraging. Now, there's going to be a long way to go, but German researchers have enabled mice that are paralyzed after spinal cord injuries to be able to walk again.
I mean, oh my God.
Reestablishing a neural link hitherto considered irreparable in mammals by using a designer protein injected into the brain. You know the ramifications of that?
Yeah, it's going to destroy the mouse wheelchair industry.
People may lose their jobs.
Yeah.
Listen, people are going to be able to walk.
It's going to be cataclysmic.
Mice are going to be able to walk again. Let's keep our eye on the ball here. Listen to this. Spinal cord injuries in humans, often caused by sports or traffic accidents, leave them paralyzed because not all the nerve fibers that carry information between muscles and the brain are able to grow back. But the researchers from Ruhr University Bochum managed to stimulate the paralyzed mice nerve cells to regenerate using a designer protein.
Dr. Turdballs is very encouraged.
Right. Which is pretty wild. So when I thought I had ALS, I was having these muscle spasms, are called fasciculations, and it really scared me. And so I went to a couple of neurologists, and one of them explained to me the way nerve cells work. And I may be a little bit off base on this, but for the most part, the nerve is a single cell. It's one thing.
Yeah.
And once you lose that, there's no way to regrow those. That's the thing. You can't regrow nerves. And so that therein why those, when you have nerve problems, that's why how final it is usually.
This has been the holy grail. This has been the thing. Now we have things that are prophylactic, or I should say, a separate, like exoskeletons, mobile exoskeletons that could allow people to walk with these, like a war machine. To
at least have some ability.
But if you could regain, and if you can regain that ability to walk, then as you get older, or people who have just natural deterioration, I assume you'd be able to refresh that ability as well. So people have balance issues.
The main doctor, Dr. Turdball, was it? Said with a relatively small intervention, we stimulate a very large number of nerves to regenerate, and that is ultimately the reason why the mice can walk again. The paralyzed rodents that received the treatment started walking after 2 to 3 weeks.
That's amazing.
The treatment involves injecting carriers of genetic information into the brain to produce the protein called hyperinterleukin.
Mouse-walkatosis.
They're going to have to change that when they get the humans, though, right?
Hyperinterleukin
globin.
Interleukin gluten galbin 6.
Yes.
The team is investigating if the treatment can be improved, and he said that we also have to see if our methods work on larger mammals.
Right.
We would think of
like whales,
dogs, or primates, for example. And then if it works, we would have to make sure that the therapy is safe for humans too. But that will take many, many years. So probably not in our lifetime.
But never say never.
Yeah.
That's what James Bond taught us. And I think that this is... a lot of times people will, everything starts a geometric progression. I mean, knowledge fires off additional knowledge. Everything goes out in waves. So I think this can increase exponentially. I wouldn't be surprised if we're looking at something, these things come and people say, I never thought we'd get there. I'm always amazed, like when they said, travel at the speed of light.
Yeah.
Never be achieved. And it still seems like impossible. However, they're starting to do things where they're sending particles at the speed of light. So, we'll see. You never know.
Yeah.
Or else we're going to have a bunch of really, athletic mice.
Right. I thought that was pretty great news.
That is good news. So, every baby steps or mouse steps.
Mouse steps, if you will. Speaking of challenges, of online challenges, there was one, Steve. It's called the Skull Breaker Challenge.
This dumb thing.
Yeah, I saw this a few weeks ago. There was a video somebody had posted a clip of these two girls doing it to.
It's all over TikTok, yeah.
Yeah, but this was a couple of weeks ago. That supposedly, and the story was the girl was like special needs, and they were bullying her, and but anyway, so that turned me off to it immediately. But yeah, anything that talks about breaking your skull and a challenge, I may want to pass on. But have you seen what this is?
No, I only saw the. That there's like a big up in arms about this.
Yeah, so it's 3 people. 2 people are in on it, 1 person isn't. So you stand side by side, you're facing a camera, and the idea is the 2 people on the outside jump up in the air, and then after they jump, the person in the middle jumps by themselves up. And I guess they tell them, they give them some kind of setup to make them do it. And as the person in the middle jumps up, the other 2 knock their feet out from underneath the person in the middle. And I mean,
like why?
Face plant. I mean, we're talking.
That's not cool.
Broken neck, broken, nose, whatever. Really nasty falls that can happen. And yeah, that's apparently a thing right now.
Oh, man.
A local kid got injured having this happen.
Well, and skulls have been cracked. Yeah, so that's part of the deal. And I mean, you're doing it on concrete and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I'm honestly sick of these goddamn things with eating Tide and all this stuff. And it's like, come on.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, have you guys seen the invisible string trick? That one.
Describe it.
All right. Okay. So I wasn't sure if you've seen it.
No,
or
I have not.
No, you take somebody, you sit them down in front of you, and you act like you have a string.
Oh, I have seen it. Yep. Okay.
It's a little bit funny, right?
It's
Okay.
kind of funny, yeah.
All right.
So go ahead and finish describing how this works.
So you walk up and you say, "All right, I'm holding this string," and you act like you're putting the string into their ear and then pulling it out the other side, and then you ask them to hold one side of the string.
It's a joke. They don't think there's really a string
Right,
there.
of
It's
course,
just play along,
Yeah.
follow me, do this for me.
All right, so you're holding one side of the string. I'm holding the other side of the string. Okay, now yank that side of the string really hard. And so when they yank it really hard, your hand slaps them across the face because it's holding onto the other side of the string.
Yeah.
So
it's similar to that is funny, but you're not gonna smash someone. There's one that involves also with the AFV has videos of it constantly with trying to catch the dollar or the card against the wall with their forehead. You've seen that.
Yes. My son tried to do the string one to me.
Right.
And I go, I've already seen it. And then he's like, no, you got to do it. I go, but I've seen it.
Yeah.
I've seen,
He wanted so bad for you to do it.
Oh, so guess what he did? He just slapped me across the face.
Why not just cut out the whole act?
Just
and do
punch
that
you in the face. Or
hey, you want to see something? Whap.
I've tied an invisible string to the end of this baseball bat, and I'm going to put it through your ear. So yank on it hard.
I saw this other one. A mother's been filmed letting her teenage son slap her breasts to the tune of a song as part of a TikTok challenge.
What?
Uh-huh.
No. No.
Aiden Ridings, who is 17, filmed the video and uploaded it last week in a strange attempt to gain more followers. The 8-second video starts with the two standing opposite each other as the 2008 hit Undercover Martin by Two Door Cinema Club plays. The teenager dances to the tune before hitting one breast after the other in quick succession in time with the beat. This is his mom, mind
His
you.
mom?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
this isn't okay.
No. You did
This is not okay.
You wouldn't let Jace do that, Kathy?
And the mom let him do that.
Yeah.
Let Jace do it to the
No.
baby shark.
So let's see here. What does it say? He said both he and his mother were happy with the video and they found it amusing. So is this a challenge? Slapping the boobs?
It is now.
I don't know.
We should create listen, I think there's no challenge you could create on social media, especially on TikTok, that somebody would not try to emulate. No matter how patently, obviously, dangerous and harmful.
Ace, what about the one that I've been sending you that I want to do with you? The
I want to do
light
that one.
switch.
The switch one, yeah.
I hit the switch. It's some song. I don't know what it is. Or I hit the light switch or something like that. And it's just people swapping. So it's two people in the video. The song says hit the switch or I hit the switch. It goes to black for a second, comes back. And then the two people have basically reversed roles. So like people are changing clothes. One is like a father and a son. It's kind of cute.
All right, it's a little video
Yeah.
finagling.
When do you get to hit someone's breasts?
All right. Yeah, when do I get to hit somebody's boobs? What is this?
I've never heard the song
This is
before.
the song.
So,
all right. This is the hit your mom's boobs song. I guess it happens right here. Oh, whap whap.
Yeah, that's you can also finger your grandmother.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's another riff. You guys have not seen that?
93.3 WMMR.
Kathy's got mad hits like she was Rod Carew. All right, time for some bizarre file stories.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, every now and then you get a story that's worth bringing up simply because of the perpetrator's name. In San Francisco, a woman named Thor Kill has been convicted of felony possession of ammunition by a prohibited person. Thor Kill.
But Thor's such a force of good.
So her last name is Kill. I thought maybe it was a first and middle name thing, but no, her last name is Kill. So it says Kill, who is prohibited from having ammunition due to a 2012 misdemeanor assault conviction, was found in possession of a massive quantity of ammunition.
Sounds like a command.
Officer Thor Kill Officers with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives executed a search warrant on Kill's residence and storage unit where, while serving the warrant, officers discovered and seized multiple crates and boxes containing thousands of rounds of live ammunition, 87 firearm magazines, 125 pounds of explosive powder.
And one big hammer.
Tens of thousands of components used to make ammunition and ammunition manufacturing equipment. Kill's social media pages also reveal multiple posts of equipment used to manufacture ammunition, which is probably how they busted her in the first place.
So, yeah.
Not
trying to keep it a secret.
Thor Kill was sentenced to 2 years in state prison, but credited with time served since her arrest.
Sit, Thor, sit.
Warrants for the arrest of a married couple on animal cruelty charges show the man and woman poisoned 3 dogs belonging to a neighbor.
Bastards.
These people are psychos. Wait till you hear about this story. James and Agnes Goldston are each charged with 3 counts of animal cruelty and communicating threats. Philip and Jessica Ridley said that one dog died in July 2020, another died last weekend, and a third was sickened and hospitalized. After the second and third dog showed the same symptoms as the first, the Ridleys called law enforcement. The sheriff's office said that each dog was evaluated by 3 veterinarians. They all confirmed the dogs were poisoned. The Ridleys said the Goldstons were known to poison squirrels with antifreeze and that their dogs might have eaten the squirrels and gotten sick. But according to the warrants, James Goldston has sent threatening letters to the Ridleys, including one that said, "Your daughter is next."
What?
And poisoned and killed 2 of their 3 Labrador retrievers. For over a year, they said they sent us threatening letters in the mail about our animals and our house. Jessica said one of those letters read, "If one or both of these dogs put their paws on my property, I'm going to blow their brains out."
Ooh. Wow, man.
It's a psycho.
So, but they never had. What did they throw something over a fence, or what did they do?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how they poisoned them. Somehow or another, they did it. Jessica Ridley said that it was a nightmare. Other neighbors reported getting similar anonymous threatening letters. So these are just psycho neighbors.
Well, you just caught them on a bad forever.
Yeah, bad forever. I have a better animal story here. 2 Florida deputies helped a hawk escape the clutches of a snake on Sunday. Deputy Dasher and Deputy Ferrero responded to a report of an injured hawk in the roadway. When they got closer, they realized that the red-shouldered hawk had a snake coiled around its neck and wing. They used the end of a club to hold down the snake's head as he untangled its body from the hawks.
It can't breathe.
It appeared to be a North American racer, commonly called black racers.
North American racer.
A non-venomous snake.
A non-venomous snake.
You can identify it?
Can you identify it?
The hawk likely, though, snatched the snake out of a nearby yard for lunch.
I took it out of a nearby yard for lunch.
But the racer had other plans. The hawk immediately took off and flew into some nearby trees. The snake was tossed back into the street as it was no longer on the menu.
How about that?
So they saved... The snake was just trying to protect itself, but, yeah.
Listen, go, boys, split it, go your separate ways.
Yeah.
You both made a mistake.
All right, this is a messed up story out of Chicago that I want to share with you. A woman has... Chicago! Has been charged in a series of bat attacks on the northwest side of Chicago.
Tell me, have you attacked people on the south side of Chicago? You will.
Denise Solorzano was...
Is that your real name?
Was arrested and has been charged with 3 counts of aggravated battery, 4 counts of aggravated battery, use of a deadly weapon, and 1 count of felony aggravated assault. Her bond was set at $800,000, which is $100,000 for each victim she's accused of assaulting. Prosecutors said in court, in each attack, Solorzano asked the victims either, "What would you do if I hit you with this bat?" or "What would you do if I punched you in the face?"
Man.
Police said she attacked a 27-year-old woman and a 31-year-old woman with a baseball bat at 11:27 a.m. and then minutes later attacked a 34-year-old woman with a bat.
So just walk around doing this to multiple people.
Yeah. Shannon Condon said that she was working at home at the time of the attack. She said that she saw 2 women with a stroller while a white car pulled up and a woman got out holding a baseball bat. She said, and she walked around towards the two women with the baby. I thought she must know them or something, or maybe she was playing a joke on them. And then I saw the woman with the bat start hitting the ladies over and over again.
Easily kill someone.
And the ladies were screaming. The woman then got back in her car and drove off. The entire incident happened in a matter of seconds. In addition to those attacks, police said Solizano also attacked a 19-year-old woman last Sunday and a 33-year-old woman as well. Her parents left court distraught. They said off camera, the 26-year-old, this is a TV reporter, that she has schizophrenia. And said that they hope she gets the help she needs. She may not be on her medication.
That's the problem.
And it can get away from you. It's a terrible story, but one that was worth putting in the bizarre file because I've never heard of somebody just walking around beating people with a bat.
Tell me, did you hear about the peanut walking through the park?
No.
It was assaulted.
Yucca, yucca.
Waka waka.
San Antonio, 2 people were arrested after crashing their car and then trying to hide in a seafood restaurant just north of downtown.
There, a seafood restaurant.
Run! Quick, a seafood restaurant.
Pretend you're a lobster.
Police say the driver ran a red light.
I'm not human.
Photos of the scene showed the SUV crashed into a concrete pillar under the highway overpass.
A seafood restaurant.
The man and woman ran into the nearby El Puerto de Mazatlan restaurant.
Which means seafood.
No, it's not. The woman reportedly tried blending in the restaurant with the other customers, and the man tried to climb into the attic. So they had a plan.
I would have pretended I was a lobster, right? And be obvious about it.
Both of them were arrested. There is no word yet on charges that they face, and they have not been identified as of yet.
Steve, have you heard this this notion that perhaps lobsters never die?
I have not.
Of natural causes. That
most of the world's lobsters, or that they're always taken out by predators. No lobster dies of old age, is what you're saying.
Yeah, that it doesn't have any natural predators. And that when they die, it's usually by the hands of something or somebody else.
Well, so they would have to have a natural.
That they're actually trying to, because it has like a natural sort of replenishing, and that scientists are trying to identify that particular, I don't know, gene, molecule, or whatever.
There is something unique about their biology that helps.
They lose a claw, they can regenerate,
repair themselves.
Yeah.
So. That would mean they'd have to put some in captivity and see how long they can raise them. So you're saying if there's no,
they do, but the people in the restaurant keep eating them.
Yeah.
That they kind of can their immune system, whatever it may be, allows it to stay well all the time and continue to age. I've never heard of that before. It's interesting. I know that they have caught some that are very old.
Yes, in fact, there was one. Remember, it was I think it was in Massachusetts. Obviously, one of the big lobster places. And somebody bought it out of the tank at it was like Old Lobby.
Yeah.
And they bought him out of the tank, and I forget what his age was, I didn't realize they lived that long.
Here, Case, now they do have natural predators. I was thinking octopi, and they do. It says here, but in this article, they have groupers, snappers, sharks, skates, turtles, and octopus.
Yeah, but that's a spiny lobster. I don't know.
6 gerbils, 2 cats, a hamster, and a rabbit.
Spiny lobster's not the pictures that they were showing didn't have the giant.
You're not talking about
claws.
a regular,
like your main lobster,
big old under the sea lobster.
Here's this is an article. It says the idea that lobsters live forever is a myth. These animals can face death from predation, disease, or even exhaustion when they molt. For example,
I am flat out freaking exhausted.
Did you see this on social media?
No, and as a matter of fact, I was talking to my wife about it yesterday, and she's one of those smart people.
Yeah.
But there is some sort of thing that scientists are trying to figure out exactly what it is.
They have profound. So you're saying the ability to regenerate is something that they're looking at, but no one believes that the lobsters are eternal. Do they?
That was a theory. That
lobsters
are
eternal. Lobsters and other decapods do eventually reach the end of their lives. Hang on a second here. Lobsters, it says lobsters certainly do not live forever. It's not entirely clear where this myth originated, but it is a claim that persists online, often in the form of memes. While some animals, given the right circumstances, could be considered immortal, lobsters are not among them. Like many other decapod crustaceans, which are 10-footed, by the way, Lobsters continue to grow throughout their lives. Scientists call this indeterminate growth. This contrasts with people, for example. We stop growing when we reach adulthood. But lobsters and other decapods do eventually reach the end of their lives. Lobsters can face death from predation, including by humans, or health issues such as shell disease. Another potential cause of death is inherently linked to their continuous growth.
Okay, but I'm also reading along, but it does say that they basically can't die of old age. Like something is going to kill them.
So, that would be tangential to what you said. But I mean,
people don't die of old age either, though. You know, eventually, like some kind of disease is going to get you.
They call it natural causes.
Yeah,
well, what are natural causes for a lobster?
Yeah.
Right.
I don't think getting old is a cause of death.
Right.
Where you just
Something
run
fails.
out.
Yeah, something went
Right.
wrong and that killed you. But just the aging process doesn't kill people either.
Right. Okay.
I was there at the Revolutionary War. It was an amazing thing to be a lobster on that battlefield. As the Brits were wearing red coats, too. Made me kind of nervous, as I'm sure you would understand. My name is Lobby the Lobster.
I'm sorry?
Lobby the...
No, Casey. Hang on.
And then, of course, Lobby the Lobster took to the dance floor.
I don't know what you want.
Well,
What
what
do you want from
me?
me? Expecting me?
You were sending a text or something
I
like
was
that.
not. I'm actually looking up information.
Oh.
Am I the only one on the show not allowed to look up information? I'm trying to find...
That's the day that Casey became very upset about our lobster conversation.
I gestured because he started talking about the Civil War, and there's a piece of music that we usually play that goes along with that to encourage Steve to play and have fun with that character.
Well,
And I
the
was gesturing
Revolutionary.
towards it.
Do we have anything that would suit the Revolutionary
Oh, you said
War?
Revolutionary War. I'm sorry. So I'm off
we don't
mark.
have any revolution.
Do we have anything for the 7 Days War?
Fife and drum type of thing or something? I don't really
How do you
know.
spell
How about...
F-I-F-E.
Okay. How about Grenada? The conflict there.
All
the
I have
Falklands?
is Drum and Fight by the Smashing Pumpkins. I don't even know how that song
I don't
goes.
know how that song goes. Let's
hear
find
it.
out right now. Here we go. This is Drum and Fight, Smashing Pumpkins. What's this, Nick?
I was curious as to how long the Falklands War was because Steve mentioned that, and it was 74 days.
774.
Yeah.
How long was the quote unquote Grenada? The Grenada.
invasion?
Let's call the whole thing off.
That was
conflict.
just a few days.
Just a few days, right?
Yeah.
As depicted in the movie with the Clint Eastwood.
I know the movie you're talking
What the
about.
hell's the name of that thing?
And I can't remember.
Hamburger Hill?
No.
Heartbreak Ridge.
Heartbreak
Ridge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was an H thing.
Yeah.
4 days.
All
Wow.
right, what has to happen in order for something to be considered a war?
There has to be 10 lobsters.
10.
No,
I'm still reading about the lobster.
Thank you, Kathy. You're allowed to.
War.
I don't think there are any. I don't know. What if you declare war, that's probably a pretty good start.
Yeah, but we haven't declared war in a really long time. And
No, we haven't.
We fought in wars.
Then technically, when you what was that song? I declare my war upon.
I declare a thumb
Thumb
war.
war, yeah.
Yeah.
But you're both
That's a
declaring
war.
thumb war at
1,
the same
2,
time.
Right.
3,
4.
4.
I declare a thumb war. I declare a Falklands War.
4 or 5. 8.
Is there more to it?
Dude,
And
we
lobsters live
appreciate-
forever.
Huey Dillon.
Marissa
Well,
found some
it's in
kind of
it.
audio.
There we go.
It's a lobster.
No, this is Fife and Drum. Now we have Revolutionary War music. This has been totally
You can very
worth
well
it.
imagine as a lobster being on the battlefield with red on, they must have thought I was a British soldier. That was the joke from about 15 minutes ago.
Still good, though. Worth the wait.
Oh. Are we trying to find verification that lobsters live forever? Is that what you were
No.
looking
They
up, I
don't
guess?
live forever, but they have something that basically we don't have as humans. So basically
Large claws?
what I'm reading is that humans can essentially die of what they say old age, but lobsters can't.
Okay.
Because they have this enzyme. So
Now we're getting somewhere. There's an enzyme.
yeah,
Okay.
it's an enzyme that is dubbed the immortality enzyme.
Oh, like the Mickey Mantle gene, right? So this
Right.
is,
You can drink
the
all you
lobsters-
want.
All comes back to Bert.
That's why lobsters smoke and drink.
Okay. So
it
a regenerative.
Yeah, it allows
Like QC Kinetics.
Like
Yeah.
Wolverine.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So the cells keep dividing and lobsters keep growing and repairing
Did
their
you say
bodies.
the cells?
We have like a form of that, but not
To that
fully.
level.
Right,
So we
not-
can
not to
become
that
Lobster
level,
Man.
which is why we can die of old age.
I'm Lobster Man.
Yes.
By the way, you can get a transcript of this if you send $10 to Merkel Press.
Send a self-addressed stamped envelope. A SAZY, as they used to call it.
A SAZY?
A SAZY.
Though at least I had not heard the longevity with the lobsters, and Kathy gave us the information, so that makes sense. And what else did we determine?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know
think
what
it's
else
time
we
to take
found
a
out.
break.
I don't even know where we started.
Where did this start?
How did lobsters enter into the conversation? Was it a bizarre file story?
Yes.
Go back.
Now we have to go in the trash.
Court stenographer.
How did we end up at lobsters?
Casey asked the question of Steve, have you heard this notion? And I
Right.
think that was based, Casey,
And that was-
on a lobster story in the B file.
That was sparked by something.
The last B file story had
The last bizarre file story, no, it was about hiding in a seafood restaurant.
There you go.
There we did.
We literally couldn't remember 5
We read the
minutes
court.
ago.
We can't remember
Who could follow that chain of thinking?
a damn thing that we talk about. All right, I'm calling it.
That's it?
Time of death, 10:14. The Preston Steve Show officially died, and we must.
Not if you're a lobster.
We have a period of rest. You're right, forever. We're going to take a break and come back in a second. We'll get lesson, question, trash, and music news when we return. So stay with us, please.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. What's going on in the world of
Yeah. It's called the finger gum gum show.
Yeah, finger gum gum. There's gum on my finger. Gum on my finger.
Oh my God.
Wow. Queen Elizabeth has a reputation for being a bit staid, but the 94-year-old is quite different behind the scenes, according to her biographer.
I'm working as an escort.
Sally Bedell Smith, author of Elizabeth the Queen, The Life of a Modern Monarch.
So how does she let her hair down?
Well, Smith tells people that she spoke to an insider at her estate in Norfolk, Sandringham, who said you can hear her laugh throughout that big house. She has a big laugh.
Really?
So apparently she's cackling and giggling down the hallways all the time.
That is a big laugh for the Queen.
all over the
She apparently, while watching a rerun of Prince Charles' 1981 wedding to Princess Diana, she said, "Oh, there's my Miss Piggy face." She has the ability to laugh at herself, according to this person. Smith told people that during a shoot celebrating her Diamond Jubilee in 2012, she told the photographer, Barry Jeffrey, to just keep the camera rolling as she broke from the norm. And the Queen proceeded to strike a series of poses, slipping her hands in and out of her pockets, placing them onto her hips, mimicking the stances of a professional model.
Tongue between her fingers?
Her dressmaker and close confidant, Angela Kelly, had said that, yeah, she was having fun in that photo shoot.
I'd love to see that.
They said they stood in disbelief. The Queen was a natural, Kelly marveled. Barry and I felt like we were experiencing something really special, a moment never to be repeated.
There's great footage of her on the set of Over the Top, where she is.
Was she the final battle?
She was the final battle.
She put a crown on backwards.
I need to go back and read the cast from that movie because I've forgotten how many people were
Bunch of
in
cameos.
that. Yeah, well. I did see it was like a Reddit thread recently, and someone was talking about which way you face during the shower when you take a shower.
Oh, okay.
And so they were saying that when not
All I
washing,
did was get out of the shower.
not washing their hair, they face forward. When they are washing their hair, they face with the shower to the back. And I assume this is a woman who may not wash her hair every day. She has long hair, so some women don't.
My hair's moderate length.
But I didn't know. I'm spinning around constantly in the shower.
You're doing like spins.
I face towards, I turn back,
I have one
forward,
direction.
I turn back. You do one direction,
and I
this
perform.
is my first I've ever heard of somebody facing one way in the shower.
I perform songs from One Direction too. No, so actually, it's actually just because of the construction of the shower. So my bath, I have my own bathroom. When we bought the house, it was more like there was a tub with a with the curtain that went across, and it was so. My brother-in-law built a shower stall,
a walk-in shower.
Right. So, but it's shallow. So, if I were to stand, my shoulders might be touching both sides. So I turn to the side, and I have the shower.
Oh, okay.
So I'm facing the glass. I'm facing the wall. I'm facing the 4 cats looking at me naked. but let me ask you this: when you get out of the shower, do you immediately wrap yourself in a towel? I do not.
Oh my God!
I dry off in the shower.
Oh, me too.
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
shower together.
I don't wrap in a towel.
When I lived at home with my mommy, and I had no concept.
Mommy, come dry me.
I had no concept of what people did around the house. Like I used to use 2 towels every single time. Like now I use 1 towel and I use
like
it
a week.
for like a week.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, oh God, laundry sucks, right?
I know.
Dude, my mom
had like
2
towels a day.
every single time. One around my waist, one around my torso.
I have a completely separate question because Kathy said with drying the hair and getting too hot and sweaty. After a workout.
Oh, yes, the worst.
And then you shower and you get
you're
out
still
and I'm
sweating?
like, I'm sweating.
I have to shower again.
I take a shower.
So here's what I do in the summer.
I hate that.
I have my clothes laid out back in my room, and the AC. I'll put the AC on the ceiling fan. I come out of.
You stand in front of it?
Yeah, I go out. Yes, I would.
It's a good idea.
Just to dry off.
Sure.
I didn't go through all this to re-sweat.
When I was in high school on the swim team, our practices were 5 a.m. I had no idea that. Dude, listen, you're swimming like 2 miles in practice.
That's a workout.
That is a workout.
Sweating?
I was sweating, but you don't know you're sweating because you're in the pool.
Yeah.
You don't know that you're sweating until you go to put your school uniform on, and everything is just sticking to you. Yeah, I had no clue.
Somebody wants to vouch for the towel warmer. I'm going to go to Tom. Hi, Tom. Good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Ed. What's up, bud? Should I just say that every time now? Okay. All right, Tom, what's up?
I don't know. We were getting our shower now.
Oh, my God, he's possessed. Tom?
Yes, I'm here.
He still sounds like it. Tom, are you there?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Your connection is horrible, Tom.
WMMR goes into lockdown.
I put my towels in fire.
Coming to kill all of you.
I bathe in the river Styx, which is molten fire.
Oh, my God.
That is the most terrifying phone line I've ever heard.
I feel like we need to get clips from him.
Let's see if it clears up. Tom, are you still there?
Yeah.
Oh my God!
I'm still here. It's a better now.
He's calling from Jupiter. Wow, Tom, your phone line. Your phone line sucks, bud. So.
Oh man.
But it's awfully entertaining. Call back another time. Wow, that was bizarre.
Your mother is in here with us.
And it's Linda Blair's birthday.
Yeah, it's
we were just
perfect,
talking about that earlier. Wow. All right, let me see. We're going to have to wrap up here in just a second, right, Case? No sad bro coming up. No sad dough, no sad bro. Hang on a second here. I'll go to Sean real quick. Sean, good morning.
It's shower time.
It's shower time, bitch.
All I did was get out of the sun.
William Shatner and his ex-wife Elizabeth are dividing up everything in their estate, from dogs to land to ashes of exes to horse semen.
Wow.
TMZ reports.
Okay, yeah, because he
loves it.
He's a breeder.
Yeah.
He loves
He puts it in his cereal.
Love horse semen.
I tell you, I love it in my cereal. It's so thick and creamy.
Wow.
There's just something about waking up to horse jizz.
Oh my God.
Elizabeth.
Spock, what's this in your coffee cup?
Elizabeth gets 2 horses. William gets all the dogs, 2 horses, and all of the horse semen. He gets
Who gets the jig Geo?
He gets all of the horse semen and equipment, the horse semen equipment.
He gets all the dogs?
He gets all the dogs, yeah.
Seems unfair.
Semen?
It's horse semen in my big, piping hot mug of coffee.
And these are per the papers obtained by TMZ. Elizabeth gets...
Yes, I'd like a bear claw and a coffee with horse semen. You don't have horse semen? You don't know how delicious it is in a cup of coffee?
So Elizabeth, gets a Malibu and a Versailles, Kentucky home. By the way, in Kentucky, it's pronounced Versailles, not Versailles. Plus her family farm in Indiana, while he gets a ranch and their Studio City home.
But I got the semen, correct?
He gets all the semen. Their agreement also spelled out animal visitation rights because they don't have children. So
Preston, you know what I love to do? I love to drink horse semen through a crazy straw.
Crazy straw.
Through a crazy straw. It looks wild.
Yeah, I can imagine. Wow. All right, we're going to leave with this. Johnny Depp has launched a 50.
78 degrees and sunshine. Tomorrow, 80, some clouds. And then Wednesday and Thursday, it'll be like 68, 70 degrees, somewhere. So
it's not bad.
Yeah, a little bit on the cooler side, but refreshing, if you will. But yesterday and Saturday were just
gorgeous,
just phenomenal days. Love it. So, all right, let's see. We're going to ask today's lesson question. We are going to give away a pair of tickets to see to go to the Atlantic City Beer Festival. It's a beer and music festival, actually. So June 3rd and 4th, Bader Field. So the question I'm going to go with, let's see, it's a tough one here today. How about this? According to Steve, why shouldn't we have meetings on Mondays? It's the what on Mondays. 215-263-WMMR. Do you know the answer to that? Did you hear it? It wasn't that long ago. It was about 8:45. According to Steve, why shouldn't we have meetings on Mondays? If you know the answer to that, call now, and we'll do the trash while we're waiting for that call.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by CSB Media Arts Center, trained for a career in broadcast media, web development, social media marketing, and filmmaking at CSB Media Arts Center in Cherry Hill. You can go to csb.com. I'm sorry. No, it's actually gocsb.com.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, so gocsb.com. That's gocsb.com. What's up this morning, Steve?
Well, the trailer for the third film in the My Big Fat Greek Wedding series debuted online on Friday. A fourth film is reportedly already in production and is titled My Morbidly Obese Wedding Night, Search for My Vagina.
Wow.
Sylvester Stallone has dropped the asking price on his $21 million Hidden Hills estate by almost $2 million. Sly says millions and billions could almost be the same, except for the bus sound.
It's like $1 billion.
The 31-year-old Bachelor alum Colton Underwood and his 38-year-old political strategist Jordan Brown, that's his boyfriend, they got married in Napa Valley over the weekend. Underwood reportedly wrote his own vows for the ceremony, but ended up running out of words, so had to resort to hand turkeys. That's your Hollywood.
Alrighty, we are looking for the answer to this question. According to Steve, why shouldn't we have meetings on Mondays? And we'll go to Sam, try and get an answer. Hi, Sam. Sam, can you hear me?
She's listening.
Is your name Sam?
It is. Sorry about that. I had my Bluetooth on.
No problem.
It's all right. All right, Sam, do me a favor. Tell me why we don't have meetings on Mondays.
Because it's a Sabbath.
It's a Sabbath. Yeah. Hang on. Sam, you just got yourself a pair of tickets for the Atlantic City Beer and Music Festival, June 3rd and 4th, Bader Field, presented by Ocean Casino Resort, featuring over 100 breweries pouring 400 beers. Dropkick Murphys, performing on June 3rd and 311 on June 4th. Visit acbeerfest.com for tickets and information.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
I got bronchitis.
Brought to you this morning by A.D. Moyer, your professional source for decks, windows, doors, millwork, and more. admoyer.com, by the way. All right, so let's begin with this. During an interview, Buck Cherry opened up about, Robert Cavato from Buck Cherry opened up about covering Bryan Adams' Summer of '69.
Doesn't seem like their style of music.
This is Josh Todd who said this, actually. He said, we're huge fans of Bryan Adams. He continued saying, I think every band, when you're in the game of songwriting, you'll have those songs that you just wish that you wrote yourself that aren't your songs, and that's one of those songs. He said, I have loved that song since the 1980s. It's just one of these songs. And I'm like, man, every time I hear it, I'm like, I wish I would have written that song. This song is perfect. So that's why we recorded it. I would like to hear their version of it.
Buck Cherry, to me, seems a little bit more raw, right?
Yeah, a little heavier, a little more raw, but apparently he loves that song, Summer 69, which I do too. It's a guilty pleasure.
How does he feel about Lady in Red?
Let's ask him next time we have him on. A new Motley Crue album may be coming sooner than you think. Bassist Nikki Sixx posted an update to social media which read, hit the studio with Vince Neil today in London. The new Motley Crue songs are 100% officially done and ready for the mix. The recent tracks with the band's first is the band's first with Mick Mars' replacement John 5 and marked the Crue's first new material since recording a trio of tunes in 2019 for the Dirt soundtrack. Motley Crue's last album, all new material, was 2009 Saints of Los Angeles. U2 has added 8 new dates onto the band's upcoming U2 UV Achtung Baby Live at Sphere Show in Las Vegas.
Sphere.
The newly added shows are going to play December 1st, 2nd, 6th, 8th, 9th, 13th, 15th, and 16th.
So this is a residency of sorts, right?
Oh, yeah. For verified fan pre-sale information, log on to u2.ticketmaster.com. I'll bet these bands love doing these residencies for a while. They get to play multiple shows.
Your stuff's already set up.
You're not moving all. You can feel a little bit grounded for a while, stay in one spot. So they're going to enjoy that, I'm certain.
To play the city most associated with Jeff Dunham. It's wonderful talking puppets. Love it. That Sphere, by the way, is taller, actually substantially taller than the Statue of Liberty.
No kidding.
Yeah, it's a big mother.
I haven't gotten a real scope for it. You know, I mean,
it's hard to see from two-dimensional pictures.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, no one understands certain things like why I'm always in an echo. But yeah, it is. It's. I think the potential is amazing. That might be worth a trip out to Vegas just to see that friggin' thing.
Well, so there's rumors of my favorite band playing there, some sort of residency.
Really?
I will be there if that's going to be.
At the Sphere?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. Rumors.
Out now is Eric Clapton and late Jeff Beck's collaboration on the standard Moon River. The track, which was recorded not long before Beck's death last January, has been issued on all streaming platforms and will be available on vinyl on July 14th.
This is the Henry Mancini Moon River?
I assume it is.
Yeah.
This release comes ahead of Clapton's Jeff Beck tribute shows at London's Royal Albert Hall on May 22nd and 23rd. Jeff Beck died January 10th after contracting bacterial meningitis at the age of 78.
This is Clapton, huh?
For Breakfast at Tiffany's. This is not the original version. This is what you hear in the proctologist's office.
Jeff Beck liked all kinds of music, so I wasn't doubt.
Why not?
I don't doubt that he did that.
I mean, Henry Mancini wrote the theme to What's Happening.
Yeah. What is this about Johnny Depp here? Nick?
He's going to be on that show as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so Johnny Depp is going to be playing with Clapton, Garrett Clark Jr.,
Billy Gibbons.
Yeah.
Did you remember good friends with him?
Yeah.
I'd forgotten that.
He played in London States.
It says Rod Stewart, Joss Stone, Ronnie Wood.
Joe Perry.
No David Hasselhoff.
No, once again, right?
Son
Johnny?
of a bitch. For the past 20 minutes, I've seen you run up and down this beach in your red bathing suit.
All right, 2 more things.
By the way, not to go off on a tangent, what's that that red thing that they carry? What is the technical term for that in the Baywatch series?
Just saying. I would say it's a buoy, probably. I don't know.
I don't know why I'm asking, but I was going to make the joke, and I realized I didn't know what it was referred to as.
I think it might just be a buoy.
Okay.
Lifeguard rescue equipment. Here, hang on. It's not listed on there, Nick. I see that thing. Lifeguard and safety equipment used by lifeguards.
Swim buoy.
Swim buoy.
Swim buoy. I'm a swim buoy. It's my new Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
I'm I'm going to carry 10 levels past.
Yes.
Okay, but the plastic
Where's
ones,
your swim buoy?
the plastic ones are called a rescue can.
That's what you need to make.
You got nice rescue cans.
Wow. HR, listen up. Those things are huge.
Are you supposed
No, I
to?
mean the swim buoys.
You chuck it to the person, right?
Yeah.
And they just hold on to it to keep, and while you swim and tow them.
Yeah, it's tethered to you somehow, and then
Preston, we just by accident created which will be, I think, one of the greatest TV shows ever, Whitey Bulger Baywatch. Right? Wouldn't that be great?
Yeah.
This stupid bastard
Hey,
doesn't know how to swim.
Sorry.
What?
You don't just chuck it to them. There's like a whole.
Isn't that for the? That's for the rescue.
No.
worker.
I'm not saying that you just catch. You know, I mean,
I'm not going
I know,
in
but I'm
there.
surprised Casey said, yeah. Were you just saying yes? Because.
I don't know. I don't know anymore. Kathy.
I know, but remember, no, there's like a whole thing where you have to like dip it underneath them and you get them on. Like, you don't just say, like, here, hold on.
Okay.
I'm sure you can do it whatever way. If you
Well,
save
we
their
need to
life,
find
I don't
out
care.
now. If we put up information that the huge groups of lifeguards that listen to our show.
Yeah, they'd be doing it the wrong way,
Yeah,
and
they'd
that
be
puts
killing
lives
people,
in jeopardy.
and that silence
hang
is
on.
violence.
We're looking at different things. This is not the
That looks like a large
the
banana.
rescue can. That looks like a.
That's the other one. That's the.
Is that what you're talking about? You dip it underneath them and then.
Yeah, that one you had to.
No,
it
I
depends
see-
on the situation.
At water slides and water parks, they always have those.
Yeah.
We're talking about
It looks like about 5 feet long, and it looks like it's made out of material
It's
that.
like a foam.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
the red thing with the red handles on each side.
Yeah, from
That's the
Baywatch.
can.
Right, from
That's
friggin' Baywatch, from
That's the
Whitey
can.
Bulger Baywatch.
Can just like a ring. You can chuck it.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I have
Oh
another
my
story.
God, this feels like Friday.
Oh, this
Can we
isn't
talk
John?
about lobsters instead?
Yeah, sure.
All right, cool. You like lobsters?
Okay. I had a story I was going to share. I'll save it for tomorrow. It's too
thank
long.
God. Yeah.
I'll save
Listen,
it for tomorrow.
wasn't us bringing up Whitey Bulger
It's
Baywatch.
not like breaking news or anything like that. We'll be good
All right.
tomorrow.
Hey.
Nick did bring up this. There is a show that's coming to town September 9th at the Man. It's called the One Fine Day Show, 2 stages, and it will feature Sting and Shaggy.
From Scooby-Doo.
Oh, not that Shaggy.
Oh.
No, the Shaggy, the rapper guy.
Yeah.
Thundercat, Coffee, Tank and the Bangas, and G-Lovin' Special Sauce. With some other acts as well. So that sounds pretty cool.
I feel like I've seen Tank and the Bangas on the Tiny Desk concerts.
Okay, maybe
Yeah.
so. But it, looking at the poster and the lineup, it seems like it's going to have kind of a summertime. I don't want to say reggae, but kind of a beachy feel to
Well,
it.
like the Hall & Oates Hoagie
Fest, yeah.
Fest. I don't. Is that even on the books for this year? I don't even know.
Oh,
but
I don't know.
That it has that similar feel to it, Preston. This show you're talking about with Sting,
Yeah.
like a real chill vibe. Yeah, I know what the kids say.
Let's see if we can get Sting on.
All right.
Let's see if we can do that. That'd be nice. Hi, Sting. It's me.
Somebody told me you were holding Trudy captive.
Yeah. We wanted to ask you about lobsters.
Ain't happening, bro.
All right, one last story. It's National Concert Week.
I think it's a National Concert Day.
No. And now through Tuesday, today and tomorrow, you get these $25 all-in tickets for tons of concerts, including MMRBQ.
Wow.
Godsmack and Stained, Disturbed, Ghost, Beck, The Struts, Weezer, and many more.
Holy hell.
Yeah, you can click on events at WMMR.com for text concerts to 39333, and we'll send a link to you with all of the information.
So it's now the week, just Monday and Tuesday, and the weekend is Wednesday through Sunday?
No, this has been going on for a little while,
Oh.
and I've only mentioned it today. $25 all-in tickets for tons of concerts. All right, so go to WMMR.com. Get off my back.
Yeah. What do you want? What do you want from
What
me?
do you want from me?
It's Monday.
Just saying.
Just saying.
All right.
Just saying.
All right, that's it. That's the last item in music news. We are taking a break. We're coming back in a moment and getting the letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize. So we'll be right back with that.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
What's with all the rockets?
She had late night visits from Musk at their LA home.
I'm a cowboy.
That Depp and Heard shared while he was traveling. Are you a cowboy or a pirate? Make up your mind.
pie boy.
A pie boy. Okay.
A pirate.
The 55-year-old suit against his 32-year-old ex reportedly stems from an op-ed that she wrote for the Washington Post in December, in which she said, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change." His career, he claims, has been damaged by the allegations and led to him being dropped from his lucrative role in the Pirates of the Caribbean films.
I think actually if he had just let this go, he'd draw less attention to it. By engaging in this, he's drawing more attention to it. Kind of let it just go inert. Who would have read that op-ed piece?
Yeah, but you know what? But the thing is, if he truly is innocent of all of these things,
thank you.
It doesn't matter if he lets it go because 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years down the road, that's going to be his legacy, and I guess he doesn't want to stand for that. If indeed he is,
can I tell you something?
Yeah,
I love you, roast beef.
Thanks. Thank you, Preston.
The claim adds, Ms. Heard is not a victim of domestic abuse. She is a perpetrator.
She is a perpetrator.
Yeah, Depp report. What?
I don't know. I was just waiting for a Yosemite Sam moment.
I don't know what that was, but it was, because of the classic Johnny Depp Yosemite Sam.
Yeah, well, it was a cowboy thing.
Oh, okay, I got you.
I mean, really, any moment is a good Yosemite Sam.
He's been a pirate, too.
Exactly. He has been a pirate,
I don't think that you can go wrong with Yosemite Sam.
It's just perfect.
Let me know if there's anything else you're waiting for, and I'll set you up, okay?
All right, good.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Mr. Depp's actions prove that he is unable to accept the truth of his ongoing abusive behavior. This is according to, the other side.
Yes.
But
we've seen what appears to be damning video of him going on a tirade.
And in the tirade, he's just slamming things down.
Where are the Cocoa Puffs?
He's not actually being physical with her.
Doggy. Little doggy. He looks so. It's just him waking up, and he's in a bad mood.
His mother, somebody
he's
just
wearing
died,
a cowboy hat. Did his mom just die?
I don't. Yeah, I think so. It might have been shortly after that. But yeah, he's wearing the cowboy hat and sunglasses, and he's just.
Yeah.
Where are my spurs?
Yeah.
He's got his cap gun
Where
six-shooter.
are my spurs? I don't want to look like some cowpoke.
She's always leaving them laying around somewhere. You can't find them. They're supposed to be.
God damn it! I just stepped on my spurs.
Here they are.
They're supposed to be
Give
in
me
the
my spurs.
supposed to be in the laundry room.
Look at that.
Yeah.
They're walking over on their own.
I guess so.
I got the new ones from Nike. They're autonomous.
Boy, ladies and gentlemen, what a treat. Filling in for Pierre Robert, your midday excursion today will be hosted by the man about town, Bill Weston.
God, talk about setting the bar really low.
When's the last time you've done a music shift?
I did a 6 to 10 Saturday morning show like 5 or 6 months ago.
Okay.
I came in and got off before you guys were up.
By the way, I remember there was one. You get good feedback. People enjoy hearing you on the air, and obviously you're no neophyte to this. So,
I follow the program director's credo. It's called Tight and Bright.
Tight and bright.
How long were you a jock?
Oh, gosh. Maybe 10 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was it most of that in Buffalo?
Most of that was Love Lines, Nick.
I did top 40 in Erie, the worst 2 years of my life. I did a couple years on a rock station in Buffalo, best years of my life. And then started getting into programming because I realized I was an okay jock, but I was probably a better programmer.
Okay. Yeah, you're a great programmer. I have a question about, we have this thing, it's called the Zeta system, which is the software system that has all the music and commercials and all that stuff. You know how to run it pretty well?
Yeah. Yeah,
Because-
pretty much. There's the amount of dead air that Pierre manages to eke out of that system?
Because truth be told, I couldn't run this. There's no way. I could. Casey does all the. I just hit the buttons to put everything in motion. If I had to do this on my own, I wouldn't be able to do it.
Well, yeah, Pancake will
I
be
don't do it enough. But Pancake, you got a great producer.
Yeah,
who's
and you know what?
following you up there.
Chuck schedules a lot of stuff, and Todd in promotions. And if you don't change it, if you kind of run it the way it's supposed to run, you don't have to do a whole lot. Just stop it and start it, right? So
Now, are you going to do your usual War of the Roses and Hot Girl Check-In?
Hot girl check-in.
I'm going to be celebrating National French Bread Day. What is it, like Baguette Day today?
We've got these 19-foot loaves of French bread out in the...
Yeah.
Green room plus chocolate chip cookies the size of manhole covers.
You know what? It's also National Ravioli Day, so you can celebrate
so
that
we're going to be a big block of songs about ravioli, right? At 12 noon. And Bill.
Hi, we're Warren, and we love ravioli.
A 10-minute version of Bill's Bulletin.
Oh,
Instead of Pierce Planner.
Bill's Bulletin.
No, we're not going. We're not doing that.
Bill's Bulletin. I like that.
Oh, boy.
We're going to play a lot of music.
And then the farm
Bulletin
report.
There we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bill Weston with the Bill's Bulletin.
Good evening, Mr. America. Mr.
And all the ships at sea.
Ships at sea.
This one goes out to Lottie in Kansas, who's having her hip replacement surgery today. Lottie, we're pulling for ya.
Do you want me to run sound effects for you?
No, it's good. I will, in honor of Chester Bennington's birthday today, we'll get some Linkin Park on. We're going to do some blocks for The Clash, one of my favorite bands ever. Since we missed out on World Clash Day a couple weeks ago, we're going to make up for it today in a big block of Clash.
Did you ever see The Clash perform live?
I did not.
That is one of my greatest concert experiences.
I did see them. Oh, God. I just realized I did see The Clash.
Really? You just blocked it out of your favorite band, or you blocked it out of your mind?
It was at a stadium. They were at a part of a stadium tour with The Who.
That's when I saw it.
It was David Johansen, and then The Clash, and then The Who.
Yeah.
So
That was very Rocky V. It was like,
All right, so this is a little bit offbeat, but the Tower of London, we visited that when we went to England a couple of years ago. The Tower of London's Queen Raven is missing and feared dead, according to the staff at the fortress. So apparently they keep this flock of ravens there. And I remember being there and they're huge. They're these big black birds. I remember seeing them.
Yeah.
I just thought they were... That's why they just kind of, flew in and hung out. But apparently they have a...
They cultivate them.
Yeah, they I was going to say they grow them there.
They grow them there.
But they...
Do you have any of those
raise
crow
them.
seeds?
The tower usually has 6 ravens at any time, and according to legend, if they ever leave, then both the fortress and the kingdom will fall.
Yes.
There are currently 7
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
There are 7 in residence. A spokesman said Marlena's continued absence indicates to us that she may have sadly passed away. So that's Marlena. She is the queen.
It is great dress for us as Marlena's gone missing. As you know, the legend, the kingdom will fall if we do not have 7 crows present at all times. So it is now that I must inform the majesty. Thank you.
Oh, disgusting.
We need a different spokesperson.
Who hired him?
Yeah, time to retire, bro.
It's always some guy with big mutton chops.
Can we get a young guy?
I'm 27. Taking care of these birds will age you.
He added, Marlena was our undisputed ruler of the roost, queen of the Tower Ravens. She will be greatly missed by her fellow ravens, the Raven Master, and all of us here in the Tower community.
But if you know Marlena, you know that's so Raven.
I believe the people that work at the tower, I think they volunteer. I think they, I want to say I remember reading that. It was great. I really enjoyed going
I'm a complete
there.
Anglophile when it comes to this stuff. The royal family, the tower, even watching The Crown is so much fun. Listen,
President Steve Show, we are wrapping up today's program.
Does it kind of feel like a weird Monday a little bit today?
It does feel like a weird
Monday.
Monday.
Feel a little
I
weird.
agree. I felt a little off, and I'll be honest with you. I was off until we started talking about lobsters, and then I came around. And I felt much better after.
Those magnificent creatures. They bring out the best in us.
They live forever.
They do. That's it. They're, in many ways, the Eternals should have been about lobsters.
Probably.
I'll say this, though. Over the weekend, this whole pollen thing, and I don't get affected a lot every couple of years. I got a bit of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was at a wedding that was outside, and it kicked in. And I'm doing the nasal rinse and all that stuff, so it's pretty good. But did you get womp too, Kathy?
Yeah, you know what? I had family over, and my mom was sneezing. Like, everybody was sneezing, and I have, like, these hives on my arms. And I think it was from being outside all day yesterday.
Yeah, quite possible. But we have nice weather. It was beautiful over the weekend. We got nice weather today and tomorrow, so... in fact, all week it's looking pretty good. Just a little bit cooler on Wednesday and Thursday.
Take your lobster out for a hike.
You probably should. Nice long walk.
You both get exercise that way.
Yeah.
I'd like to.
Where'd you go, Clicky?
I'd like to thank our friends from the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation for coming by today. The CCF Take Steps Walk is coming up on the 20. I don't have the damn day here. But all the information is at WMMR.com. I believe it's on the 25th.
Yes.
Why are we
June.
always supposed to have information?
And it will be, I'm hosting it, and it will be at the link, and we're raising a lot of money for people who have issues with bowel disease and so on. So please be a part of that if you can.
I'm going to try to get Mike McCready on to talk about that because
That'd be great.
He works for the CCF nationally, and
Yes.
And he does a lot of work with Crohn's and colitis. So it'd be cool to just chat with him about that and use it as an excuse to promote the event.
Thank you. And speaking of thanks, Bert Kreischer. Kreischer was, we had a great conversation with him, as always. The Machine, the movie, is coming out on the 26th, so a week from this Friday. And we want to support Bert as much as possible. He is rising and rising. And like Casey was saying to him, he's done this steady rise. Yeah. It wasn't like all of a sudden, oh my God, this guy, look at this. You got to check this guy out. It was like it just incrementally, and he's hitting this awesome level now.
He was stunty frat guy. He was National Lampoon's, frat hero, MTV, so on and so forth. Moves on from there, starts to get into stand-up comedy, works the club, spends the time, writes the material. That starts to take off. And the way he's been at it, Preston, has been unrelenting, and he deserves all the success.
Yep, he's a great guy.
Yeah.
So that's going to open on the 26th. Go see it. And then, of course, he's going to be back in Philadelphia at the Wells Fargo Center on November 29th. For the Bert Kreischer Tops Off the World Tour. And those tickets are on sale now, I believe. So it was nice to have him on again today. Pierre Robert's here. How you doing, man?
Excellent, thank you.
How was your weekend?
So much fun. Hooters Friday, Saturday, and last night. 3-hour shows each night, and they just they took a break.
Sure,
so they did 2 sets each night, which they haven't done in a while. But they've got such a catalog of songs. There's so many great songs. Wednesdays when you got Rob on?
Correct. Rob and Davey are going to come in,
They're just playing so damn good. The record sounds so good. You played it this morning.
Yeah.
It's so cool.
Awesome.
They did a bunch of stuff from the record. I host them each night, brought them on stage. Ardmore Music Hall has got their 10th anniversary going. Then, like Saturday, I was there in the daytime for the Beer Fest and then back hosting the Hooters at night. And then last night as well. They are just so cool. We'll have some flashbacks.
Thinking about it, there's no. We tend to think, they had their big run, and then they write songs for other people and they produce it. Why not a second wind on that front of just having hits? They're super talented, and it's good to see them doing this. And it was cool to hear a new Hooters song on the show this morning.
Well, the myth is that they're only an 80s band, but in point of fact, they had at least 2 albums in the 90s. They had the last studio album was 2010, and then this one in 2016, but they've had 2 live albums in between. Just for a little break towards the end of the 90s, and then they came back together for my 20th anniversary and had so much fun, they stayed together. So they've only been apart a few years that they haven't played, so they're really not an 80s band.
Right, and in demand always as songwriters as well.
My God, well, I mean, they do in the set. What If God Was One of Us, and they do this rocked up version of it, which Eric Bazillion wrote for Joan Osborne. They were the backup band for Joan Osborne on that debut album of hers. Similarly, right next to that, they'll do Time After Time, which you guys have talked about before, and Rob and Cyndi Lauper wrote that. Both songs nominated for Grammy Awards, by the way. Neither one, unfortunately, won. But Time After Time, they do this rocked up version of that. But if you listen to the original, and they were also Cyndi Lauper's backup band for her debut album, She's So Unusual. And if you listen to her version of it, the main version of it, you can clearly hear Rob's vocals in the background. And he's got a very distinctive voice, and you can hear it. It's so much fun. It was just so much fun.
Cool.
Excellent.
And then in between, yesterday I went down to Rittenhouse Square, my favorite location, and did the craft fair that they have that rings the square. And I'm walking along looking at these little cool booths, and this guy walks up to me. He goes, "Pierre?" I go, "Good day, citizen." And we say hello, and forget what his name is now. I'm sorry, Mark or Marcus or Mike or anyway. And he goes, I feel so extraordinary. I go, why? He goes, I saw Preston last night, and I'm seeing you today. He was apparently you were at the Players Theater.
Plays and Player Theater, yeah. That's awesome.
And he said, I just saw the play that they were talking about, and I went to Plays and Players, and there's Preston Saturday night, and then Sunday afternoon on Rittenhouse Square, I see you. I go, it's a cosmic coincidence.
It's just meant to be.
Beautiful thing. Awesome. Well, great weekend had by all then.
Yes.
All right. Well, let's get the letter of the day if you're ready.
Yes.
All right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter.
M is in Monday.
All right. And we are going to give away a pair of tickets and meet and greet passes with Rival Sons for their show Saturday, June 3rd, Franklin Music Hall. It's presented by MMR. And the show also features the record company and Star Crawler. Tickets are on sale now, and you can get them via AXS.com. A second chance to win tickets and meet and greet on the contest page, WMMR.com. So make sure you check that out. What's happening on your show today?
Action-packed. What we announced on Friday or Thursday, I'm not sure which, we're going to open our performance space between this part of the complex and further down to the other stations is a performance room that the engineers built when they redesigned the building. And there's a stage and space for an audience and a mixing board. And we're going to have the Revivalists come in and play.
Excellent.
For us. No. In, I don't know when it is, a couple of weeks. But,
okay.
We're going to start, it'll be our first, it'll be breaking in that room as a performance venue.
Awesome.
Our debut thing. And they're going to come do a set for us and conversation. And we'll have a live studio audience. So we'll start giving away passes for that today.
They're terrific.
Nice guys.
Yeah, they're great. They're just great. And everything about them. We also have Workforce Blocks of Billy Squire, Talking Heads for David Byrne's birthday yesterday, and Steve Winwood's birthday on Friday. So a combination of traffic and Steve Winwood solo material, of which there are vast amounts.
Yeah, no question. All right, let me thank the sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin'. Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Manhattan Bagel, where sandwiches are always made to order. Tomorrow on our show, it's Tuesday, so that means we'll give away free tattoos, floating roll tattoo and piercing. And we'll have the host and magician as well, Michael Carbonaro.
Yes.
Is going to be joining us tomorrow. So we'll see.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, we'll see what else we can get into as well. That's it. We're done. Rage on and have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, my friend. Bye-bye.